Chapter 1 of Ruggles of Red Gap. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carol Pelster. Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson. Chapter 1. At 6:30 in a Paris apartment, I had finished the Honorable George, performing those final touches that make the difference between a man well turned out and a man merely dressed. In the main, I was not dissatisfied. His dress waistcoats, it is true, no longer permit the inhalation of anything like a full breath, and his collars clasp too closely. I have always held that a collar may provide quite ample room for the throat without sacrifice of smartness, if the depth be at least 2 1/4 inches. And it is no secret to either the Honorable George or our intimates that I have never approved his fashion of beard, a reddish, enveloping, brush-like affair, never nicely enough trimmed. I prefer, indeed, no beard at all, but he stubbornly refuses to shave, possessing a difficult chin. Still, I repeat, he was not nearly impossible as he now left my hands. "Dining with the Americans," he remarked, as I conveyed the hat, gloves, and stick to him in their proper order. "Yes, sir," I replied. "And might I suggest, sir, that your choice be a grilled undercut, or something simple, bearing in mind the undoubted effects of shellfish upon one's complexion?" The hard truth is that after even a very little lobster, the Honorable George has a way of coming out in spots. A single oyster patty, too, will often spot him quite all over. "What cheek! Decide that for myself," he retorted, with a lame effort at dignity which he was unable to sustain. His eyes fell from mine. "Besides, I'm almost quite certain that the last time it was the melon. Wretched things, melons." Then, as if to divert me, he rather fussily refused the correct evening stick I had chosen for him, and seized a knobby bit of thornwood suitable only for moor and upland work, and brazenly quite discarded the gloves. "Feel a silly fool wearing gloves when there's no reason," he exclaimed pettishly. "Quite so, sir," I replied, freezing instantly. "Now, don't play the juggins," he retorted. "Let me be comfortable. And I don't mind telling you, I stand to win 100 quid this very evening." "I dare say," I replied. The sum was more than needed, but I had cause to be thus cynical. "From the American Johnny with the eyebrows," he went on with a quite pathetic enthusiasm. "We're to play their American game of poker, drawing poker, as they call it. I've watched them play for near a fortnight. It's beastly simple. One has only to know when to bluff. 100 pounds, yes, sir. And if one loses—" He flashed me a look so deucedly queer that it fair chilled me. "I fancy you'll be even more interested than I, if I lose," he remarked in tones of a curious evenness that were somehow rather deadly. The words seemed pregnant with meaning. But before I could weigh them, I heard him noisily descending the stairs. It was only then I recalled having noticed that he had not changed to his varnished boots, having still on his feet the doggish and battered pair he most favored. It was a trick of his to evade me with them. I did for them each day all that human boot cream could do. But they were things no sensitive gentleman would endure with evening dress. I was glad to reflect that doubtless only Americans would observe them. So began the final hours of a 14th of July in Paris that must ever be memorable My own birthday. It is also chosen by the French as one on which to celebrate with carnival some one of those regrettable events in their own distressing past. To begin with, the day was marked, first of all, by the breezing in of his lordship, the Earl of Brinstead, brother of the Honourable George, on his way to England from the Engadina. More peppery than usual had his lordship been, his greyish side whiskers in angry upheaval, and his inflamed words exploding quite all over the place, so that the Honourable George and I had both perceived it to be no time for admitting our recent financial reverse at the gaming tables of Ostend. On the contrary, we had gamely affirmed the last quarter's allowance to be practically untouched. A desperate stand, indeed, but there was that in his lordship's manner to urge us to it, though even so he appeared to be not more than half deceived. "No good greening me," he exploded to both of us. "Tell in a flash, gambling, or a woman, typing girl, milliner, dancing person, what? Guilty faces, both of you, know you too well. My word, what? Again we stoutly protested, while his lordship on the hearth-rug rocked in his boots and glared. The Honourable George gamely rattled some loose coin of the baser sort in his pockets, and tried in return for a glare of innocence foully aspersed. I dare say he fell short of it. His histrionic gifts are but meagre. "Fools, quite fools, both of you!" exploded his lordship anew. "And make it worse, no longer young fools. Young and a fool, people make excuses. Say, fool, yes, but so young. But old and a fool, not a word to say. What? Silly rot at 40. He clutched his side whiskers with frenzied hands. He seemed to comb them to a more bristling rage. "Dare say you'll both come croppers. Not surprise me. Silly old George, course. Hoped better of Ruggles, though. Ruggles, different from old George. Got a brain, but can't use it. Have old George wed to a charwoman presently. Hope she'll be a worker. Need to be. Support you both. What? I mean to say, he was coming it pretty thick, since he could not have forgotten that each time I had warned him, so he could hasten to save his brother from distressing mésalliances. I refer to the affair with the typing girl, and to the later entanglement with a Brixton milliner, encountered informally under the portico of a theatre in Charing Cross Road. But he was in no mood to concede that I had thus far shown a scrupulous care in these emergencies. Peppery he was, indeed. He gathered hat and stick, glaring indignantly at each of them, and then at us. "Greened me fair, haven't you, about money? Quite so. Not hear from you, then, till next quarter? No telegraphing, no begging letters. Shouldn't a bit know what to make of them. Plenty you got to last. Say so yourselves." He laughed villainously here. "Oh, morning," said he, and was out. "Old Neville been annoyed by something," said the Honourable George after a long silence. "Know the old boy too well. Always tell when he's been annoyed. Rather wish he hadn't been." So we had come to the night of this memorable day, and to the Honourable George's departure on his mysterious words about the £100. Left alone, I began to meditate profoundly. It was the closing of a day I had seen dawn with the keenest misgiving, having had reason to believe it might be fraught with significance, if not disaster, to myself. The year before, a gypsy at Epsom had solemnly warned me that a great change would come into my life on or before my 40th birthday. To this I might have paid less heed, but for its disquieting confirmation on a later day at a psychic parlour in Edgware Road, proceeding there in company with my eldest brother-in-law, a plate-layer and surface-man on the Northern, he being uncertain about the Derby winner for that year. I was told by the person, for a trifle of 2 shillings, that I was soon to cross water, and to meet many strange adventures. True, later events proved her to have been psychically unsound as to the Derby winner, so that my brother-in-law, who was out £2.10, thereby threatened to have an action against her. Yet her reference to myself had confirmed the words of the gipsy, so it will be plain why I had been anxious the whole of this birthday. For one thing, I had gone on the streets as little as possible, though I should naturally have done that, for the behaviour of the French on this bank holiday of theirs is repugnant in the extreme to the sane English point of view. I mean their frivolous public dancing and marked conversational levity. Indeed, in their soberest moments, they have too little of British weight. Their best-dressed men are apparently turned out not by men-servants, but by modistes. I will not say their women are without a gift for wearing gowns, and their chefs have unquestionably got at the inner meaning of food, but as a people at large, they would never do with us. Even their language is not based on reason. I have had occasion, for example, to acquire their word for bread, which is pain. As if that were not wild enough, they mispronounce it atrociously. Yet for years these people have been separated from us only by a narrow strip of water. By keeping close to our rooms, then, I had thought to evade what of evil might have been in store for me on this day. Another evening I might have ventured abroad to a cinema palace, but this was no time for daring, and I took a further precaution of locking our doors. Then, indeed, I had no misgiving, save that inspired by the last words of the Honourable George. In the event of his losing the game of poker, I was to be even more concerned than he. Yet how could evil come to me, even should the American do him in the eye rather frightfully? In truth, I had not the faintest belief that the Honourable George would win the game. He fancies himself a card-player, though why he should, God knows. At bridge, with him, every hand is a no-trumper. I need not say more. Also, it occurred to me that the American would be a person not accustomed to losing. There was that about him. More than once I had deplored this rather bohemian taste of the Honourable George, which led him to associate with Americans as readily as with persons of his own class, and especially had I regretted his intimacy with the family in question. Several times I had observed them on the occasion of bearing messages from the Honourable George, usually his acceptance of an invitation to dine. Too obviously, they were rather a handful. I mean to say, they were people who could perhaps matter in their own wilds, but they would never do with us. Their leader, with whom the Honourable George had consented to game this evening, was a tall, careless-spoken person, with a narrow, dark face, marked with heavy black brows, that were rather tremendous in their effect when he did not smile. Almost at my first meeting him, I divined something of the public man in his bearing, a suggestion perhaps of the confirmed orator, a notion in which I was somehow further set by the gesture with which he swept back his carelessly falling forelock. I was not surprised then to hear him referred to as the senator. In some unexplained manner, the Honourable George, who is never as reserved in public as I could wish him to be, had chummed up with this person at one of the race-tracks. and had thereafter been almost too pally with him, and with the very curious other members of his family, the name being Flood. The wife might still be called youngish, a bit florid in type, plumpish, with yellow hair, though to this a stain had been applied, leaving it in deficient consonance with her eyebrows, these shading greyish eyes that crackled with determination. Rather on the large side she was, forcible of speech and manner, yet curiously eager, I had at once detected, for the exactly correct thing in dress and deportment. The remaining member of the family was a male cousin of the so-called senator, his senior, evidently, by half a score of years, since I took him to have reached the late 50s. Cousin Egbert, he was called, and it was at once apparent to me that he had been most direly subjugated by the woman whom he addressed with great respect as Mrs. Effie. Rather a seamed and drooping chap he was, with mild whitish-blue eyes, like a porcelain doll's, a mournfully drooped grey moustache, and a greyish jumble of hair. I early remarked his hunted look in the presence of the woman. Timid and soft-stepping he was, beyond measure. Such were the impressions I had been able to glean of these altogether queer people during the fortnight since the Honourable George had so lawlessly taken them up. Lodged they were in a hotel, among the most expensive, situated near what would have been our Trafalgar Square, and I later recalled that I had been most interestedly studied by the so-called Mrs. Effie on each of the few occasions I appeared there. I mean to say, she would not be above putting to me intimate questions concerning my term of service with the Honourable George Augustus Vane Basingwell, the precise nature of the duties I performed for him, and even the exact sum of my honorarium. On the last occasion she had remarked, and too well I recall a strange glitter in her competent eyes, "You are just the man needed by poor cousin Egbert there. You could make something of him. Look at the way he's tied that cravat, after all I've said to him." The person referred to here shivered noticeably, stroked his chin in a manner enabling him to conceal the cravat, and affected nervously to be taken with a sight in the street below. In some embarrassment I withdrew, conscious of a cold, speculative scrutiny bent upon me by the woman. If I have seemed tedious in my recital of the known facts concerning these extraordinary North American natives, it will, I am sure, be forgiven me in the light of those tragic developments about to ensue. Meantime, let me be pictured as reposing in fancied security from all evil predictions, while I awaited the return of the Honourable George. I was only too certain he would come suffering from an acute acid dyspepsia, for I had seen lobster in his shifty eyes as he left me. But beyond this I apprehended nothing poignant, and I gave myself up to meditating profoundly upon our situation. Frankly, it was not good. I had done my best to cheer the Honourable George, but since our brief sojourn at Ostend, and despite the almost continuous hospitality of the Americans, he had been having, to put it bluntly, an awful hump. At Ostend, despite my remonstrance, he had staked and lost the major portion of his quarter's allowance in testing a system at the wheel which had been warranted by the person who sold it to him in London to break any bank in a day's play. He had meant to pause but briefly at Ostend for little more than a test of the system, then proceed to Monte Carlo, where his proposed terrific winnings would occasion less alarm to the managers. Yet at Ostend the system developed such grave faults in the first hour of play that we were forced to lay up in Paris to economize. For myself, I had entertained doubts of the system from the moment of its purchase, for it seemed awfully certain to me that the vendor would have used it himself instead of parting with it for a couple of quid, he being in plain need of fresh linen and smarter boots, to say nothing of the quite impossible lounge suit he wore the night we met him in a cab shelter near Covent Garden. But the Honourable George had not listened to me. He insisted the chap had made it all enormously clear, that those mathematical Johnnies never valued money for its own sake, and that we should presently be as right as two sparrows in a crate. Fearfully annoyed I was at the denouement, for now we were in Paris, rather meanly lodged in a dingy hotel on a narrow street, leading from what with us might have been Piccadilly Circus. Our rooms were rather a good height, with a curved cornice and plaster enrichments, but the furnishings were musty, and the general air depressing, notwithstanding the effect of a few good mantel ornaments, which I have long made it a rule to carry with me. Then had come the meeting with the Americans. Glad I was to reflect that this had occurred in Paris instead of London. That sort of thing gets about so. Even from Paris I was not a little fearful that news of his mixing with this raffish set might get to the ears of his lordship, either at the town-house or at Cheyne's Wotton. True, his lordship is not over-liberal with his brother, but that is small reason for affronting the pride of a family that attained its earldom in the 14th century. Indeed, the family had become important quite long before this time, the first Vane Basingwell having been beheaded by no less a personage than William the Conqueror, as I learned in one of the many hours I've been privileged to browse in the Cheyne's Wotton library. It need hardly be said that in my long term of service with the Honourable George, beginning almost from the time my mother nursed him, I have endeavoured to keep him up to his class, combating a certain laxness that has hampered him, and most stubborn he is, and wilful. At games he is almost quite a duffer. I once got him to play outside left on a hockey 11, and he excited much comment, some of which was of a favourable nature, but he cares little for hunting or shooting, and though it is scarce a matter to be gossiped of, he loathes cricket. Perhaps I have disclosed enough concerning him. Although the Vane Basingwells have quite almost always married the right people, the Honourable George was beyond question born queer. Again, in the matter of marriage, he was difficult. His lordship, having married early into a family of poor lives, was now long a widower, and meaning to remain so, he had been especially concerned that the Honourable George should contract a proper alliance. Hence our constant worry lest he prove too susceptible out of his class. More than once had he shamefully funked his fences. There was the distressing instance of the Honourable Agatha Cradley. Quite all that could be desired of family and dower she was, 32 years old, a bit faded, though still eager, with the rather mincely high forehead and long, thin, slightly curved Cradley nose. The Honourable George, at his lordship's peppery urging, had at last consented to a betrothal, and our troubles for a time promised to be over. But it came to precisely nothing. I gathered it might have been because she wore beads on her gown and was interested in uplift work, or that she bred canaries, these birds being loathed by the Honourable George with remarkable intensity, though it might equally have been that she still mourned a deceased fiancé of her early girlhood, a curate, I believe, whose faded letters she had preserved, and would read to the Honourable George at intimate moments, weeping bitterly the while. Whatever may have been his fancied objection, that is the time we disappeared and were not heard of for near a 12-month. Wondering now I was how we should last until the next quarter's allowance. We always had lasted, but each time it was a different way. The Honourable George, at a crisis of this sort, invariably spoke of entering trade, and had actually talked of selling motor cars, pointing out to me that even certain rulers of Europe had frankly entered this trade as agents. It might have proved remunerative had he known anything of motor cars, but I was more than glad he did not, for I have always considered machinery to be unrefined. Much I preferred that he be a company promoter or something of that sort in the city, knowing about bonds and debentures, as many of the best of our families are not above doing. It seemed all he could do with propriety, having failed in examinations for the army and the church, and being incurably hostile to politics, which he declared silly rot. Sharply at midnight I aroused myself from these gloomy thoughts, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Both gypsy and psychic expert had failed in their prophecies. With a lightened heart I set about the preparations I knew would be needed against the Honourable George's return, strong in my conviction that he would not have been able to resist lobster. I made ready his hot foot-bath with its solution of brine crystals, and put the absorbent fruit lozenges close by, together with his sleeping suit, his bed-cap, and his knitted night socks. Scarcely was all ready when I heard his step. He greeted me curtly on entering, swiftly averting his face, as I took his stick, hat, and topcoat. But I had seen the worst at one glance. The Honourable George was more than spotted. He was splotchy. It was as bad as that. Lobster and oysters, I made bold to remark, but he affected not to have heard, and proceeded rapidly to disrobe. He accepted the foot-bath without demur, pulling a blanket well about his shoulders, complaining of the water's temperature, and demanding 3 of the fruit lozenges. "Not what you think at all," he then said. "It was that cursed Bar-le-Duc jelly. Always puts me this way, and you quite well know it." "Yes, sir, to be sure," I answered gravely, and had the satisfaction of noting that he looked quite a little foolish. Too well he knew I could not be deceived, and even now I could surmise that the lobster had been supported by sherry. How many times have I not explained to him that sherry has double the tonic vinosity of any other wine, and may not be tampered with by the sensitive? But he chose at present to make light of it, almost as if he were chaffing above his knowledge of some calamity. "Some book Johnny says a chap is either a fool or a physician at 40, he remarked, drawing the blanket more closely about him. "I should hardly rank you as a Harley Street consultant, sir," I swiftly retorted, which was slanging him enormously because he had turned 40. I mean to say, there was but one thing he could take me as meaning him to be, since at 40 I considered him no physician. But at least I had not been too blunt, the touch about the Harley Street consultant being rather neat, I thought, yet not too subtle for him. He now demanded a pipe of tobacco, and for a time smoked in silence. I could see that his mind worked painfully. "Stiffish lot, these Americans," he said at last. "They do so many things one doesn't do," I answered. "And their brogue is not what one could call top hole, is it now? How often they say, 'I guess.' I fancy they must say it a score of times in a half hour." "I fancy they do, sir," I agreed. "I fancy that Johnny with the eyebrows will say it even oftener." "I fancy so, sir. I fancy I've counted it well up to that." "I fancy you're quite right. And the chap guesses when he awfully well knows, too. That's the essential rabbit. To-night he said, 'I guess I've got you beaten to a pulp,' when I fancy he wasn't guessing at all. I mean to say, I swear, he knew it perfectly." "You lost the game of drawing poker?" I asked coldly, though I knew he had carried little to lose. "I lost," he began. I observed he was strangely embarrassed. He strangled over his pipe and began anew. "I said that to play the game soundly, you've only to know when to bluff. Studied it out myself, and jolly well right I was, too, as far as I went. But there's further to go in the silly game. I hadn't observed that to play it greatly, one must also know when one's opponent is bluffing." "Really, sir?" "Oh, really. Quite important, I assure you. More important than one would have believed, watching their silly ways. You fancy a chap's bluffing when he's doing nothing of the sort. I'd enormously have liked to know it before we played. Things would have been so awfully different for us." He broke off curiously, paused, then added, "For you." "Different for me, sir." His words seemed gruesome. They seemed open to some vaguely sinister interpretation. But I kept myself steady. "We live and learn, sir," I said, lightly enough. "Some of us learn too late," he replied, increasingly ominous. "I take it you failed to win the £100, sir." "I have the £100. I won it by losing." Again he evaded my eye. "Played indeed, sir," said I. "You jolly well won't believe that for long." Now, as he had the £100, I couldn't fancy what the deuce and all he meant by such prattle. I was half afraid he might be having me on, as I have known him to do now and again when he fancied he could get me. I fearfully wanted to ask questions. Again I saw the dark, absorbed face of the gypsy as he studied my future. "Rotten shift life is," now murmured the Honourable George, quite as if he had forgotten me. "If I'd have but put through that Monte Carlo affair, I dare say I'd have chucked the whole business, gone to South Africa, perhaps, and set up a mine or a plantation. Shouldn't have come back. Just cut off and good-bye to this mess. But no capital. Can't do things without capital. Where these American Johnnies have the pull of us. Do anything. Nearly do what they jolly well like to. No sense to money. Stuff that runs blind. Look at the silly beggars that have it." On he went, quite alarmingly, with his tirade. Almost as violently he was as an ugly-headed chap I once heard ranting when I went with my brother-in-law to a meeting of the North Brixton Radical Club. Quite like an anarchist he was. Presently he quieted. After a long pull at his pipe, he regarded me with an entire change of manner. Well, I knew something was coming swift as a rocketing woodcock. Word for word, I put down our incredible speeches. "You are going out to America, Ruggles?" "Yes, sir." "North or south, sir?" North, I fancy. Somewhere on the west coast. Ohio, Omaha, one of those Indian places." "Perhaps Indiana or the Yellowstone Valley, sir?" "The chap's a sort of millionaire." "The chap, sir?" "Eyebrow chap. Money no end. Mines, lumber, domestic animals, that sort of thing." "Beg pardon, sir. I'm to go?" "Chap's wife, taken a great fancy to you, would have you do for the funny sad beggar. So he's won you in a game of drawing poker. Another man would have done as well, but the creature was keen for you. Great strength of character, determined sort. Hope you won't think I didn't play soundly, but it's not a forthright game. Think bluffing when they aren't. When they are, you mayn't think it. So far as hiding one's intentions, it's a most rottenly immoral game. Low animal cunning, that sort of thing. Do I understand? I was the stake, sir," I controlled myself to say. The heavens seemed bursting about my head. "Ultimately lost you were by the very trifling margin of superiority that a hand known as a club flush bears over another hand consisting of 3 of the 8s. Not quite all of them, you understand, only 3, and 2 other quite meaningless cards. I could but stammer piteously, I fear. I heard myself make a wretched failure of words that crowded to my lips. But it's quite simple, I tell you. I dare say I could show it you in a moment if you've cards in your box. Thank you, sir. I'll not trouble you. I'm certain it was simple. But would you mind telling me what exactly the game was played for? No, you'd not understand at once. My word, it was not too bally simple. If I won, I'd £100. If I lost, I'd to give you up to them, but still to receive £100. I suspect that Johnny's conscience pricked him, thought you were worth £100, and guessed all the time he could do me awfully in the eye with his poker. Quite set they were on having you. Eyebrow chap seemed to think it a jolly good wheeze. She didn't, though. Quite off her head at having you for that glum one who does himself so badly. Dazed I was, to be sure, scarce comprehending the calamity that had befallen us. Am I to understand, sir, that I am now in the service of the Americans? Stupid! Of course, of course! Explained clearly, haven't I? About the club flush and the 3/8. Only 3 of them, mind you. If the other one had been in my hand, I'd have done him. As narrow a squeak as that. But I lost, and you may be certain I lost gamely, as a gentleman should. No laughing matter, but I laughed with them, except the funny, sad one. He was worried and made no secret of it. They were good enough to say I took my loss like a dead sport. More of it followed, but always the same. Ever he came back to the sickening, concise point that I was to go out to the American wilderness with these grotesque folk who had but the most elementary notions of what one does and what one does not do. Always he concluded with his boast that he had taken his loss like a dead sport. He became vexed at last by my painful efforts to understand how, precisely, the dreadful thing had come about. But neither could I endure more. I fled to my room. He had tried again to impress upon me that 3/8 are but slightly inferior to the flush of clubs. I faced my glass. My ordinary, smooth, full face seemed to have shriveled. The marks of my anguish were upon me. Vainly had I locked myself in. The gypsy's warning had borne its evil fruit. Sold I'd been, even as once the poor blackamoors were sold into American bondage. I recalled one of their pathetic folk songs, in which the wretches were wont to make light of their lamentable estate, a thing I had often heard sung by a black with a banjo on the pier at Brighton. Not a genuine black, only dyed for the moment he was, but I had never lost the plaintive quality of the verses. Way down south in Michigan, where I was so happy and so gay, 'twas there I mowed the cotton and the cane. How poignantly the simple words came back to me. A slave, day after day, mowing his owner's cotton and cane, plucking the maize from the savannas, yet happy and gay. Should I be equal to this spirit? The Honourable George had lost, so I, his pawn, must also submit like a dead sport. How little I then dreamed what adventures, what adversities, what ignominies, yes, and what triumphs were to be mine in those back blocks of North America. I saw but a bleak wilderness, a distressing contact with people who never for a moment would do with us. I shuddered, I despaired, and outside the windows gay Paris laughed and sang in the dance, ever unheeding my plight. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In that first sleep, how often do we dream that our calamity has been only a dream? It was so in my first moments of awakening. Vestiges of some grotesquely hideous nightmare remained with me. Wearing the shackles of the slave, I had been mowing the corn under the fierce sun that beats down upon the American savannas. Sickeningly then, a wind of memory blew upon me, and I was alive to my situation. Nor was I forgetful of the plight in which the Honourable George would now find himself. He is as good as lost when not properly looked after. In the ordinary affairs of life, he is a simple, trusting, incompetent duffer, if ever there was one. Even in so rudimentary a matter as collar studs, he is like a storm-tossed mariner. I mean to say, like a chap in a boat on the ocean who doesn't know what sails to pull up, nor how to steer the silly rudder. One rather feels exactly like that about him. And now he was bound to go seedy beyond description, like the time at Menton when he dreamed a system for playing the little horses, after which, for a fortnight, I was obliged to nurse a well-connected invalid in order that we might last over till the next remittance day. The havoc he managed to wreak among his belongings in that time would scarce be believed should I set it down. Not even a single boot properly treed, and his appearance, when I was enabled to recover him, my client having behaved most handsomely on the eve of his departure for Spain, being such that I passed him in the hotel lounge without even a nod. Climbing boots, with trousers from his one suit of boating flannels, a blazered golfing waistcoat, his best morning coat with a wide braid, a hunting stock, and a motoring cap, with his beard more than discursive, as one might say, than I had ever seen it. If I disclose this thing, it is only that my fears for him may be comprehended when I pictured him being permanently out of hand. Meditating thus bitterly, I had but finished dressing when I was startled by a knock on my door and by the entrance, to my summons, of the elder and more subdued Flaude, he of the drooping mustaches and the mournful eyes of pale blue. One glance at his attire brought freshly to my mind the atrocious difficulties of my new situation. I may be credited or not, but combined with tan boots and wretchedly fitting trousers of a purple hue, he wore a black frock coat, revealing far, far too much of a blue satin made cravat, on which was painted a cluster of tiny white flowers, lilies of the valley, I should say. Unbelievably, above this monstrous mélange was a rather low-crowned bowler hat. Hardly repressing a shudder, I bowed, whereupon he advanced solemnly to me and put out his hand. To cover the embarrassing situation tactfully, I extended my own, and we actually shook hands, although the clasp was limply quite formal. "How do you do, Mr. Ruggles?" he began. I bowed again, but speech failed me. "She sent me over to get you," he went on. He uttered the word "she" with such profound awe that I knew he could mean none other than Mrs. Effie. It was most extraordinary, but I dare say only what was to have been expected from persons of this sort. In any good-class club, or among gentlemen at large, It is customary to allow one at least 24 hours for the payment of one's gambling debts. Yet there I was, being collected by the winner at so early an hour as 7:30. If I had been a £5 note instead of myself, I fancy it would have been quite the same. These Americans would most indecently have sent for their winnings before the Honourable George had awakened. One would have thought they had expected him to refuse payment of me after losing me the night before. How little they seemed to realize that we were both intending to be dead sportsmen. "Very good, sir," I said, "but I trust I may be allowed to brew the Honourable George his tea before leaving? I'd hardly like to trust to him alone with it, sir." "Yes, sir," he said, so respectfully that it gave me an odd feeling. "Take your time, Mr. Ruggles. I don't know as I'm in any hurry on my own account. It's only on account of her. I trust it will be remembered that in reporting this person's speeches, I am making an earnest effort to set them down, word for word, in all their terrific peculiarities. I mean to say, I would not be held accountable for his phrasing, and if I corrected his speech, as of course the tendency is, our identities might become confused. I hope this will be understood when I report him as saying things in ways one doesn't word them. I mean to say that it should not be thought that I would say them in this way if it chanced that I were saying the same things in my proper person. I fancy this should now be plain." "Very well, sir," I said. "If it was me," he went on, "I wouldn't want you a little bit. But it's her. She's got her mind made up to do the right thing and have us all be somebody. And when she makes her mind up—" He hesitated and studied the ceiling for some seconds. "Believe me," he continued, "Mrs. Effie is some wildcat." "Yes, sir, some wildcat," I repeated. "Believe me, Bill," he said again, quaintly addressing me by a name not my own, "believe me, she'd fight a rattlesnake and give it the first 2 bites." Again let it be recalled that I put down this extraordinary speech exactly as I heard it. I thought to detect in it that grotesque exaggeration with which the Americans so distressingly embellish their humor. I mean to say, it could hardly have been meant in all seriousness. So far as my researches have extended, the rattlesnake is an invariably poisonous reptile. Fancy giving one so downright an advantage as the first 2 bites, or even 1 bite, although I believe the thing does not in fact bite at all, but does one down with its forked tongue, of which there is an excellent drawing in my little volume, Inquire Within 1000 Useful Facts. "Yes, sir," I replied, somewhat at a loss. "Quite so, sir." "I just thought I'd wise you up beforehand." "Thank you, sir," I said, for his intention, beneath the weird jargon, was somehow benevolent. "And if you'll be good enough to wait until I have taken tea to the Honourable George—" "How is the judge this morning?" he broke in. "The judge, sir?" I was at a loss until he gestured toward the room of the Honourable George. "The judge, yes. Ain't he a justice of the peace or something?" "But no, sir, not at all, sir." "Then what do you call him honourable for, if he ain't a judge or something?" "Well, sir, it's done, sir," I explained, but I fear he was unable to catch my meaning, for a moment later the Honourable George, hearing our voices, had thrown a boot smartly against the door. He was addressing him as judge, and thereafter continued to do so, nor did the Honourable George seem to make any moment of being thus miscalled. I served the Ceylon tea, together with biscuits and marmalade, the while our caller chatted nervously. He had, it appeared, procured his own breakfast while on his way to us. "I got to have my ham and eggs of a morning," he confided, "but she won't let me have anything at that hotel but a continental breakfast, which is nothing but coffee and toast and some of that there sauce you're eating. She says when I'm on the continent, I got to eat a continental breakfast because that's the smart thing to do, and not stuff myself like I was on the ranch. But I got that game beat both ways from the Jack. I duck out every morning before she's up. I found a place where you can get regular ham and eggs." "Regular ham and eggs," murmured the Honorable George. "French ham and eggs is a joke. They put a slice of boiled ham in a little dish, slosh a couple of eggs on it, and tuck the dish into the oven a few minutes. Say they won't ever believe that back in Red Gap when I tell it. But I found this here little place where they do it right, account of Americans having made trouble so much over the other way. But mind you, don't let on to her," he warned me suddenly. "Certainly not, sir," I said. "Trust me to be discreet, sir." "All right, then. Maybe we'll get on better than what I thought we would. I was looking for trouble with you, the way she's been talking about what you'd do for me." "I trust matters will be pleasant, sir," I replied. "I can be pushed just so far," he curiously warned me, "and no farther. Not by any man that wears hair." "Yes, sir," I said again, wondering what the wearing of hair might mean to this process of pushing him, and feeling rather absurdly glad that my own face is smoothly shaven. "You'll find Ruggles fairish enough after you've got used to his ways," put in the Honorable George. "All right, Judge, and remember, it wasn't my doings," said my new employer, rising and pulling down to his ears his fearful bowler hat. "And now we better report to her before she does a hot foot over here. You can pack your grip later in the day," he added to me. "Pack my grip? Yes, sir," I said numbly, for I was on the tick of leaving the Honorable George helpless in bed. In a voice that I fear was broken, I spoke of clothes for the day's wear, which I had laid out for him the night before. He waved a hand bravely at us and sank back into his pillow as my new employer led me forth. There had been barely a glance between us to betoken the dreadfulness of the moment. At our door I was pleased to note that a taximeter cab awaited us. I had acutely dreaded a walk through the streets, even of Paris, with my new employer garbed as he was. The blue satin cravat of itself would have been bound to ensure us more attention than one could care for. I fear we were both somewhat moody during the short ride. Each of us seemed to have matters of weight to reflect upon. Only upon reaching our destination did my companion brighten a bit. For a fare of 5 francs 40 centimes, he gave the driver a 10-franc piece and waited for no change. "I always get around them that way," he said, with an expression of the brightest cunning. "She used to have the laugh on me because I got so much counterfeit money handed to me. Now I don't take any change at all." "Yes, sir," I said. "Quite right, sir." "There's more than one way to skin a cat," he added as we ascended to the Floud's drawing-room, though why his mind should have flown to this brutal sport, if it be a sport, was quite beyond me. At the door he paused and hissed at me. "Remember, no matter what she says, if you treat me white, I'll treat you white." And before I could frame any suitable response to this puzzling announcement, he had opened the door and pushed me in, almost before I could remove my cap. Seated at the table over coffee and rolls was Mrs. Effie. Her face brightened as she saw me. Then, froze to disapproval as her glance rested upon him I was to know as Cousin Egbert, I saw her capable mouth set in a straight line of determination. "You did your very worst, didn't you?" she began. "But sit down and eat your breakfast. He'll soon change that." She turned to me. "Now, Ruggles, I hope you understand the situation, and I'm sure I can trust you to take no nonsense from him. You see plainly what you've got to do. I let him dress to suit himself this morning so that you could know the worst at once. Take a good look at him. Shoes, coat, hat, that dreadful cravat." "I call this a right pretty necktie," mumbled her victim over a crust of toast. She had poured coffee for him. "You hear that?" she asked me. I bowed sympathetically. "What does he look like?" she insisted. "Just tell him for his own good, please." But this I could not do. True enough, during our short ride, he had been reminding me of one of a pair of cross-talk comedians I had once seen in a music hall. This, of course, was not a thing one could say. "I dare say, madam, he could be smartened up a bit, if I might take him to some good-class shop." "And burn the things he's got on," she broke in. "Not this here necktie," interrupted Cousin Egbert rather stubbornly. "It was give to me by Jeff Tuttle's littlest girl last Christmas. And this here Prince Albert coat, what's the matter of it, I'd like to know? It come right from the one-price clothing store at Red Gap, and it's plenty good to go to funerals in." "And then to a barber shop with him," went on Mrs. Effie, who had paid no heed to his outburst. "Get him done right for once." Her relative continued to nibble nervously at a bit of toast. "I've done something with him myself," she said, watching him narrowly. "At first he insisted on having the whole bill of fare for breakfast, but I put my foot down, and now he's satisfied with the continental breakfast. That goes to show he has something in him, if we can only bring it out." "Something in him, indeed, yes, madam," I assented, and Cousin Egbert, turning to me, winked heavily.
"I want him to look like someone," she resumed, "and I think you're the man can make him, if you're firm with him. But you'll have to be firm, because he's full of tricks, and if he starts any rough stuff, just come to me."
"Quite so, madam," I said, but I felt I was blushing with shame at hearing one of my own sex so slanged by a woman. That sort of thing would never do with us. And yet there was something about this woman, something weirdly authoritative. She showed rather well in the morning light, her gray eyes crackling as she talked. She was wearing a most elaborate peignoir, and, of course, she should not have worn the diamonds. It seemed almost too much like the morning hour of a stage favorite, but still one felt that when she talked one would do well to listen. Hereupon Cousin Egbert startled me once more. "Won't you set up and have something with us, Mr. Ruggles?" he asked me. I looked away, affecting not to have heard, and could feel Mrs. Effie scowling at him. He coughed into his cup and sprayed coffee well over himself. His intention had been obvious in the main, though exactly what he had meant by setting up I couldn't fancy, as if I had been a performing poodle. The moment's embarrassment was well covered by Mrs. Effie, who again renewed her instructions, and from an escritoire brought me a sheaf of the pretentiously printed sheets which the French use in place of our bank-notes. "You will spare no expense," she directed, "and don't let me see him again until he looks like someone. Try to have him back here by 5. Some very smart friends of ours are coming for tea." "I won't drink tea at that outlandish hour for anyone,"
said Cousin Egbert rather snappishly. "You will at least refuse it like a man of the world, I hope," she replied icily, and he drooped submissive once more. "You see," she added to me. "Quite so, madam," I said, and resolved to be firm and thorough with Cousin Egbert. In a way, I was put upon my mettle. I swore to make him look like someone. Moreover, I now saw that his half-veiled threats of rebellion to me had been pure swank. I had in turn but to threaten to report him to this woman, and he would be as clay in my hands. I presently had him tucked into a closed taxicab, half-heartedly muttering expostulations and protests, to which I paid not the least heed. During my strolls I had observed, in what would have been Regent Street at home, rather a good-class shop with an English name, and to this I now proceeded with my charge. I am afraid I rather hustled him across the pavement and into the shop, not knowing what tricks he might be up to, and not until he was well to the back did I attempt to explain myself to the shop-walker who had followed us. To him I then gave details of my charge's escape from a burning hotel the previous night, which accounted for his extraordinary garb of the moment, he having been obliged to accept the loan of garments that neither fitted him nor harmonized with one another. I mean to say, I did not care to have the chap suspect we would don tan boots, a frock coat, and bowler hat, except under the most tremendous compulsion. Cousin Egbert stared at me open-mouthed during this recital, but the shop-walker was only too readily convinced, as indeed who would not have been, and called an intelligent assistant to relieve our distress. With his help I swiftly selected an outfit that was not half bad for ready-to-wear garments. There was a black morning coat, snug at the waist, moderately broad at the shoulders, closing with 2 buttons, its skirt sharply cut away from the lower button and reaching to the bend of the knee. The lapels were, of course, soft-rolled, and joined the collar with a triangular notch. It is a coat of immense character when properly worn, and I was delighted to observe in the trying on that Cousin Egbert filled it rather smartly. Moreover, he submitted more meekly than I had hoped. The trousers I selected were of grey cloth, faintly striped, the waistcoat being of the same material as the coat, relieved at the neck opening by an edging of white. With the boots I had rather more trouble, as he refused to wear the patent leathers that I selected, together with the pearl-grey spats, until I grimly requested the telephone assistant to put me through to the hotel, desiring to speak to Mrs. Senator Floud. This brought him around, although muttering, and I had less trouble with shirts, collars, and cravats. I chose a shirt of white piqué, a wing collar with small square-cornered tabs, and a pearl ascot. Then, in a cabinet, I superintended Cousin Egbert's change of raiment. We clashed again in the matter of sock suspenders, which I was astounded to observe he did not possess. He insisted that he had never worn them, garters he called them, and never would if he were shot for it. So I decided to be content with what I had already gained. By dint of urging and threatening, I at length achieved my groundwork, and was more than a little pleased with my effect, as was the shop assistant, after I had tied the pearl ascot and adjusted a quiet tie-pin of my own choosing. "Now I hope you're satisfied," growled my charge, seizing his bowler hat and edging off. "By no means," I said coldly. "The hat, if you please, sir." He gave it up rebelliously, and I had again to threaten him with the telephone before he would submit to a top hat with a moderate bell and broad brim. Surveying this in the glass, however, he became perceptibly reconciled. It was plain that he rather fancied it, though as yet he wore it consciously and would turn his head slowly and painfully, as if his neck were stiffened. Having chosen the proper gloves, I was, I repeat, more than pleased with this severely simple scheme of black, white, and gray. I felt I had been wise to resist any tendency to color, even to the most delicate of pastel tints. My last selection was a smartish Malacca stick, the ideal stick for town wear, which I thrust into the defenseless hands of my client. "And now, sir," I said firmly, "it is but a step to a barber's stop where English is spoken." And ruefully he accompanied me. I dare say that by that time he had discovered that I was not to be trifled with, for during his hour in the barber's chair he did not once rebel openly. Only at times he would roll his eyes to mine in dumb appeal. There was in them something of the utter confiding helplessness I had noticed in the eyes of an old setter at Shane's Wotton, when I had been called upon to assist the under-gardener in chloroforming him. I mean to say, the dog had jolly well known something terrible was being done to him, yet his eyes seemed to say he knew it must be all for the best, and that he trusted us. It was this look I caught as I gave directions about the trimming of the hair, and especially when I directed that something radical should be done to the long grayish mustache that fell to either side of his chin in the form of a horseshoe. I myself was puzzled by this difficulty, but the barber solved it rather neatly, I thought, after a whispered consultation with me. He snipped a bit off each end, and then stoutly waxed the whole affair until the ends stood stiffly out with distinct military implications. I shall never forget, and indeed I was not a little touched, by the look of quivering anguish in the eyes of my client when he first beheld this novel effect. And yet, when we were once more in the street, I could not but admit that the change was worth all that it had cost him in suffering. Strangely, he now looked like someone, especially after I had persuaded him to a carnation for his buttonhole. I cannot say that his carriage was all that it should have been, and he was still conscious of his smart attire, but I nevertheless felt a distinct thrill of pride in my own work, and was eager to reveal him to Mrs. Effie in his new guise. But first he would have luncheon, dinner as he called it, and I was not averse to this, for I had put in a long and trying morning. I went with him to the little restaurant where Americans had made so much trouble about ham and eggs, and there he insisted that I should join him in chops and potatoes and ale. I thought it only proper then to point out to him that there was certain differences in our walks of life, which should be more or less denoted by his manner of addressing me. Among other things, he should not address me as Mr. Ruggles, nor was it customary for a valet to eat at the same table with his master. He seemed much interested in these distinctions, and thereupon addressed me as Colonel, which was, of course, quite absurd. But this I could not make him see. Thereafter I may say that he called me impartially either Colonel or Bill. It was a situation that I had never before been obliged to meet, and I found it trying in the extreme. He was a chap who seemed ready to pal up with anyone, and I could not but recall the strange assertion I had so often heard, that in America one never knows who is one's superior. Fancy that! It would never do with us. I could only determine to be on my guard. Our luncheon done, he consented to accompany me to the hotel of the Honourable George, whence I wished to remove my belongings. I should have preferred to go alone, but I was too fearful of what he might do to himself or his clothes in my absence. We found the Honourable George still in bed, as I had feared. He had, it seemed, been unable to discover his collar studs, which, though I had placed them in a fresh shirt for him, he had carelessly covered with a blanket. Begging Cousin Egbert to be seated in my room, I did a few of the more obvious things required by my late master. "You'd leave me here like a rat in a trap," he said reproachfully, which I thought almost quite a little unjust. I mean to say, it had all been his own doing, he having lost me in the game of drawing poker. So why should he row me about it now? I silently laid out the shirt once more. "You might have told me where I'm to find my brown tweeds and the body linen." Again he was addressing me as if I had voluntarily left him without notice. But I observed that he was still mildly speckled from the night before, so I handed him the fruit lozenges and went to pack my own box. Cousin Egbert I found sitting as I had left him on the edge of a chair, carefully holding his hat, stick, and gloves, and staring into the wall. He had promised me faithfully not to fumble with his cravat, and evidently he had not once stirred. I packed my box swiftly, my grip, as he called it, and we were presently off once more, without another sight of the Honourable George, who was to join us at tea. I could hear him moving about, using rather ultra-frightful language, but I lacked heart for further speech with him at the moment. An hour later, in the flowered drawing-room, I had the supreme satisfaction of displaying to Mrs. Effie the happy changes I had been able to effect in my charge. Posing him, I knocked at the door of her chamber. She came at once and drew a long breath as she surveyed him. From varnished boots, spats, and coat to top hat, which he still wore, he leaned rather well on his stick, the hand to his hip, the elbow out, while the other hand lightly held his gloves. A moment she looked, then gave a low cry of wonder and delight, so that I felt repaid for my trouble. Indeed, as she faced me to thank me, I could see that her eyes were dimmed. "Wonderful!" she exclaimed. "Now he looks like someone." And I distinctly perceived that only just in time did she repress an impulse to grasp me by the hand. Under the circumstances, I am not sure that I wouldn't have overlooked the lapse had she yielded to it. "Wonderful!" she said again. Hereupon Cousin Egbert, much embarrassed, leaned his stick against the wall. The stick fell, and in reaching down for it, his hat fell, and in reaching for that, he dropped his gloves. But I soon restored him to order, and he was safely seated where he might be studied in further detail, especially as to his moustaches, which I had considered rather the supreme touch. "He looks exactly like some well-known clubman," exclaimed Mrs. Effie. Her relative growled, as if he were quite ready to savage her. "Like a man about town," she murmured. "Who would have thought he had it in him until you brought it out?" I knew then that we two should understand each other. The slight tension was here relieved by two of the hotel servants who brought tea things. At a nod from Mrs. Effie, I directed the laying out of these. At that moment came the other Floud, he of the eyebrows, and a cousin cub called Elmer, who, I understood, studied art. I became aware that they were both suddenly engaged and silenced by the sight of Cousin Egbert. I caught their amazed stares, and then, terrifically, they broke into gales of laughter. The cub threw himself on a couch, waving his feet in the air, and holding his middle as if he'd suffered a sudden acute dyspepsia, while the elder threw his head back and shrieked hysterically. Cousin Egbert merely glared at them, and endeavoring to stroke his moustache, succeeded in unwaxing one side of it, so that it once more hung limply down his chin, whereat they renewed their boorishness. The elder Flout was now quite dangerously purple, and the cub on the couch was shrieking, "No matter how dark the clouds, remember she is still your stepmother," or words to some such silly effect as that. How it might have ended, I hardly dare conjecture. Perhaps Cousin Egbert would presently have roughed them. But a knock sounded, and it became my duty to open our door upon other guests, women mostly, Americans in Paris, that sort of thing. I served the tea amid their babble. The Honourable George was shown up a bit later, having done to himself quite all I thought he might in the matter of dress. In spite of serious discrepancies in his attire, however, I saw that Mrs. Effie meant to lionize him tremendously. With vast ceremony he was presented to her guests. The Honourable George Augustus Vane Basingwell, brother of his lordship the Earl of Brinstead. The women fluttered about him rather, though he behaved moodily, and at the first opportunity fell to the tea and cakes quite wholeheartedly. In spite of my aversion to the American wilderness, I felt a bit of professional pride in reflecting that my first day in this new service was about to end so auspiciously. Yet, even in that moment, being as yet unfamiliar with the room's lesser furniture, I stumbled slightly against a hassock hid from me by the tray I carried. A cup of tea was lost. Though my recovery was quick, too late I observed that the hitherto self-effacing Cousin Egbert was in range of my clumsiness. "There goes tea all over my new pants," he said in a high-pained voice. "Sorry indeed, sir," said I, a ready napkin in hand. "Let me dry it, sir." "Yes, sir, I fancy quite so, sir," said he. I most truly would have liked to shake him smartly for this. I saw that my work was cut out for me among these Americans, from whom at their best one expects so little. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 1. As I brisked out of bed the following morning at 6:30, I could not but wonder rather nervously what the day might have in store for me. I was obliged to admit that what I was in for looked a bit thick. As I opened my door, I heard stealthy footsteps down the hall, and looked out in time to observe Cousin Egbert entering his own room. It was not this that startled me. He would have been abroad, I knew, for the ham and eggs that were forbidden him. Yet I stood aghast, for, with the lounge suit of tweeds I had selected the day before, he had worn his top hat. I am aware that these things I relate of him may not be credited. I can only put them down in all sincerity. I hastened to him and removed the thing from his head. I fear it was not with the utmost deference, for I have my human moments. "It's not done, sir," I protested. He saw that I was offended. "All right, sir," he replied meekly. "But how was I to know? I thought it kind of set me off." He referred to it as a stovepipe hat. I knew then that I should find myself overlooking many things in him. He was not a person one could be stern with.
and I even promised that Mrs. Effie should not be told of his offence, he promising in turn never again to stir abroad without first submitting himself to me, and agreeing also to wear sock suspenders from that day forth. I saw, indeed, that diplomacy might work wonders with him. At breakfast in the drawing-room, during which Cousin Egbert earned warm praise for Mrs. Effie for his lack of appetite, he winking violently at me during this, I learned that I should be expected to accompany him to a certain art gallery, which corresponds to our British Museum. I was a bit surprised indeed to learn that he largely spent his days there, and was accustomed to make notes of the various objects of interest.
I insisted, explained Mrs. Effie, that he should absorb all the culture he could on his trip abroad, so I got him a notebook in which he puts down his impressions, and I must say he's done fine. Some of his remarks are so good that when he gets home I may have him read a paper before our Onwards and Upwards Club.
Cousin Egbert wriggled modestly at this and said, "Shucks," which I took to be a term of deprecation.
"You needn't pretend," said Mrs. Effie. "Just let Ruggles here look over some of the notes you have made."
And she handed me a notebook of ruled paper in which there was a deal of writing. I glanced, as bidden, at one or two of the paragraphs, and confess that I, too, was amazed at the fluency and insight displayed along lines in which I should have thought the man entirely uninformed. This choice work represents the first or formative period of the master, began one note, but distinctly foreshadows that later method which made him at once the hope and despair of his contemporaries. In the Portrait of the Artist by Himself, we have a canvas that well repays patient study, since here is displayed in its full flower that ruthless realism, happily attenuated by a superbly subtle delicacy of brushwork. It was really quite amazing, and I perceived for the first time that Cousin Egbert must be a diamond in the rough, as the well-known saying has it. I felt, indeed, that I would be very pleased to accompany him on one of his instructive strolls through this gallery, for I have always been of a studious habit, and anxious to improve myself in the fine arts.
"You see?"
asked Mrs. Effie when I had perused this fragment.
"And yet folks back home would tell you that he's just a—"
Cousin Egbert here coughed alarmingly.
"No matter," she continued. "He'll show them that he's got something in him, mark my words."
"Quite so, madam," I said, "and I shall consider it a privilege to be present when he further prosecutes his art studies."
"You may keep him out till dinner time," she continued. "I'm shopping this morning, and in the afternoon I shall motor to have tea in the Boy with the Senator and Mr. Neville Vane Basingwell."
Presently, then, my charge and I set out for what I hoped was to be a peaceful and instructive day among objects of art, though first I was obliged to escort him to a hatter's and glover's to remedy some minor discrepancies in his attire. He was very pleased when I permitted him to select his own hat. I was safe in this, as the shop was really artists in gentlemen's headwear, and carried only shapes, I observed, that were confined to exclusive firms, so as to ensure their being worn by the right set. As to gloves and a stick, he was again rather pettish and had to be set right with some firmness. He declared he had lost his stick and gloves of the previous day. I discovered later that he had presented them to the lift attendant, but I soon convinced him that he would not be let to appear without these adjuncts to a gentleman's toilette. Then, having once more stood by at the barber's while he was shaved and his moustaches firmly waxed anew, I saw that he was fit at last for his art studies. The barber this day suggested curling the moustaches with a heated iron. But at this my charge fell into so unseemly a rage that I deemed it wise not to insist. He indeed bluntly threatened a nameless violence to the barber if he were so much as touched with the iron, and revealed an altogether shocking gift for profanity, saying loudly, "I'll be dashed if you will." I mean to say, I have written dashed for what he actually said. But at length I had him once more quieted. "Now, sir," I said, when I had got him from the barber's shop, to the barber's manifest relief, "I fancy we've time to do a few objects of art before luncheon. I've the book here for your comments," I added. "Quite so," he replied, and led me at a rapid pace along the street in what I presumed was the direction of the Art Museum. At the end of a few blocks he paused at one of those open-air public houses that disgracefully line the streets of the French capital. I mean to say that chairs and tables are set out upon the pavement in the most brazen manner, and occupied by the populace, who there drink their silly beverages and idle away their time. After scanning the score or so of persons present, even at so early an hour as 10 of the morning, he fell into one of the iron chairs at one of the iron tables, and motioned me to another at his side. When I had seated myself, he said, "Beer," to the waiter who appeared, and held up 2 fingers. "Now, look at here," he resumed to me. "This is a good place to do about 4 pages of art, and then we can go out and have some recreation somewhere." Seeing that I was puzzled, he added, "This way, you take that notebook and write in it out of this here other book, till I think you've done enough. Then I'll tell you to stop." And while I was still bewildered, he drew from an inner pocket a small, well-thumbed volume which I took from him and saw to be entitled 100 Masterpieces of the Louvre. "Open her about the middle," he directed, "and pick out something that begins good, like, 'Here the true art lover will stand entranced.' You got to write it, because I guess you can write faster than what I can. I'll tell her I dictated to you. Get a hustle on now, so's we can get through. Write down about 4 pages of that stuff." Stunned I was, for a moment, at his audacity. Too plainly I saw through his deception. Each day, doubtless, he had come to a low place of this sort, and copied into the notebook from the printed volume. "But, sir," I protested, "why not at least go to the gallery where these art objects are stored? Copy the notes there, if that must be done." "I don't know where the darned place is," he confessed. "I did start for it the first day, but I run into a Punch and Judy show in a little park, and I just couldn't get away from it. It was so comical, with all the French kids hollering their heads off at it. Anyway, what's the use? I'd rather sit here in front of this saloon, where everything is nice." "It's very extraordinary, sir," I said, wondering if I oughtn't to cut off to the hotel and warn Mrs. Effie, so that she might do a heated foot to him, as he had once expressed it. "Well, I guess I've got my rights as well as anybody," he insisted. "I'll be pushed just so far and no farther, not if I never get any more cultured than a jackrabbit. And now you better go on and write, or I'll be dashed if I'll ever wear another thing you tell me to." He had a most bitter and dangerous expression on his face, So I thought best to humor him once more. Accordingly, I set about writing in his notebook from the volume of criticism he had supplied. "Change a word now and then and skip around here and there," he suggested as I wrote, "so's it'll sound more like me." "Quite so, sir," I said, and continued to transcribe from the printed page. I was beginning the 5th page in the notebook, being in the midst of an enthusiastic description of the bit of statuary entitled "The Winged Victory," when I was startled by a wild yell in my ear. Cousin Egbert had leaped to his feet and now danced in the middle of the pavement, waving his stick and hat high in the air and shouting incoherently. At once we attracted the most undesirable attention from the loungers about us, the waiters, and the passers-by in the street, many of whom stopped at once to survey my charge with the liveliest interest. It was then I saw that he had merely wished to attract the attention of someone passing in a cab. Half a block down the boulevard, I saw a man likewise waving excitedly, standing erect in the cab to do so. The cab thereupon turned sharply, came back on the opposite side of the street, crossed over to us, and the occupant alighted. He was an American, as one might have fancied from his behavior, a tall, dark-skinned person, wearing a drooping mustache after the former style of Cousin Egbert, supplemented by an imperial. He wore a loose-fitting suit of black, which had evidently received no proper attention from the day he purchased it. Under a folded collar he wore a narrow cravat tied in a bow knot, and in the bosom of his white shirt there sparkled a diamond, such as might have come from a collection of crown jewels. This much I had time to notice as he neared us. Cousin Egbert had not ceased to shout, nor had he paid the least attention to my tugs at his coat. When the cab's occupant descended to the pavement, they fell upon each other, and did for some moments a wild dance, such as I imagine they might have seen the Red Indians of Western America perform. Most savagely they punched each other, calling out in the meantime, "Well, old horse," and "Who'd ever expected to see you here, darn your old skin?" Their actual phrases, be it remembered. The crowd, I was glad to note, fell rapidly away, many of them shrugging their shoulders in a way the French have, and even the waiters about us quickly lost interest in the pair, as if they were hardened to the sight of Americans greeting one another. The two were still saying, "Well, well," rather breathlessly, but had become a bit more coherent. "Jeff Tuttle, you dashed old longhorn!" exclaimed Cousin Egbert. "Good old sourdough!" exploded the other. "Ain't this just like old home week? I thought maybe you wouldn't know me with all my beadwork and my new war bonnet on," continued Cousin Egbert. "Know you? Why, you knock-kneed old Siwash, I could pick out your hide in a tan yard." "Well, well, well," replied Cousin Egbert. "Well, well, well," said the other, and again they dealt each other smart blows. "Where'd you turn up from?" demanded Cousin Egbert. "Europe," said the other. "We been all over Europe and Italy. Just come from some place over the divide where they talk Dutch. The madam and the 2 girls and me, with the Reverend Timmins and his wife right in line on us. Say, he's an out-and-out devil for cathedrals. It's just one church after another with him. Baptist, Methodist, Presbyterian, Lutheran, takes 'em all in. Never overlooks a bit. He's got Addie and the girls out now.
My gosh, it's solemn work. Me, I ducked out this morning.
How'd you do it?
Told the little woman I had to have a tooth pulled. I was working it up on the train all day yesterday. Say, what you all rigged out like that for, sourdough? And what you done to your face?
Cousin Egbert here turned to me in some embarrassment.
Colonel Ruggles, shake hands with my friend Jeff Tuttle, from the state of Washington. Pleased to meet you, Colonel,
said the other, before I could explain that I had no military title whatever, never having, in fact, served our king, even in the ranks. He shook my hand warmly.
Any friend of sourdough Floud's is all right with me,
he assured me.
What's the matter with having a drink?
I say, listen here, I wouldn't have to be blinded and backed into it, said Cousin Egbert enigmatically, I thought. But as they sat down, I too seated myself. Something within me had sounded a warning. As well as I know it now, I knew then in my inmost soul that I should summon Mrs. Effie before matters went any farther.
Beer is all I know how to say,
suggested Cousin Egbert.
Leave that to me,
said his new friend masterfully.
Where's the boy? Here, boy. Whiskey soda. That's French for highball, he explained. I've had to pick up a lot of their lingo.
Cousin Egbert looked at him admiringly. Good old Jeff, he said simply. He glanced aside to me for a second with downright hostility, then turned back to his friend.
Something tells me, Jeff, that this is going to be the first happy day I've had since I crossed the state line. I've been pestered to death, Jeff, what with Mrs. Effie after me to improve myself so's I can be a social credit to her back in Red Gap, and learn to wear clothes and go without my breakfast and attend art galleries. If you'd stand by me, I'd throw her down good and hard right now, but you know what she is.
I sure do, put in Mr. Tuttle so fervently that I knew he spoke the truth.
That woman can bite through nails. But here's your drink, sourdough. Maybe it will cheer you up.
Extraordinary. I mean to say, biting through nails.
3 rows and cheers,
exclaimed Cousin Egbert with more animation than I had ever known him to display.
Here's looking at you, Colonel,
said his friend to me, whereupon I partook of the drink, not wishing to offend him. Decidedly he was not vogue. His hat was remarkable, being of a black felt with a high crown and a wide flopping brim. Across his waistcoat was a watch-chain of heavy links, with a weighty charm consisting of a sculptured gold horse in full gallop. That sort of thing would never do with us.
"Here, George!"
he immediately called to the waiter, for they had quickly drained their glasses.
"Tell the bartender 3 more. By gosh, that's good, after the way I've been held down."
"Me too," said Cousin Egbert.
"I didn't know how to say it in French. That reverend held me down," continued the Tuttle person. "A glass of native wine," he says, "may perhaps be taken now and then without harm. Well, I says, leave us have ales, wines, liquors, and cigars, I says. But not him. I'd get a thimbleful of elderberry wine or something about every second Friday, except when I'd duck out the side door of a church and find some caffy. Here, George! Fumer, bring us some cigars, and then stay in that spot. I may want you."
"Well, well," said Cousin Egbert again, as if the meeting were still incredible.
"You old stinging lizard," responded the other affectionately. The cigars were brought, and I felt constrained to light one. "The state of Washington needn't ever get nervous over the prospect of losing me," said the Tuttle person, biting off the end of his cigar. I gathered at once that the Americans have actually named one of our colonies Washington, after the rebel George Washington, though one would have thought that the indelicacy of this would have been only too apparent. But then I recalled as well the city where their so-called Parliament assembles, Washington, D.C. Doubtless the initials indicate that it was named in honor of another member of this notorious family. I could not but reflect how shocked our king would be to learn of this effrontery. Cousin Egbert, who had been for some moments moving his lips without sound, here spoke. "I'm going to try it myself," he said. "Here, Charlie, whiskey soda." He made me right off, he continued as the waiter disappeared. "Say, Jeff, I bet I could have learned a lot of this language if I'd had someone like you around." "Well, it took me some time to get the accent," replied the other with a modesty which I could detect was assumed. More acutely than ever was I conscious of a psychic warning to separate these two, and I resolved to act upon it with the utmost diplomacy. The third whiskey and soda was served us. "3 rousing cheers," said Cousin Egbert. "Here's looking at you," said the other, and I drank. When my glass was drained, I arose briskly and said, "I think we should be getting along now, sir, if Mr. Tuttle will be good enough to excuse us." They both stared at me. "Yes, sir, I fancy not, sir," said Cousin Egbert. "Stop your kidding, you fat rascal," said the other. "Old Bill means all right," said Cousin Egbert. "So don't let him irritate you. Bill's our new hired man. He's all right. Just let him talk along." "Can't he talk setting down?" asked the other. "Does he have to stand up every time he talks? Ain't that a good chair?" he demanded of me. "Here, take mine." And to my great embarrassment he arose and offered me his chair in such a manner that I felt moved to accept it. Thereupon he took the chair I had vacated and beamed upon us. "Now that we're all home folks together once more, I would suggest a bit of refreshment. Boy, whiskey soda." "I fancy so, sir," said Cousin Egbert, dreamily contemplating me as the order was served. I was conscious even then that he seemed to be studying my attire with a critical eye, and indeed he remarked, as if to himself, "What a coat!" I was rather shocked by this, for my suit was quite a decent lounge suit that had become too snug for the Honourable George some 2 years before. Yet something warned me to ignore the comment. "3 rousing cheers," he said, as the drink was served. "Here's looking at you," said the Tuttle person. And again I drank with them, against my better judgment, wondering if I might escape long enough to be put through to Mrs. Flout on the telephone. Too plainly the situation was rapidly getting out of hand. And yet I hesitated. The Tuttle person, under an exterior geniality, was rather abrupt, and moreover I now recalled having observed a person much like him in manner and attire in a certain cinema drama of the far wild West. He had been a constable or sheriff in the piece, and had subdued a band of armed border ruffians with only a small pocket pistol. I thought it as well not to cross him. When they had drunk, each one again said, "Well, well." "You old maverick," said Cousin Egbert. You dashed old horned toad, responded his friend. What's the matter with a little snack? Not a thing on earth. My appetite ain't been so powerful craving since Heck was a pup. These were their actual words, though it may not be believed. The Tuttle person now approached his cabman, who had waited beside the curb. "Say, Frank," he began, "alley restaurant." And this he supplemented with a crude but informing pantomime of one eating. Cousin Egbert was already seated in the cab, and I could do nothing but follow. "Alley restaurant," commanded our new friend in a louder tone, and the cabman, with an explosion of understanding, drove rapidly off. "It's a genuine wonder to me how you learned the language so quick," said Cousin Egbert. "It's all in the accent," protested the other. I occupied a narrow seat in the front. Facing me in the back seat, they lolled easily and smoked their cigars. Down the thronged boulevard we proceeded at a rapid pace, and were passing presently before an immense gray edifice, which I recognized as the so-called Louvre from its illustration on the cover of Cousin Egbert's art book. He himself regarded it with interest, though I fancy he did not recognize it, for waving his cigar toward it, he announced to his friend, "The public library." His friend surveyed the building with every sign of approval. "That Carnegie is a hot sport, all right," he declared warmly. "I'll bet that shack set him back some." "3 rousing cheers," said Cousin Egbert, without point that I could detect. We now crossed their Thames over what would have been Westminster Bridge, I fancy, and were presently bowling through a sort of Battersea part of the city. The streets grew quite narrow and the shops smaller, and I found myself wondering, not without alarm, what sort of restaurant our abrupt friend had chosen. "3 rousing cheers," said Cousin Egbert from time to time, with almost childish delight. Debouching from a narrow street again into what the French term a boulevard, we halted before what was indeed a restaurant, for several tables were laid on the pavement before the door, but I saw at once that it was anything but a nice place. "Au rendezvous des cochers fidèles," read the announcement on the flap of the awning, and truly enough it was a low resort frequented by cabbies, the meeting place of faithful coachmen. Along the curb 60 of horses were eating from their bags, while their drivers lounged before the place, eating, drinking, and conversing excitedly in their grotesque jargon. We descended, in spite of the repellent aspect of the place, and our driver went to the front of the line, where he fed his own horse. Cousin Egbert, already at one of the open-air tables, was rapping smartly for a waiter. "What's the matter with having just one little one before grub?" asked the Tuttle person as we joined him. He had a most curious fashion of speech. I mean to say, when he suggested anything whatsoever, he invariably wished to know what might be the matter with it. "Whiskey, soda?" demanded Cousin Egbert of the serving person who now appeared. "And ask your driver to have one." He then urged his friend. The latter hereupon addressed the cabman who had now come up. "Voulez-vous take something?" he demanded, and the cabman appeared to accept. "Voulez-vous your friends take something too?" he demanded further, with a gesture that embraced all the cabmen present, and these too appeared to accept with the utmost cordiality. "You're a wonder, Jeff," said Cousin Egbert. "You talk it like a professor." "It come natural to me," said the fellow. "And it's a good thing, too. If you know a little French, you can go all over Europe without a bit of trouble."
Inside, the place was all activity, for many cabmen were now accepting the proffered hospitality and calling votri santi to their host, who seemed much pleased. Then, to my amazement, Cousin Egbert insisted that our cabman should sit at table with us. I trust I have as little foolish pride as most people, but this did seem like crowding it on a bit thick. In fact, it looked rather dicky. I was glad to remember that we were in what seemed to be the foreign quarter of the town, where it was probable that no one would recognize us. The drink came, though our cabman refused the whiskey and secured a bottle of native wine. 3 rousing cheers, said Cousin Egbert as we drank once more, and added as an afterthought, "What a beautiful world we live in." "Voulez-vous, make 'em bring dinner," said the Tuttle person to the cabman, who thereupon spoke at length in his native tongue to the waiter. By this means we secured a soup that was not half bad, and presently a stew of mutton, which Cousin Egbert declared was some goo. To my astonishment, I ate heartily, even in such raffish surroundings. In fact, I found myself pigging it with the rest of them. With coffee, cigars were brought from the tobacconist next door, each cabman present accepting one. Our own man was plainly feeling a vast pride in his party, and now circulated among his fellows with an account of our merits. "This is what I call life," said the Tuttle person, leaning back in his chair. "I'm coming right back here every day," declared Cousin Egbert happily. "What's the matter with a little drive to see some well-known objects of interest?" inquired his friend. "Not art galleries," insisted Cousin Egbert. "And not churches," said his friend. "Every day's been Sunday with me long enough." "And not clothing stores," said Cousin Egbert firmly. "The colonel here is awful fussy about my clothes," he added. "Is, eh?" inquired his friend. "How do you like this hat of mine?" he asked, turning to me. It was that sudden I nearly fluffed the catch, but recovered myself in time. "I should consider it a hat of sound wearing properties, sir," I said. He took it off, examined it carefully, and replaced it. "So far, so good," he said gravely. "But why be fussy about clothes when God has given you only one life to live?" "Don't argue about religion," warned Cousin Egbert. "I always like to see people well dressed, sir," I said, "because it makes such a difference in their appearance." He slapped his thigh fiercely. "My gosh, that's true. He's got you there, sourdough. I never thought of that. He makes me wear these chest protectors on my ankles," said Cousin Egbert bitterly, extending one foot. "What's the matter of taking a little drive to see some well-known objects of interest?" said his friend. "Not art galleries," said Cousin Egbert firmly. "We said that before. And not churches." "And not gents' furnishing goods." "You said that before." "Well, you said not churches before." "Well, what's the matter with taking a little drive?" "Not art galleries," insisted Cousin Egbert. The thing seemed interminable. I mean to say, they went about the circle as before. It looked to me as if they were having a bit of a spree. "We'll have one last drink," said the Tuttle person. "No," said Cousin Egbert firmly. "Not another drop. Don't you see the condition poor Bill here's in?" To my amazement, he was referring to me.
Candidly, he was attempting to convey the impression that I had taken a drop too much. The other regarded me intently. "Pickled," he said. "Always affects him that way," said Cousin Egbert. "He's got no head for it." "Beg pardon, sir," I said, wishing to explain, but this I was not let to do. "Don't start anything like that here," broke in the Tuttle person. "The police wouldn't stand for it. Just keep quiet, and remember, you're among friends." "Yes, sir, quite so, sir," said I, being somewhat puzzled by these strange words. "I was merely—" "Look out, Jeff," warned Cousin Egbert, interrupting me. "He's a devil when he starts." "Have you got a knife?" demanded the other suddenly. "I fancy so, sir," I answered, and produced from my waistcoat pocket the small metal-handled affair I have long carried. This he quickly seized from me. "You can keep your gun," he remarked, "but you can't be trusted with this in your condition. I ain't afraid of a gun, but I am afraid of a knife. You could have backed me off the board any time with this knife." "Didn't I tell you?" asked Cousin Egbert. "Beg pardon, sir," I began, for this was drawing it quite too thick. But again he interrupted me. "We better get him away from this place right off," he said. "A drive in the fresh air might fix him," suggested Cousin Egbert. "He's as good a scout as you want to know when he's himself." Hereupon, calling our waiting cabman, they both, to my embarrassment, assisted me to the vehicle. "Alley Caffey," directed the Tuttle person, and we were driven off, to the raised hats of the remaining cabmen, through many long, quiet streets. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 2.
"I wouldn't have had this happen for anything," said Cousin Egbert, indicating me. "Lucky I got that knife away from him," said the other. To this I thought it best to remain silent, it being plain that the men were both well along, so to say. The cab now approached an open square, from which issued discordant blasts of music. One glance showed it to be a street fair. I prayed that we might pass it, but my companions hailed it with delight, and at once halted the cabby. "Alley Caffey on the corner," directed the Tuttle person, and once more we were seated at an iron table, with whiskey and soda ordered. Before us was the street fair, in all its silly activity. There were many tinselled booths at which games of chance or marksmanship were played, or at which articles of ornament or household decoration were displayed for sale, and about these were throngs of low-class French, idling away their afternoon in that mad pursuit of pleasure which is so characteristic of this race. In the centre of the place was a carousel, from which came the blare of a steam orchestrion playing the Marseillaise, one of their popular songs. From where I sat I could perceive the circle of gaudily painted beasts that revolved about this musical atrocity. A fashion of horses seemed to predominate, but there was also an ostrich, a bearded Frenchman being astride this bird for the moment, a zebra, a lion, and a gaudily emblazoned giraffe. I shuddered as I thought of the evil possibilities that might be suggested to my two companions by this affair. For the moment I was pleased to note that they had forgotten my supposed indisposition. Yet another equally absurd complication ensued when the drink arrived. "Say, don't your friend ever loosen up?" asked the Tuttle person of Cousin Egbert. "Tighter than Dick's hat band,"
replied the latter. "And then some. He ain't bought once. Say, Bo," he continued to me, as I was striving to divine the drift of these comments, "have I got my fingers crossed or not?" Seeing that he held one hand behind him, I thought to humor him by saying, "I fancy so, sir." "He means yes," said Cousin Egbert. The other held his hand before me with the first two fingers spread wide apart. "You lost," he said. "How's that, Sourdough? We stuck him the first rattle out of the box." "Good work," said Cousin Egbert. "You're stuck for this round," he added to me. "3 rousing cheers." I readily perceived that they meant me to pay the score, which I accordingly did, though I at once suspected the fairness of the game. I mean to say, if my opponent had been a trickster, he could easily have rearranged his fingers to defeat me before displaying them. I do not say it was done in this instance. I am merely pointing out that it left open a way to trickery. I mean to say, one would wish to be assured of his opponent's social standing before playing this game extensively. No sooner had we finished the drink than the Tuttle person said to me, "I'll give you one chance to get even. I'll guess your fingers this time." Accordingly, I put one hand behind me and firmly crossed the fingers, fancying that he would guess them to be uncrossed, instead of which he called out, "Crossed," and I was obliged to show them in that wise, though, as before pointed out, I could easily have defeated him by uncrossing them before revealing my hand. I mean to say, it is not on the face of it a game one would care to play with casual acquaintances, and I questioned even then in my own mind its prevalence in the States. As a matter of fact, I may say that in my later life in the States I could find no trace of it, and now believe it to have been a pure invention on the part of the Tuttle person. I mean to say, I later became convinced that it was, properly speaking, not a game at all. Again, they were hugely delighted at my loss, and rapped smartly on the table for more drink. And now, to my embarrassment, I discovered that I lacked the money to pay for this round, as they would call it. "Beg pardon, sir," said I discreetly to Cousin Egbert, "but if you could let me have a bit of change, a half-crown or so." To my surprise, he regarded me coldly and shook his head emphatically in the negative. "Not me," he said. "I've been had too often. You're a good smooth talker, and you may be all right, but I can't take a chance at my time of life." "What's he want now?" asked the other. "The old story," said Cousin Egbert. "Come off and left his purse on the hat rack, or out in the woodshed someplace." This was the height of absurdity, for I had said nothing of the sort. "I was looking for something like that," said the other. "I never make a mistake in faces. You got a watch there, haven't you?" "Yes, sir," I said, and laid on the table my silver English half-hunter with Albert. They both fell to examining this with interest, and presently the Tuttle person spoke up excitedly. "Well, darn my skin if he ain't got a genuine double gazotz. How did you come by this, my man?" he demanded sharply. "It came from my brother-in-law, sir," I explained, "6 years ago as security for a trifling loan." "He sounds honest enough," said the Tuttle person to Cousin Egbert. "Yes, but maybe it ain't a regular double gazotz," said the latter. "The market is flooded with imitations." "No, sir, I can't be fooled on them boys," insisted the other. "Blindfold me, and I could pick a double gazotz out every time. I'm going to take a chance on it anyway." Whereupon the fellow pocketed my watch, and from his wallet passed me a note of the so-called French money, which I was astounded to observe was for the equivalent of £4, or 100 francs, as the French will have it. I'll advance that much on it, he said, but don't ask for another cent until I've had it thoroughly gone over by a plumber. It may have moths in it." It seemed to me that the chap was quite off his head, for the watch was worth not more than 10 shillings at the most, though what a double gazots might be I could not guess. However, I saw it would be wise to appear to accept the loan, and tendered the note in payment of the score. When I had secured the change, I sought to intimate that we should be leaving. I thought even the street fare would be better for us than this rapid consumption of stimulants. "I bet he'd go without buying," said Cousin Egbert. "No, he wouldn't," said the other. "He knows what's customary in a case like this. He's just a little embarrassed. Wait and see if I ain't right." At which they both sat and stared at me in silence for some moments, until at last I ordered more drink, as I saw this was expected of me. "He wants the cabman to have one with him," said Cousin Egbert, whereat the other not only beckoned our cabby to join us, but called to 2 labourers who were passing, and also induced the waiter who served us to join in the round. "He seems to have a lot of tough friends," said Cousin Egbert, as we all drank, though he well knew I had extended none of these invitations. "Acts like a drunken sailor soon as he gets a little money," said the other. "3 rousing cheers," replied Cousin Egbert, and to my great chagrin he leaped to his feet, seized one of the navvies about the waist, and there, on the public pavement, did a crude dance with him to the strain of the Marseillaise from the steam orchestrion. Not only this, but when the music had ceased, he traded hats with the navvy, securing a most shocking affair in place of the new one, and as they parted he presented the fellow with the gloves and stick I had purchased for him that very morning. As I stared aghast at this faux pas, the navvy, with his new hat at an angle and twirling the stick, proceeded down the street with mincing steps and exaggerated airs of gentility, to the applause of the entire crowd, including Cousin Egbert. "This ain't quite the hat I want," he said as he returned to us, "but the day is young. I have other chances." And with the help of the public-house window as a mirror, he adjusted the unmentionable thing with affectations of great nicety. "He always was a dressy old scoundrel," remarked the Tuttle person. And then, as the music came to us once more, he continued, "Say, Sourdough, let's go over to the rodeo. They got some likely-looking broncs over there." Arm in arm, accordingly, they crossed the street and proceeded to the carousel, first warning the cabby and myself to stay by them, lest harm should come to us. What now ensued was perhaps their most remarkable behavior at the day. At the time I could account for it only by the liquor they had consumed, but later experience in the States convinced me that they were at times consciously spoofing. I mean to say, it was quite too absurd, their seriously believing what they seemed to believe. The carousel being at rest when we approached, they gravely examined each one of the painted wooden effigies, looking into such of the mouths as were open, and cautiously feeling the forelegs of the different mounts, keeping up an elaborate pretense the while that the beasts were real and that they were in danger of being kicked. One absurdly painted horse, they agreed, would be the most difficult to ride. Examining his mouth, they disputed as to his age, and called the cabby to have his opinion of the thing's fetlocks, warning each other to beware of his rearing. The cabby, who was doubtless also intoxicated, made an equal pretense of the beast's realness, and indulged, I gathered, in various criticisms of its legs at great length. "I think he's right," remarked the Tuttle person when the cabby had finished. It's a bad case of splints. The leg would be blistered if I had him."
"I wouldn't give him corral room," said Cousin Egbert. "He's a bad actor. Look at his eye. Whoa there! You would you?" Here he made a pretense that the beast had seized him by the shoulder. "He's a man-eater. What did I tell you? Keep him away."
"I'll take that out of him,"
said the Tuttle person.
"I'll show him who's his master."
"You ain't never going to try to ride him, Jeff. Think of the wife and little ones."
"You know me, Sourdough. No horse never stepped out from under me yet. I'll not only ride him, but I'll put a silver dollar in each stirrup and give you 1,000 for each one I lose, and 1,000 for every time I touch leather."
Cousin Egbert here began to plead tearfully.
"Don't do it, Jeff. Come on around here. There's a big 5-year-old roan around here that will be safe as a church for you. Let that pinto alone. They ought to be arrested for having him here."
But the other seemed obdurate.
"Start her up, Professor, when I give the word,"
he called to the proprietor, and handed him one of the French banknotes.
"Play it all out,"
he directed, as this person gasped with amazement. Cousin Egbert then proceeded to the head of the beast.
"You'll have to blind him," he said.
"Sure," replied the other, and with loud and profane cries to the animal they bound a handkerchief about his eyes.
"I can tell he's going to be a twister," warned Cousin Egbert. "I better ear him."
And to my increased amazement he took one of the beast's leather ears between his teeth and held it tightly. Then, with soothing words to the supposedly dangerous animal, the Tuttle person mounted him.
"Let him go,"
he called to Cousin Egbert, who released the ear from between his teeth.
"Wait," called the latter. "We're all going with you."
Whereupon he insisted that the cabby and I should enter a sort of swan boat directly in the rear. I felt a silly fool, but I saw there was nothing else to be done. Cousin Egbert himself mounted a horse he had called a blue roan, waved his hand to the proprietor, who switched a lever. The Marseillaise blared forth, and the platform began to revolve. As we moved, the Tuttle person whisked the handkerchief from off the eyes of his mount, and with loud, shrill cries began to beat the sides of its head with his soft hat, bobbing about in his saddle, moreover, as if the beast were most unruly and like to dismount him. Cousin Egbert joined in the yelling, I am sorry to say, and lashed his beast as if he would overtake his companion. The cabman also became excited and shouted his utmost, apparently in the way of encouragement. Strange to say, I presume on account of the motion, I felt the thing was becoming infectious, and was absurdly moved to join in the shouts, restraining myself with difficulty. I could distinctly imagine we were in the hunting field and riding the tails off the hounds, as one might say. In view of what was later most unjustly alleged of me, I think it as well to record now that, though I had partaken freely of the stimulants since our meeting with the Tuttle person, I was not intoxicated. Nor until this moment had I felt even the slightest elation. Now, however, I did begin to feel conscious of a mild exhilaration, and to be aware that I was viewing the behavior of my companions with a sort of superior but amused tolerance. I can account for this only by supposing that the swift revolutions of the carousel had in some occult manner intensified or consummated, as one might say, the effect of my previous potations. I mean to say, the continued swirling about gave me a frothy feeling,
that was not unpleasant. As the contrivance came to rest, Cousin Egbert ran to the Tuttle person, who had dismounted, and warmly shook his hand, as did the cabby. "I certainly thought he had you there once, Jeff," said Cousin Egbert. "Of all the twisters I ever saw, that outlaw is the worst." "Wanted to roll me," said the other, "but I learned him something." It may not be credited, but at this moment I found myself examining the beast and saying, "He's crocked himself up, sir. He's gone tender at the heel." I knew perfectly, it must be understood, that this was silly, and yet I further added, "I fancy he's picked up a stone." I mean to say, it was the most utter rot, pretending seriously that way. "You come away," said Cousin Egbert. "Next thing you'll be thinking you can ride him yourself." I did in truth experience an earnest craving for more of the revolutions, and said as much, adding that I rode at 12 stone. "Let him break his neck if he wants to," urged the Tuttle person. "It wouldn't be right," replied Cousin Egbert. "Not in his condition. Let's see if we can't find something gentle for him. Not the roan. I found she ain't bridle-wise. How about that pheasant?" "It's an ostrich, sir," I corrected him, as indeed it most distinctly was, though at my words they both indulged in loud laughter, affecting to consider that I had misnamed the creature. "Ostrich!" they shouted. "Poor old Bill! He thinks it's an ostrich." "Quite so, sir," I said, pleasantly but firmly, determining not to be hoaxed again. "Don't drivel that way," said the Tuttle person. "Leave it to the driver, Jeff. Maybe he'll believe him," said Cousin Egbert almost sadly, whereupon the other addressed the cabby. "Hey, Frank," he began, and continued with some French words, among which I caught "Voulez-vous, alley caffy, fumer," and something that sounded much like "Kafoozlium," at which the cabby spoke at some length in his native language concerning the ostrich. When he had done, the Tuttle person turned to me with a superior frown. "Now I guess you're satisfied," he remarked. "You heard what Frank said. It's an Arabian muffin bird." Of course, I was perfectly certain that the chap had said nothing of the sort, but I resolved to enter into the spirit of the thing, so I merely said, "Yes, sir, my error. It was only at first glance that it seemed to be an ostrich." "Come along," said Cousin Egbert. "I won't let him ride anything he can't guess the name of. It wouldn't be right to his folks." "Well, what's that, then?" demanded the other, pointing full at the giraffe. "It's a bally ant-eater, sir," I replied, divining that I should be wise not to seem too obvious in naming the beast. "Well, well, so it is," exclaimed the Tuttle person delightedly. "He's got the eye with him this time," said Cousin Egbert admiringly. "He's sure a wonder," said the other. "That thing had me fooled. I thought at first it was a Russian mouse hound." "Well, let him ride it then," said Cousin Egbert, and I was practically lifted into the saddle by the pair of them. "One moment," said Cousin Egbert. "Can't you see the poor thing has a sore throat? Wait till I fix him." And forthwith he removed his spats, and in another moment had buckled them securely high about the throat of the giraffe. It will be seen that I was not myself when I say that this performance did not shock me as it should have done, though I was, of course, less entertained by it than were the remainder of our party and a circle of the French lower classes that had formed about us. "Give him his head. Let's see what time you can make," shouted Cousin Egbert as the affair began once more to revolve. I saw that both my companions held opened watches in their hands. It here becomes difficult for me to be lucid about the succeeding events of the day. I was conscious of a mounting exhilaration as my beast swept me around the circle, and of a marked impatience with many of the proprieties of behavior that ordinarily with me matter enormously. I swung my cap and joyously urged my strange steed to a faster pace, being conscious of loud applause each time I passed my companions. For certain lapses of memory thereafter I must wholly blame this insidious motion. For example, though I believed myself to be still mounted and whirling, indeed I was strongly aware of the motion, I found myself seated again at the corner public-house and rapping smartly for drink, which I paid for. I was feeling remarkably fit, and suffered only a mild wonder that I should have left the carousel without observing it. Having drained my glass, I then remember asking Cousin Egbert if he would consent to change hats with the cabby, which he willingly did. It was a top hat of some strange, hard material, brightly glazed. Although many unjust things were said of me later, this is the sole incident of the day which causes me to admit that I might have taken a glass too much, especially as I undoubtedly praised Cousin Egbert's appearance when the exchange had been made, and was heard to wish that we might all have hats so smart. It was directly after this that young Mr. Elmer, the art student, invited us to his studio, though I had not before remarked his presence, and cannot recall now where we met him. The occurrence in the studio, however, was entirely natural. I wished to please my friends, and made no demur whatever when asked to don the things. A trouserish affair of sheep's wool, which they called chaps, a flannel shirt of blue. They knotted a scarlet handkerchief around my neck, and a wide-brimmed white hat with 4 indentations in the crown, such as one may see worn in the cinema dramas by cow persons and other western coast desperadoes. When they had strapped around my waist a large pistol in a leather jacket, I considered the effect picturesque in the extreme, and my friends were loud in their approval of it. I repeat, it was an occasion when it would have been boorish in me to refuse to meet them halfway. I even told them an excellent wheeze I had long known, which I thought they might not have heard. It runs, "Why is Charing Cross? Because the Strand runs into it." I mean to say, this is comic, providing one enters wholly into the spirit of it, as there is required a certain nimbleness of mind to get the point, as one might say. In the present instance, some needed element was lacking, for they actually drew aloof from me and conversed in low tones among themselves, pointedly ignoring me. I repeated the thing to make sure they should see it, whereat I heard Cousin Egbert say, "Better not irritate him. He'll get mad if we don't laugh." After which they burst into laughter so extravagant that I knew it to be feigned. Hereupon, feeling quite drowsy, I resolved to have 40 winks, and with due apologies reclined upon the couch, where I drifted into a refreshing slumber. Later I inferred that I must have slept for some hours. I was awakened by a light flashed in my eyes, and beheld Cousin Egbert and the Tuttle person, the latter wishing to know how late I expected to keep them up. I was on my feet at once, with apologies, but they instantly hustled me to the door, down a flight of steps, through a courtyard, and into the waiting cab. It was then I noticed that I was wearing the curious hat of the American Far West, but when I would have gone back to leave it and secure my own, they protested vehemently, wishing to know if I had not given them trouble enough that day. In the cab I was still somewhat drowsy, but gathered that my companions had left me to dine and attend a public dance-hall with the cubbish art student. They had not seemed to need sleep, and were still wakeful, for they sang from time to time, and Cousin Egbert lifted the cabby's hat, which he still wore, bowing to imaginary throngs along the street, who were supposed to be applauding him. I at once became conscience-stricken at the thought of Mrs. Effie's feelings when she should discover him to be in this state, and was on the point of suggesting that he seek another apartment for the night, when the cab pulled up in front of our own hotel. Though I protest that I was now entirely recovered from any effect that the alcohol might have had upon me, it was not until this moment that I most horribly discovered myself to be in the full cow-person's regalia. I had never intended to wear the things beyond the door, and could not have been hired to do so. What was my amazement then to find my companions laboriously lifting me from the cab in this impossible tenue. I objected vehemently, but little good it did me. "Get a policeman if he starts any of that rough stuff," said the Tuttle person, and in sheer horror of a scandal I subsided, while one on either side they hustled me through the hotel lounge, happily vacant of everyone but a tariff manager, and into the lift. And now I perceived that they were once more pretending to themselves that I was in a bad way from drink, though I could not at once suspect the full iniquity of their design. As we reached our own floor, one of them still seeming to support me on either side, they began loud and excited admonitions to me to be still, to come along as quickly as possible, to stop singing, and not to shoot. I mean to say, I was entirely quiet. I was coming along as quickly as they would let me. I had not sung, and did not wish to shoot, yet they persisted in making this loud ado over my supposed intoxication, aimlessly as I thought, until the door of the Floud drawing-room opened and Mrs. Effie appeared in the hallway. At this they redoubled their absurd violence with me, and by dint of tripping me they actually made it appear that I was scarce able to walk, nor do I imagine that the costume I wore was any testimonial to my sobriety. "Now we got him safe," panted Cousin Egbert, pushing open the door of my room. "Get his gun first," warned the Tuttle person, and this being taken from me, I was unceremoniously shoved inside. "What does all this mean?" demanded Mrs. Effie, coming rapidly down the hall. "Where have you been till this time of night? I bet it's your fault, Jeff Tuttle. You've been getting him going." They were both voluble with denials of this, and though I could scarce believe my ears, they proceeded to tell a story that laid the blame entirely on me. "No, ma'am, Miss Effie," began the Tuttle person. "It ain't that way at all. You wrong me if ever a man was wronged." "You just seen what state he was in, didn't you?" asked Cousin Egbert in tones of deep injury. "Do you want to take another look at him?" And he made as if to push the door farther open upon me. "Don't do it. Don't get him started again," warned the Tuttle person. "I've had trouble enough with that man today." "I seen it coming this morning," said Cousin Egbert. "When we was at the art gallery, he had a kind of wild look in his eyes, and I says right then, 'There's a man ought to be watched.' And, well, one thing led to another. Just look at this hat he made me wear. Nothing would satisfy him but I should trade hats with some cab driver." "I was coming along from looking at 2 or 3 good churches," broke in the Tuttle person. when I seen Sourdough here having a kind of mix-up with this man because of him insisting he must ride a kangaroo or something on a merry-go-round, and wanted Sourdough to ride an ostrich with him. And then, when we got him quieted down a little, nothing would do him but he's got to be a cowboy. You seen his clothes, didn't you? And of course I wanted to get back to Addie and the girls, but I seen Sourdough here was in trouble, so I stayed right by him, and between us we got the maniac here. He's one of them should never touch liquor, said Cousin Egbert. It makes a demon of him. I got his knife away from him early in the game, said the other. I don't suppose I got to wear this cabman's hat just because he told me to, have I? Demanded Cousin Egbert. And here, I'd been looking forward to a quiet day, seeing some well-known objects of interest, came from the other. After I got my tooth pulled, that is. And me with a tooth, too, that nearly drove me out of my mind, said Cousin Egbert suddenly. I could not see Mrs. Effie, but she had evidently listened to this outrageous tale with more or less belief, though not wholly credulous. You men have both been drinking yourselves, she said shrewdly. We had to take a little. He made us, declared the Tuttle person brazenly. He got so he insisted on our taking something every time he did, added Cousin Egbert. And anyway, I didn't care so much, with this tooth of mine aching like it does. You come right out with me, and around to that dentist I went to this morning, said the Tuttle person. You'll suffer all night if you don't. Maybe I'd better, said Cousin Egbert, though I hate to leave this comfortable hotel and go out into the night air again. I have the right of this in the morning, said Mrs. Effie. Don't think it's going to stop here. At this, my door was pulled to and the key turned in the lock. Frankly, I am aware that what I have put down above is incredible, yet not a single detail have I distorted. With a quite devilish ingenuity, they had fastened upon some true bits. I had suggested the change of hats with the cabby. I had wished to ride the giraffe, and the Tuttle person had secured my knife. But how monstrously untrue of me was the impression conveyed by these isolated facts. I could believe now quite all the tales I had ever heard of the queerness of Americans. Queerness, indeed. I went to bed resolving to let the morrow take care of itself. Again I was awakened by a light flashing in my eyes, and became aware that Cousin Egbert stood in the middle of the room. He was reading from his notebook of art criticisms, with something of an oratorical effect. Through the half-drawn curtains I could see that dawn was breaking. Cousin Egbert was no longer wearing the cabby's hat. It was now the flat cap of the Paris constable or policeman.
End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 4 of Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The sight was a fair crumpler after the outrageous slander that had been put upon me by this elderly inebriate and his accomplice. I sat up at once, prepared to bully him down a bit. Although I was not sure that I engaged his attention, I told him that his reading could be very well done without, and that he might take himself off. At this he became silent and regarded me solemnly. Why did Charing cross the Strand? Because 3 rousing cheers, said he. Of course he had the wheeze all wrong, and I saw that he should be in bed. So, with gentle words, I lured him to his own chamber, Here, with a quite unexpected perversity, he accused me of having kept him up the night long, and begged now to be allowed to retire. This he did, with muttered complaints of my behavior, and was almost instantly asleep. I concealed the constable's cap in one of his boxes, for I feared that he had not come by this honestly. I then returned to my own room, where for a long time I meditated profoundly upon the situation that now confronted me. It seemed probable that I should be shopped by Mrs. Effie for what she had been led to believe was my rowdyish behavior. However dastardly the injustice to me, it was a solution of the problem that I saw I could bring myself to meet with considerable philosophy. It meant a return to the quiet service of the Honourable George, and that I need no longer face the distressing vicissitudes of life in the back blocks of unexplored America. I would not be obliged to muddle along in the blind fashion of the last 2 days, feeling a frightful fool. Mrs. Effie would surely not keep me on, and that was all about it. I had merely to make no defense of myself, and even if I chose to make one, I was not certain that she would believe me. So cunning had been the accusations against me, with that tiny thread of fact which I make no doubt has so often enabled historians to give a false coloring to their recitals, without stating downright untruths. Indeed, my shameless appearance in the garb of a cow person would alone have cast doubt upon the truth as I knew it to be. Then suddenly I suffered an illumination. I perceived all at once that to make any sort of defense of myself would not be cricket. I mean to say, I saw the proceedings of the previous day in a new light. It is well known that I do not hold with the abuse of alcoholic stimulants. And yet, on the day before, in moments that I now confess to have been slightly elevated, I had been conscious of a certain feeling of fellowship with my 2 companions. That was rather wonderful, though obviously they were not university men. They seemed to belong to what, in America, would be called the landed gentry. And yet I had felt myself on terms of undoubted equality with them. It may be believed or not, but there had been brief spaces when I forgot that I was a gentleman's man. Astoundingly, I had experienced the confident ease of a gentleman among his equals. I was obliged to admit now that this might have been a mere delusion of the cup, and yet I wondered, too, if perchance I might not have caught something of that American spirit of equality which is said to be peculiar to republics. Needless to say, I had never believed in the existence of this spirit, but had considered it rather a ghastly jest. Having been a reader of our own periodical press since earliest youth, I mean to say, there could hardly be a stable society in which one had no superiors, because in that case one would not know who were one's inferiors. Nevertheless, I repeat that I had felt a most novel enlargement of myself, had, in fact, felt that I was a gentleman among gentlemen, using the word in its strictly technical sense. And so vividly did this conviction remain with me that I now saw any defense of my course to be out of the question. I perceived that my companions had meant to have me on toast from the first. I mean to say that they had started a rag with me, a bit of chaff, and I now found myself rather preposterously enjoying the manner in which they had chivied me. I mean to say, I felt myself taking it as one gentleman would take a rag from other gentlemen, not as a bit of a sneak who would tell the truth to save his face. A couple of chaffing old beggars they were, but they had found me a topping dead sportsman of their own sort. Be it remembered, I was still uncertain whether I had caught something of that alleged American spirit, or whether the drink had made me feel equal, at least, to Americans. Whatever it might be, it was rather great, and I was prepared to face Mrs. Effie without a tremor, to face her, of course, as one overtaken by a weakness for spirits. When the bell at last rang, I donned my service coat, and assuming a look of profound remorse, I went to the drawing-room to serve the morning coffee. As I suspected, only Mrs. Effie was present. I believe it has been before remarked that she is a person of commanding presence, with a manner of marked determination. She favored me with a brief but chilling glance, and for some moments thereafter affected quite to ignore me. Obviously, she had been completely greened the night before, and was treating me with a proper contempt. I saw that it was no use grousing at fate, and that it was better for me not to go into the American wilderness, since a rolling stone gathers no moss. I was prepared to accept instant dismissal without a character. She began upon me, however, after her first cup of coffee, more mildly than I had expected. "Ruggles, I'm horribly disappointed in you." "Not more so than I myself, madam," I replied. "I am more disappointed," she continued, "because I felt that Cousin Egbert had something in him." Something in him, yes, madam," I murmured sympathetically. "And that you were the man to bring it out. I was quite hopeful after you got him into those new clothes. I don't believe anyone else could have done it. And now it turns out that you have this weakness for drink. Not only that, but you have a mania for insisting that other men drink with you. Think of those two poor fellows trailing you over Paris yesterday, trying to save you from yourself." "I shall never forget it, madam," I said. "Of course, I don't believe that Jeff Tuttle always has to have it forced on him. Jeff Tuttle is an Indian, but Cousin Egbert is different. You tore him away from that art gallery where he was improving his mind, and led him into places that must have been disgusting to him. All he wanted was to study the world's masterpieces in canvas and marble, yet you put a cabman's hat on him and made him ride an antelope, or whatever the thing was. I can't think where you got such ideas." "I was not myself. I can only say that I seemed to be subject to an attack, and the Tuttle person was one of their Indians. This explained so much about him." "You don't look like a periodical souse," she remarked. "Quite so, madam." "But you must be a wonder when you do start. The point is, am I doing right to entrust Cousin Egbert to you again?" "Quite so, madam." "It seems doubtful if you are the person to develop his higher nature." Against my better judgment, I here felt obliged to protest that I had always been given the highest character for quietness and general behavior, and that I could safely promise that I should be guilty of no further lapses of this kind. Frankly, I was wishing to be shopped, and yet I could not resist making this mild defense of myself. Such I have found to be the way of human nature. To my surprise, I found that Mrs. Effie was more than half persuaded by these words, and was on the point of giving me another trial. I cannot say that I was delighted at this. I was ready to give up all Americans as problems one too many for me, and yet I was strangely a little warmed at thinking I might not have seen the last of Cousin Egbert, whom I had just given a tuck-up. "You shall have your chance," she said at last. "And just to show you that I'm not narrow, you can go over to the sideboard there and pour yourself out a little one. It ought to be a life-saver to you, feeling the way you must this morning." "Thank you, madam." And I did as she suggested. I was feeling especially fit, but I knew that I ought to play in character, as one might say. "3 rousing cheers," I said, having gathered the previous day that this was a popular American toast. She stared at me rather oddly, but made no comment other than to announce her departure on a shopping tour. Her bonnet, I noted, was quite wrong. Too extremely modish it was, accenting its own lines at the expense of a face to which less attention should have been called. This is a mistake common to the sex, however. They little dream how sadly they mock and betray their own faces. Nothing, I think, is more pathetic than their trustful unconsciousness of the tragedy. The rather plainish face under the contemptuous structure that points to it and shrieks derision. The rather plain woman who knows what to put upon her head is a woman of genius. I have seen 3, perhaps. I now went to the room of Cousin Egbert. I found him awake and cheerful, but disinclined to arise. It was hard for me to realize that his simple, kindly face could mask the guile he had displayed the night before. He showed no sign of regret for the false light in which he had placed me. Indeed, he was sitting up in bed as cheerful and independent as if he had paid 2d for a park chair. "I fancy," he began, "that we ought to spend a peaceful day indoors. The trouble with these foreign parts is that they don't have enough home life. If it isn't one thing, it's another." "Sometimes it's both, sir," I said, and he saw at once that I was not to be wheedled. Thereupon he grinned brazenly at me and demanded, "What did she say?" "Well, sir," I said, "she was highly indignant at me for taking you and Mr. Tuttle into public houses and forcing you to drink liquor. But she was good enough, after I had expressed my great regret and promised to do better in the future, to promise that I should have another chance. It was more than I could have hoped, sir, after the outrageous manner in which I behaved." He grinned again at this, and in spite of my resentment, I found myself grinning with him. I am aware that this was a most undignified submission to the injustice he had put upon me, and it was far from the line of stern rebuke that I had fully meant to adopt with him. But there seemed no other way. I mean to say, I couldn't help it. "I'm glad to hear you talk that way," he said. "It shows you may have something in you after all. What you want to do is to learn to say no. Then you won't be so much trouble to those who have to look after you." "Yes, sir," I said. "I shall try, sir." "Then I'll give you another chance," he said sternly. I mean to say, it was all spoofing, the way we talked. I am certain he knew it as well as I did, and I'm sure we both enjoyed it. I am not one of those who think it shows a lack of dignity to unbend in this manner on occasion. True, it is not with everyone I could afford to do so, but Cousin Egbert seemed to be an exception to almost every rule of conduct. At his earnest request, I now procured for him another carafe of iced water. He seemed already to have consumed 2 of these, after which he suggested that I read to him. The book he had was the well-known story Robinson Crusoe, and I began a chapter which described some of the hero's adventures on his lonely island. Cousin Egbert, I was glad to note, was soon sleeping soundly, so I left him and returned to my own room for a bit of needed rest. The story of Robinson Crusoe is one in which many interesting facts are conveyed regarding life upon remote islands, where there are practically no modern conveniences, and one is put to all sorts of crude makeshifts. But for me, the narrative contains too little dialogue. For the remainder of the day I was left to myself, a period of peace that I found most welcome. Not until evening did I meet any of the family except Cousin Egbert, who partook of some light nourishment late in the afternoon. Then it was that Mrs. Effie summoned me when she had dressed for dinner, to say, "We are sailing for home the day after tomorrow. See that Cousin Egbert has everything he needs." The following day was a busy one, for there were many boxes to be packed against the morrow's sailing, and much shopping to do for Cousin Egbert, although he was much against this. "It's all nonsense," he insisted. "Her saying all that truck helps to finish me. Look at me. I've been in Europe darn near 4 months, and I can't see that I'm a lick more finished than when I left Red Gap. Of course, it may show on me so other people can see it, but I don't believe it does, at that." Nevertheless, I bought him no end of suits and smart haberdashery. When the last box had been strapped, I hastened to our old lodgings on the chance of seeing the Honourable George once more. I found him dejectedly studying an ancient copy of the Referee. Too evidently he had dined that night in a costume which would, I am sure, have offended even Cousin Egbert. Above his dress trousers he wore a golfing waistcoat and a shooting jacket. However, I could not allow myself to be distressed by this. Indeed, I knew that worse would come. I forbore to comment upon the extraordinary choice of garments he had made. I knew it was quite useless. From any word that he let fall during our chat, he might have supposed himself to be dressed as an English gentleman should be. He bade me seat myself, and for some time we smoked our pipes in a friendly silence. I had feared that, as on the last occasion, he would row me for having deserted him, but he no longer seemed to harbor this unjust thought. We spoke of America, and I suggested that he might some time come out to shoot big game along the Ohio or the Mississippi. He replied moodily, after a long interval, that if he ever did come out, it would be to set up a cattle plantation. It was rather agreed that he would come should I send for him. "Can't sit around forever waiting for old Neville's toast crumbs," said he. We chatted for a time of home politics, which was of course in a wretched state. There was a time when we might both have been won to a sane and reasoned liberalism, but the present so-called government was coming it a bit too thick for us. We said some sharp things about the little Welsh attorney who was beginning to be England's humiliation. Then it was time for me to go. The moment was rather awkward, for the Honourable George, to my great embarrassment, pressed upon me his dispatch case, one that we had carried during all our travels, and into which tidily fitted a quart flask. Brandy we usually carried in it. I managed to accept it with a word of thanks, and then, amazingly, he shook hands twice with me as we said good night. I had never dreamed he could be so greatly affected. Indeed, I had always supposed that there was nothing of the sentimentalist about him. So, the Honourable George and I were definitely apart for the first time in our lives. It was with mingled emotions that I set sail next day for the foreign land to which I had been exiled by a turn of the cards. Not only was I off to a wilderness where a life of daily adventure was the normal life, but I was to mingle with foreigners who promised to be quite almost impossibly queer, if the family of Floods could be taken as a sample of the native American, knowing Indians like the Tuttle person, that sort of thing. If some would be less queer, others would be even more queer, with queerness of a sort to tax even my savoir-faire, something which had been sorely taxed, I need hardly say, since that fatal evening when the Honourable George's intuitions had played him false in the game of drawing poker. I was not the first of my countrymen, however, to find himself in desperate straits, and I resolved to behave as England expects us to. I have said that I was viewing the prospect with mingled emotions. Before we had been out many hours, they became so mingled that, having crossed the Channel many times, I could no longer pretend to ignore their true nature. For 3 days I was at the mercy of the elements, and it was then I discovered a certain hardness in the nature of Cousin Egbert, which I had not before suspected. It was only by speaking in the sharpest manner to him that I was able to secure the nursing my condition demanded. I made no doubt he would actually have left me to the care of a steward, had I not been firm with him. I have known him leave my bedside for an hour at a time, when it seemed probable that I would pass away at any moment, and more than once, when I summoned him in the night to administer one of the remedies with which I had provided myself, or perhaps to question him if the ship were out of danger, he exhibited something very like irritation. Indeed, he was never properly impressed by my suffering, and at times when he would answer my call, it was plain to be seen that he had been passing idle moments in the smoke-room or elsewhere, quite as if the situation were an ordinary one. It is only fair to say, however, that toward the end of my long and interesting illness, I had quite broken his spirit and brought him to be as attentive as even I could wish. By the time I was able, with his assistance, to go upon deck again, he was bringing me nutritive wines and jellies without being told, and so attentive did he remain that I overheard a fellow passenger address him as Florence Nightingale. I also overheard the senator tell him that I had got his sheep, whatever that may have meant, a sheep or a goat, some domestic animal. Yet, with all his willingness, he was clumsy in his handling of me. He seemed to take nothing with any proper seriousness, and in spite of my sharpest warning, he would never wear the proper clothes, so that I always felt he was attracting undue attention to us. Indeed, I should hardly care to cross with him again, and this I told him straight. Of the so-called joys of ship life, concerning which the boat companies speak so enthusiastically in their folders, the less said the better. It is a childish mind, I think, that can be impressed by the mere wobbly bulk of water. It is undoubtedly tremendous, but nothing to kick up such a row about. The truth is that the prospect from a ship's deck lacks that variety which one may enjoy from almost any English hillside. One sees merely water, and that's all about it. It will be understood, therefore, that I hailed our approach to the shores of foreign America with relief, if not with enthusiasm. Even this was better than an ocean which has only sighs in its favor, and has been quite too foolishly overrated. We were soon steaming into the harbor of one of their large cities. Chicago, I had fancied it to be, until the chance remark of an American, who looked to be a well-informed fellow, identified it as New York. I was much annoyed now at the behavior of Cousin Egbert, who burst into silly cheers at the slightest excuse, a passing steamer, a green hill, or a rusty statue of quite ungainly height, which seemed to be made of crude iron. Do as I would, I could not restrain him from these unseemly shouts. I could not help contrasting his boisterousness with the fine reserve which, for example, the Honourable George would have maintained under these circumstances. A further relief it was, therefore, when we were on the dock, and his mind was diverted to other matters. A long time we were detained by custom officials, who seemed rather overwhelmed by the gowns and millinery of Mrs. Effie, but we were at last free, and taken through the streets of the crude new American city of New York to a hotel overlooking what I dare say in their simplicity they call their Hyde Park. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. I must admit that at this inn they did things quite nicely, doubtless because it seemed to be almost entirely staffed by foreigners. One would scarcely have known within its walls that one had come out to North America, nor that savage wilderness surrounded one on every hand. Indeed, I was surprised to learn that we were quite at the edge of the rough western frontier, for in but one night's journey we were to reach the American mountains to visit some people who inhabited a camp in their dense wilds. A bit of romantic thrill I felt in this adventure, for we should encounter, I inferred, people of the hardy pioneer stock that has pushed the American civilization, such as it is, ever westward. I pictured the stalwart woodsman, axe in hand, braving the forest to fell trees for his rustic home, while at night the red savages prowled about to scalp any who might stray from the blazing campfire. On the day of our landing, I had read something of this, of depredations committed by their Indians at Arizona. From what would, I take it, be their Victoria station, we three began our journey in one of the Pullman night coaches, the senator of this family having proceeded to their home settlement of Red Gap with word that he must look after his fences, referring doubtless to those about his cattle plantation. As our train moved out, Mrs. Effie summoned me for a serious talk concerning the significance of our present visit, not of the wilderness dangers to which we might be exposed, but of its social aspects, which seemed to be of prime importance. We were to visit, I learned, one Charles Belknap Jackson of Boston and Red Gap, he being a person who mattered enormously, coming from one of the very oldest families of Boston, a port on their east coast, and a place, I gathered, in which some decent attention is given to the matter of who has been one's family. A bit of a shock it was to learn that in this rough land they had their castes and precedences. I saw I had been right to suspect that even a crude society could not exist without its rules for separating one's superiors from the lower sorts. I began to feel at once more at home, and I attended the discourse of Mrs. Effie with close attention. The Boston person, in one of those irresponsibly romantic moments that sometimes trap the best of us, had married far beneath him, espousing the simple daughter of one of the crude, old settling families of Red Gap. Further, so inattentive to details had he been, he had neglected to secure an ante-nuptial settlement, as our own men so wisely make it their rule to do, and was now suffering a painful embarrassment from this folly. For the mother-in-law, controlling the rather sizable family fortune, had harshly insisted that the pair reside in Red Gap, permitting no more than an occasional summer visit to his native Boston, whose inhabitants she affected not to admire. "Of course the poor fellow suffers frightfully," explained Mrs. Effie, "shut off there, away from all he'd been brought up to. But good has come of it, for his presence has simply done wonders for us. Before he came, our social life was too awful for words. Oh, a mixture. Practically everyone in town attended our dances. No one had ever told us any better. The bohemian set mingled freely with the very oldest families. Oh, in a way that would never be tolerated in London society, I'm sure. And everything so crude. Why, I can remember when no one thought of putting doilies under the finger bowls. No tone to it at all.
For years we had no country club, if you can believe that. And even now, in spite of the efforts of Charles and a few of us, there are still some of the older families that are simply sloppy in their entertaining and promiscuous. The trouble I've had with the senator and Cousin Egbert."
"The Flouds are an old family?" I suggested, wishing to understand these matters deeply.
"The Flouds," she answered impressively, "were living in Red Gap before the spur track was ever run out to the canning factory, and I guess you know what that means."
"Quite so, madam," I suggested. And indeed, though it puzzled me a bit, it sounded rather tremendous, as meaning with us something like, "since the Battle of Hastings."
"But, as I say, Charles at once gave us a glimpse of the better things. Thanks to him, the Bohemian set and the North Side set are now fairly distinct. The scraps we've had with that Bohemian set. He has a real genius for leadership, Charles has. But I know he often finds it so discouraging getting people to know their places. Even his own mother-in-law, Mrs. Lysander John Pettingill. But you'll see tomorrow how impossible she is. Poor old soul. I shouldn't talk about her. I really shouldn't. Awfully good heart the poor old dear has. But, well, I don't see why I shouldn't tell you the exact truth in plain words. You'd find it out soon enough. She is simply a confirmed mixer. The trial she's been and is to poor Charles. Almost no respect for any of the higher things he stands for. And temper? Well, I've heard her swear at him till you'd have thought it was Jeff Tuttle packing a green cayuse for the first time. Words? Talk about words. And Cousin Egbert always standing in with her. He's been another awful trial, refusing to play tennis at the country club, or to take up golf, or do any of those smart things, though I got him a beautiful lot of sticks. But no, when he isn't out in the hills, he'd rather sit down in that back room at the Silver Dollar Saloon, playing cribbage all day with a lot of drunken loafers. But I'm so hoping that will be changed, now that I've made him see there are better things in life. Don't you really think he's another man?"
"To an extent, madam, I dare say," I replied cautiously.
"It's chiefly what I got you for," she went on. "And then, in a general way, you will give tone to our establishment. The moment I saw you, I knew you could be an influence for good among us. No one there has ever had anything like you, not even Charles. He's tried to have American valets, but you never can get them to understand their place. Charles finds them so offensively familiar. They don't seem to realize. But of course you realize."
I inclined my head in sympathetic understanding.
"I'm looking forward to Charles meeting you. I guess he'll be a little put out at our having you, but there's no harm letting him see I'm to be reckoned with. Naturally, his wife, Millie, is more or less mentioned as a social leader, but I never could see that she is really any more prominent than I am. In fact, last year, after our bazaar of all nations, our pictures in costume were in the Spokane paper as Red Gap's rival society queens. And I suppose that's what we are, though we work together pretty well as a rule. Still, I must say, having you puts me a couple of notches ahead of her. Only, for heaven's sake, keep your eye on Cousin Egbert."
"I shall do my duty, madam," I returned, thinking it all rather morbidly interesting, these weird details about their county families.
"I'm sure you will," she said at parting. "I feel that we shall do things right this year. Last year, the Sunday Spokane paper used to have nearly a column under the heading, 'Social Doings of Red Gap's Smart Set.' This year we'll have a good 2 columns, if I don't miss my guess."
In the smoking compartment, I found Cousin Egbert staring gloomily into vacancy, as one might say. The reason I knew being that he had vainly pleaded with Mrs. Effie to be allowed to spend this time at their Coney Island, which is a sort of Brighton. He transferred his stare to me, but it lost none of its gloom. "Hell begins to pop," said he. "Referring to what, sir?" I rejoined, with some severity, for I have never held with profanity. "Referring to Charles Belknap Jackson of Boston, Mass.," said he. "The greatest little troublemaker that ever crossed the hills, with a bracelet on one wrist and a watch on the other, and a one-shot eyeglass, and a gold cigarette case, and key-chains, rings, bangles, and jewelry, till he'd sink like lead if he ever fell into the crick with all that metal on." "You are speaking, sir, about a person who matters enormously," I rebuked him.
"If I hadn't been afraid of getting arrested, I'd have shot him long ago."
"It's not done, sir," I said, quite horrified by his rash words.
"It's liable to be," he insisted. "I bet Ma Pettingill will go in with me on it any time I give her the word. Say, listen, there's one good mixer."
"The confirmed mixer, sir?" For I remembered the term.
"The best ever. Anyone can set into her game that's got a stack of chips."
He uttered this with deep feeling, whatever it might exactly mean.
"I can be pushed just so far,"
he insisted sullenly. It struck me then that he should perhaps have been kept longer in one of the European capitals. I feared his brief contact with those refining influences had left him less polished than Mrs. Effie seemed to hope. I wondered uneasily if he might not cause her to miss her guess. Yet I saw he was in no mood to be reasoned with, and I retired to my bed, which the Blackamoor guard had done out. Here I meditated profoundly for some time before I slept. Morning found our coach shunted to a siding at a backwood settlement on the borders of an inland sea. The scene was wild beyond description, where quite almost anything might be expected to happen, though I was a bit reassured by the presence of a number of persons of both sexes who appeared to make little of the dangers by which we were surrounded. I mean to say, since they thus took their women into the wilds so freely, I would still be a dead sportsman. After a brief wait at a rude quay, we embarked on a launch and steamed out over the water. Mile after mile we passed wooded shores that sloped up to mountains of prodigious height. Indeed, the description of the Rocky Mountains, of which I take these to be a part, have not been overdrawn. From time to time, at the edge of the primeval forest, I could make out the rude shelters of hunter and trapper who braved these perils for the sake of a scant livelihood for their hardy wives and little ones. Cousin Egbert beside me seemed unimpressed, making no outcry at the fearsome wildness of the scene, and when I spoke of the terrific height of the mountains, he merely admonished me to quit my kidding. The sole interest he had thus far displayed was in the title of our craft, Storm King.
Think of the guy's imagination, naming this here chafing dish the Storm King, said he.
But I was impatient of levity at so solemn a moment, and promptly rebuked him for having donned a cravat that I had warned him was for town wear alone, whereat he subsided and did not again intrude upon me. Far ahead, at length, I could descry an open glade at the forest edge, and above this I soon spied floating the North American flag, or national emblem. It is, of course, known to us that the natives are given to making rather a silly noise over this flag of theirs, but in this instance, the pioneer fighting his way into the wilderness and hoisting it above his frontier home, I felt strangely indisposed to criticize. I understood that he could be greatly cheered by the flag of the country he had left behind. We now neared a small dock from which two ladies brandished handkerchiefs at us, and were presently welcomed by them. I had no difficulty in identifying the Misses Charles Belknap Jackson, a lively-featured brunette of neutral tints, rather stubby as to figure, but modishly done out, in white flannels. She surveyed us interestedly through a lorgnon, observing which Mrs. Effie was quick with her own. I surmised that neither of them was skilled with this form of glass, which must really be raised with an air, or it's no good. Also, that each was not a little chagrined to note that the other possessed one. Nor was it less evident that the other lady was the mother of Mrs. Belknap Jackson. I mean to say, the confirmed mixer, an elderly person of immense bulk, in grey walking skirt, heavy boots, and a flowered blouse that was overwhelming. Her face, under her greyish thatch of hair, was broad and smiling, the eyes keen, the mouth wide, and the nose rather a bit blobby. Although at every point she was far from vogue, she impressed me not unpleasantly. Even her voice, a magnificently hoarse rumble, was primed with a sort of uncouth goodwill, which one might accept in the States. Of course, it would never do with us. I fancied I could at once detect why they had called her the mixer. She embraced Mrs. Effie with an air of being about to strangle the woman. She affectionately wrung the hands of Cousin Egbert, and had grasped my own tightly before I could evade her, not having looked for that sort of thing. "That's Cousin Egbert's man," called Mrs. Effie. But even then the powerful creature would not release me until her daughter had called sharply, "Ma, don't you hear? He's a man." Nevertheless, she gave my hand a parting shake before turning to the others. "Glad to see a human face at last," she boomed. "Here I've been a month in this dinky hole," which I thought strange, since we were surrounded by league upon league of the primal wilderness. "Cooped up like a hen in a barrel," she added, in tones that must have carried well out over the lake. "Cousin Egbert's man," repeated Mrs. Effie, a little ostentatiously, I thought. "Poor Egbert's so dependent on him, quite helpless without him." Cousin Egbert muttered sullenly to himself as he assisted me with the bags. Then he straightened himself to address them. "Want him in a game of freeze-out," he remarked, quite viciously. "Does he doll sourdough up like that all the time?" demanded the mixer. "Or has he just come from a masquerade? What's he represent, anyway?" And these words, when I had taken especial pains and resorted to all manner of threats to turn him smartly out in the walking suit of a pioneer. "Ma," cried our hostess, "do try to forget that dreadful nickname of Egbert's." "I sure will if he keeps his disguise on," she rumbled back. "The old horned toad is most as funny as Jackson." Really, I mean to say, they talked most amazingly. I was but too glad when they moved on and we could follow with the bags. "Calls her Ma all right now," hissed Cousin Egbert in my ear. "But when that begoshed husband of hers is around the house, she calls her mater." His tone was vastly bitter. He continued to mutter sullenly to himself, a way he had, until we had disposed of the luggage and I was laying out his afternoon and evening wear in one of the small detached houses to which we had been assigned. Nor did he sink his grievance on the arrival of the mixer a few moments later. He now addressed her as Ma, and asked if she had the makings, which puzzled me until she drew from the pocket of her skirt a small cloth sack of tobacco and some bits of brown paper, from which they both fashioned cigarettes. "The smart set of Red Gap is holding its first annual meeting for the election of officers back there," she began, after she had emitted twin jets of smoke from the widely separated corners of her set mouth. "I say, you know, where's Hyphen Old Top?" demanded Cousin Egbert in a quite vile imitation of one speaking in the correct manner. "Fishin'," answered the mixer with a grin. "In $1,000 worth of clothes. These here eastern trout won't notice you unless you dress right." I thought this strange indeed, but Cousin Egbert merely grinned in his turn.
How'd he get you into this awfully horrid, rough place? He next demanded. Made him. This a red gap for yours, I says. The 2 weeks in New York wasn't so bad, what with Millie and me getting new clothes, though him and her both jumped on me that I'm getting too gay about clothes for a party of my age. What's age to me, I says, when I like bright colors. Then we tried his home folks in Boston, but I played that string out in a week. 2 old maid sisters, thin noses and knitted shawls, stick around in the back parlor talking about families, whether it was Aunt Lucy's Abigail or the Concord cousins Hester that married an Adams in '78 and moved out west to Buffalo. I thought first I could liven them up some, you know. Looked like it would help a lot for them to get out in a hack and get a few shots of hooch under their belts, stop at a few roadhouses, take in a good variety show, get 'em to feeling good, understand? No use. Wouldn't start. Darn it, they held off from me. Don't know why. I sure wore clothes for them. Yes, sir, I'd get dressed up like a broken arm every afternoon. And say I got one sheath skirt, black and white striped, that just has to be looked at. Never fazed them, though. I got to thinking maybe it was because I made my own smokes instead of using those vegetable cigarettes of Jackson's. Or maybe because I'd get parched and demand a slug of booze before supper, like a Sunday afternoon all the time, when you eat a big dinner and everybody's sleepy and mad because they can't take a nap and have to sit around and play a few church tunes on the organ or look through the album again. Ain't that right? Don't it fade you? Murmured Cousin Egbert with deep feeling. And little Lysander, my only grandson, poor kid, getting the fidgets because they try to make him talk different and raise hell every time he knocks over a vase or busts a window. Say, would you believe it? They wanted to keep him there. Yes, sir, make him refined. Not for me. His father's about all he can survive in those respects, I says. What do you think? Wanted to let his hair grow so he'd have curls. Some dames, yes. I bet they'd have give the kid lovely days. Boston may be okay for grandfathers, I says. Not for grandsons, though. Then Jackson was set on Bar Harbor, and I had to be firm again. Darn it, that man is always making me be firm. So here we are. He said it was a camp, and that sounded good, but my lands, he wears his full evening dress suit for supper every night, and you had ought to heard him go on one day when the patent ice machine went bad. My good gosh, said Cousin Egbert quite simply. I had now finished laying out his things and was about to withdraw. Is he always like that? Suddenly demanded the mixer, pointing at me. Oh, Bill's all right when you get him out with a crowd, explained the other. Bill's really got the makings of one fine little mixer. They both regarded me genially. It was vastly puzzling. I mean to say, I was at a loss how to take it, for of course that sort of thing would never do with us. And yet I felt a queer, confused sort of pleasure in the talk. Absurd though it may seem, I felt there might come moments in which America would appear almost not impossible. As I went out, Cousin Egbert was telling her of Paris. I lingered to hear him disclose that all Frenchmen have M for their first initial, and that the Lauer family must be one of the wealthiest, the name A. Lauer being conspicuous on millions of dollars worth of their real estate. This family, he said, must be like the Rothschilds. Of course, the poor soul was absurdly wrong. I mean to say, the letter M merely indicates Monsieur, which is their foreign way of spelling Mr., while allouer signifies to let. I resolved to explain this to him at the first opportunity, not thinking it right that he should spread such gross error among a race still but half enlightened.
Having now a bit of time to myself, I observed the construction of this rude homestead. A dozen or more detached or semi-detached structures of the native log, yet with the interiors more smartly done out than I had supposed was common, even with the most prosperous of their scouts and trappers. I suspected a false idea of this rude life had been given by the cinema dramas. I mean to say, with pianos, ice machines, telephones, objects of art, and servants, one saw that these woodsmen were not primitive in any true sense of the word. The butler proved to be a genuine blackamoor, a Mr. Waterman, he informed me, his wife also a black, being the cook, an elderly creature of the utmost gravity of bearing. He brought to his professional duties a finish, a dignity, a manner, in short, that I have scarce known excelled among our own serving people. And a creature he was of the most eventful past, as he informed me at our first encounter. As a slave, he had commanded an immensely high price, some $20,000, as the American money is called, and 2 prominent slaveholders had once fought a duel to the death over his possession. Not many, he assured me, had been so eagerly sought after, they being for the most part held cheaper. Common black trash, he put it. Early tiring of the life of slavery, he had fled to the wilds and for some years led a desperate band of outlaws, whose crimes soon put a price upon his head. He spoke frankly and with considerable regret of these lawless years. At the outbreak of the American War, however, with a reward of $50,000 offered for his body, he had boldly surrendered to their Secretary of State for War, receiving a full pardon for his crimes on condition that he assist in directing the military operations against the slave-holding aristocracy. Invaluable he had been in this service, I gathered. 2 generals, named respectively Grant and Sherman, having repeatedly assured him that but for his aid they would more than once, in sheer despair, have laid down their swords. I could readily imagine that after these years of strife he had been glad to embrace the peaceful calling in which I found him engaged. He was, as I have intimated, a person of lofty demeanour, with a vein of high seriousness. Yet he would unbend at moments as frankly as a child and play at a simple game of chance with a pair of dice. This he was good enough to teach to myself, and gained from me quite a number of shillings that I chanced to have. For his consort, a person of tremendous bulk, named Clarice, he showed a most chivalric consideration, and even what I might have mistaken for timidity in one not a confessed desperado. In truth, he rather flinched when she interrupted our chat from the kitchen doorway by roundly calling him an old black liar, and I saw that his must indeed be a complex nature. From this encounter I chanced upon 2 lads who seemed to present the marks of the backwoods life as I had conceived it. Strolling up a woodland path, I discovered a tent pitched among the trees, before it a smouldering campfire, over which a cooking pot hung. The 2 lads, of 10 years or so, rushed from the tent to regard me, both attired in shirts and leggings of deerskin, profusely fringed after the manner in which the Red Indians decorate their outing or lounge suits. They were armed with sheath knives and revolvers, and the taller bore a rifle. "Howdy, stranger!" exclaimed this one, and the other repeated the simple American phrase of greeting. Responding in kind, I was bade to seat myself on a fallen log, which I did. For some moments they appeared to ignore me, excitedly discussing an adventure of the night before, and addressing each other as Deadshot and Hawkeye. From their quaint backwoods speech I gathered that Deadshot, the taller lad, had the day before been captured by a band of hostile redskins, who would have burned him at the stake but for the happy chance that the chieftain's daughter had become enamored of him and cut his bonds. They now planned to return to the encampment at nightfall to fetch away the daughter, whose name was White Fawn, and cleaned and oiled their weapons for the enterprise. Deadshot was vindictive in the extreme, swearing to engage the chieftain in mortal combat, and to cut his heart out. The same chieftain in former years having led his savage band against the forest home of Deadshot, while he was yet too young to defend it, and scalped both of his parents. I was a mere stripling then, but now the coward will feel my steel, he coldly declared. It had become absurdly evident as I listened that the whole thing was but spoofing of a silly sort that lads of this age will indulge in, for I had seen the younger one take his seat at the luncheon table. But now they spoke of a raid on the settlement to procure grub, as the American slang for food has it, bidding me stop on there and to utter the cry of the great horned owl if danger threatened. They stealthily crept toward the buildings of the camp. Presently came a scream, followed by a hoarse shout of rage. A second later the two dashed by me into the dense woods, Hawkeye betting a plucked fowl. Soon Mr. Waterman panted up the path, brandishing a barge pole and demanding to know the whereabouts of the marauders. As he had apparently for the moment reverted to his primal African savagery, I deliberately misled him by indicating a false direction, upon which he went off, muttering the most frightful threats. The two culprits returned, put their fowl in the pot to boil, and swore me eternal fidelity for having saved them. They declared I should thereafter be known as Keen Knife, and that, needing a service, I might call upon them freely. Deadshot never forgets a friend, affirmed the taller lad, whereupon I formally shook hands with the pair and left them to their childish devices. They were plotting, as I left, to capture that nigger, as they called him, and put him to death by slow torture. But I was now shrewd enough to suspect that I might still be far from the western frontier of America. The evidence had been cumulative, but was no longer questionable. I mean to say, one might do here somewhat after the way of our own people at a country house in the shires. I resolved at the first opportunity to have a look at a good map of our late colonies. Late in the afternoon our party gathered upon the small dock, and I understood that our host now returned from his trouting. Along the shore of the lake he came, propelled in a native canoe by a hairy backwoods person, quite wretchedly gotten up, even for a wilderness. Our host himself, I was quick to observe, was vogue to the last detail, with a sense of dress and equipment that can never be acquired, having to be born in one. As he stepped from his frail craft, I saw that he was rather slight of stature, dark, with slender moustaches, a finely sensitive nose, and eyes of an almost austere repose. That he had much of the real manner was at once apparent. He greeted the Flauds and his own family with just that faint touch of easy superiority which would stamp him to the trained eye as one that really mattered. Mrs. Effie beckoned me to the group. "Let Ruggles take your things. Cousin Egbert's man," she was saying. After a startled glance at Cousin Egbert, our host turned to regard me with flattering interest for a moment, then transferred to me his oddments of fishing machinery, his rod, his creel, his luncheon hamper, landing net, small scales, ointment for warding off midges, a jar of cold cream, a case containing smoked glasses, a rolled map, a camera, a book of flies. As I was stowing these, he explained that his sport had been wretched. No fish had been hooked, because his guide had not known where to find them. I here glanced at the backwoods person referred to, and at once did not like the look in his eyes. He winked swiftly at Cousin Egbert, who coughed rather formally. "Let Ruggles help you to change," continued Mrs. Effie. "He's awfully handy. Poor Cousin Egbert is perfectly helpless now without him." So I followed our host to his own detached hut, though feeling a bit queer at being passed about in this manner. I mean to say, as if I were a basket of fruit. Yet I found it a grateful change to be serving one who knew our respective places, and what I should do for him. His manner of speech also was less barbarous than that of the others, suggesting that he might have lived among our own people a fortnight or so, and have tried earnestly to correct his deficiencies. In fact, he remarked to me after a bit, "I fancy I talk rather like one of yourselves, what?" and was pleased as punch when I assured him that I had observed this. He questioned me at length regarding my association with the Honourable George, and the houses at which we would have stayed, being immensely particular about names and titles. "You'll find us vastly different here," he said with a sigh, as I held his coat for him. "Crude, I may say. In truth, Red Gap, where my interests largely confine me, is a town of impossible persons. You'll see in no time what I mean." "I can already imagine it, sir," I said sympathetically. "It's not for want of example," he added. "Scores of times I show them better ways, but they are eaten up with commercialism, money-grubbing." I perceived him to be a person of profound and interesting views, and it was with regret that I left him to bully Cousin Egbert into evening dress. It is undoubtedly true that he will never wear this, except it have the look of having been forced upon him by several persons of superior physical strength. The evening passed in a refined manner with cards and music, the latter being emitted from a phonograph, which I was asked to attend to, and upon which I reproduced many of their quaint North American folk songs, such as "Everybody is Doing It," which has a rare native rhythm. At 10 o'clock, it being noticed by the three playing dummy bridge that Cousin Egbert and the mixer were absent, I accompanied our host in search of them. In Cousin Egbert's hut we found them, seated at a bare table, playing at cards, a game called 7 Upwards, I learned. Cousin Egbert had removed his coat, collar, and cravat, and his sleeves were rolled to his elbows like a navvy's. Both smoked the brown paper cigarettes. "You see," murmured Mr. Belknap Jackson, as we looked in upon them. "Quite so, sir," I said discreetly. The mixer regarded her son-in-law with some annoyance, I thought. "Run off to bed, Jackson," she directed. "We're busy. I'm putting a nick in Sourdough's bankroll." Our host turned away with a contemptuous shrug that I dare say might have offended her had she observed it, but she was now speaking to Cousin Egbert, who had stared at us brazenly. "Ring that bell for the coon, Sourdough. I'll split a bottle of Scotch with you." It queerly occurred to me that she made this monstrous suggestion in a spirit of bravado to annoy Mr. Belknap Jackson. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. There are times when all nature seems to smile, yet when to the sensitive mind it will be faintly brought that the possibilities are quite tremendously otherwise, if one will consider them pro and con. I mean to say, one often suspects things may happen when it doesn't look so. The succeeding 3 days passed with so ordered a calm that little would any but a profound thinker have fancied tragedy to lurk so near their placid surface. Mrs. Effie and Mrs. Belknap Jackson continued to plan the approaching social campaign at Red Gap. Cousin Egbert and the mixer continued their card game for the trifling stake of $1 a game, or 2 bits, as it is known in the American monetary system. And our host continued his recreation. Each morning I turned him out in the smartest of fishing costumes, and each evening I assisted him to change. It is true, I was now compelled to observe, at these times, a certain lofty irritability in his character. Yet I more than half fancied this to be queerly assumed, in order to inform me that he was not unaccustomed to services such as I rendered him. There was that about him. I mean to say, when he sharply rebuked me for clumsiness, or cried out, "Stupid!" it had a perfunctory languor, as if meant to show me he could address a servant in what he believed to be the grand manner. In this, to be sure, he was so oddly wrong that the pathos of it quite drowned what I might otherwise have felt of resentment. But I next observed that he was sharp in the same manner with the hairy backwoods person who took him to fish each day, using words to him which I, for one, would have employed, had I thought them merited, only after the gravest hesitation. I have before remarked that I did not like the gleam in this person's eyes. He was very apparently a not quite nice person. Also, I more than once observed him to wink at Cousin Egbert in an evil manner. As I have so truly said, how close may tragedy be to us, when life seems most correct. It was Belknap Jackson's custom to raise a view-halloo each evening when he returned down the lake, so that we might gather at the dock to oversee his landing. I must admit that he disembarked with somewhat the manner of a visiting royalty, demanding much attention and assistance with his impedimenta. Undoubtedly he liked to be looked at. This was what one rather felt, and I can fancy that this very human trait of his had in a manner worn upon the probably undisciplined nerves of the backwoods josser, had in fact deprived him of his goat, as the native people have it. Be this as it may, we gathered at the dock on the afternoon of the third day of our stay to assist at the return. As the native log craft neared the dock, our host daringly arose to a graceful kneeling posture in the bow and saluted us charmingly, the woods person in the stern wielding his single oar in gloomy silence. At the moment a most poetic image occurred to me, that he was like a dull, grim figure of fate that fetches us low at the moment of our highest seeming. I mean to say, it was a silly thought, perhaps, yet I afterward recalled it most vividly. Holding his creel aloft, our host hailed us. Full to-day, thanks to going where I wished, and paying no attention to silly guide's talk. He beamed upon us in an unquestionably superior manner, and again from the moody figure at the stern I intercepted the flash of a wink to Cousin Egbert. Then, as the frail craft had all but touched the dock and our host had half risen, there was a sharp dipping of the thing, and he was ejected into the chilling waters, where he almost instantly sank. There were loud cries of alarm from all, including the woodsman himself, who had kept the craft upright, and in these Mr. Belknap Jackson heartily joined, the moment his head appeared above the surface, calling, "Help! Help!" in the quite loudest of tones, which was thoughtless enough, as we were close at hand and could easily have heard his ordinary speaking voice. The woods person now stepped to the dock, and firmly grasping the collar of the drowning man, hauled him out with but little effort, at the same time becoming voluble with apologies and sympathy. The rescued man, however, was quite off his head with rage, and bluntly berated the fellow for having tried to assassinate him. Indeed, he put forth rather a torrent of execration. But to all of this, the fellow merely repeated his crude protestations of regret and astonishment, seeming to be sincerely grieved that his intentions should have been doubted. From his friends about him, the unfortunate man was receiving the most urgent advice to seek dry garments, lest he perish of chill, whereupon he turned abruptly to me and cried, "Well, stupid, don't you see the state that fellow has put me in? Are you doing? Have you lost your wits?" Now, I had suffered a very proper alarm and solicitude for him, but the injustice of this got a bit on me. I mean to say, I suddenly felt a bit of temper myself, though, to be sure, retaining my control. "Yes, sir, quite so, sir," I replied smoothly. "I'll have you right as rain in no time at all, sir," and started to conduct him off the dock. But now, having gone a little distance, he began to utter the most violent threats against the woods person, declaring, in fact, he would pull the fellow's nose. However, I restrained him from rushing back, as I subtly felt I was wished to do, and he at length consented again to be led toward his hut. But now the woods person called out, "You're forgetting all your pretties," by which I saw him to mean the fishing impedimenta he had placed on the dock. And most unreasonably at this, Mr. Belknap Jackson again turned upon me, wishing anew to be told if I had lost my wits, and directing me to fetch the stuff. Again I was conscious of that within me which no gentleman's man should confess to. I mean to say, I felt like shaking him. But I hastened back to fetch the rod, the creel, the luncheon hamper, the midge ointment, the camera, and other articles which the woods fellow handed me. With these somewhat awkwardly carried, I returned to our still turbulent host. More like a volcano he was than a man who has had a narrow squeak from drowning. And before we had gone a dozen feet more, he again turned and declared he would go back and thrash the unspeakable cad within an inch of his life. Their relative sizes rendered an attempt of this sort quite too unwise. I was conscious of renewed irritation toward him. Indeed, the vulgar words, "Oh, stow that piffle," swiftly formed in the back of my mind. But again I controlled myself, as the chap was now sneezing violently. "Best hurry on, sir," I said, with exemplary tact. One might contract a severe head cold from such a wetting, and further endeavored to soothe him while I started ahead to lead him away from the fellow. Then there happened that which fulfilled my direst premonitions. Looking back from a moment of calm, the psychology of the crisis is of rudimentary simplicity. Enraged beyond measure at the woods person, Mr. Belknap Jackson yet retained a fine native caution which counselled him to attempt no violence upon that offender. But his mental tension was such that it could be relieved only by his attacking someone, preferably someone forbidden to retaliate. I walked there temptingly, but a pace ahead of him, after my well-meant word of advice. I make no defense of my own course. I am aware there can be none. I can only plead that I had already been vexed not a little by his unjust accusations of stupidity, and dismiss with as few words as possible an incident that will ever seem to me quite too indecently criminal. Briefly, then, with my well-intended, "Best not lower yourself, sir," Mr. Belknap Jackson forgot himself, and I forgot myself. It will be recalled that I was in front of him, but I turned rather quickly. His belongings I had carried were widely disseminated. Instantly there were wild outcries from the others, who had started toward the main or living house. "He's killed Charles!" I heard Mrs. Belknap Jackson scream. Then came the deep-chested rumble of the mixer. "Jackson kicked him first." They ran for us. They had reached us while our host was down, even while my fist was still clenched. Now again the unfortunate man cried, "Help!" as his wife assisted him to his feet. "Send for an officer!" cried she.
The man's an anarchist!" shouted her husband. "Nonsense!" boomed the mixer. "Jackson got what he was looking for. Do it myself if he kicked me." "Oh, Ma! Oh, mater!" cried her daughter tearfully. "Gee, he done it in one punch," I heard Cousin Egbert say with what I was aghast to suspect was admiration. Mrs. Effie, trembling, could but glare at me and gasp. Mercifully, she was beyond speech for the moment. Mr. Belknap Jackson was now painfully rubbing his right eye, which was not what he should have done, and I said as much. "Beg pardon, sir, but one does better with a bit of raw beef." "How dare you, you great hulking brute!" cried his wife, and made as if to shield her husband from another attack from me, which I submit was unjust. "Bill's right," said Cousin Egbert casually. "Put a piece of raw steak on it. Gee, with one wallop." And then, quite strangely, for a moment we all amiably discussed whether cold compresses might not be better. Presently our host was led off by his wife. Mrs. Effie followed them, moaning, "Oh, oh, oh," in the keenest distress. At this I took to my own room in dire confusion, making no doubt I would presently be given in charge and left to languish in jail, perhaps given 6 months hard. Cousin Egbert came to me in a little while and laughed heartily at my fear that anything legal would be done. He also made some ill-timed compliments on the neatness of the blow I had dealt Mr. Belknap Jackson, but these I found in wretched taste, and was begging him to desist, when the mixer entered and began to speak much in the same strain. "Don't you ever dare do a thing like that again," she warned me, "unless I got a ringside seat." To which I remained severely silent, for I felt my offense should not be made light of. "3 rousing cheers!" exclaimed Cousin Egbert, whereat the two most unfeelingly went through a vivid pantomime of cheering. Our host, I understood, had his dinner in bed that night, and throughout the evening, as I sat solitary in remorse, came the mocking strains of another of their American folk songs, with the refrain, "You made me what I am today. I hope you're satisfied." I conceived it to be the mixer and Cousin Egbert who did this, and considering the plight of our host, I thought it in the worst possible taste. I had raised my hand against the one American I had met who was at all times vogue, and not only this, for I now recalled a certain phrase I had flung out as I stood over him, ranting indeed no better than an anarchist, a phrase which showed my poor culture to be the flimsiest veneer. Late in the night, as I lay looking back on the frightful scene, I recalled with wonder a swift picture of Cousin Egbert, caught as I once looked back to the dock. He had most amazingly shaken the woods person by the hand, quickly but with marked cordiality, and yet I am quite certain he had never been presented to the fellow. Promptly the next morning came the dreaded summons to meet Mrs. Effie. I was of course prepared to accept instant dismissal, without a character, if indeed I were not to be given in charge. I found her wearing an expression of the utmost sternness, erect and formidable, by the now silent phonograph. Cousin Egbert, who was present, also wore an expression of sternness, though I perceived him to wink at me. "I really don't know what we're going to do with you, Ruggles," began the stricken woman. And so done out she plainly was that I had once felt the warmest sympathy for her as she continued. "First you lead poor Cousin Egbert into a drunken debauch." Cousin Egbert here coughed nervously, and eyed me with strong condemnation. "Then you behave like a murderer. What have you to say for yourself?"
At this I saw there was little I could say, except that I had coarsely given way to the brute in me, and yet I knew I should try to explain. "I dare say, madam, it may have been because Mr. Belknap Jackson was quite sober at the unfortunate moment."
"Of course Charles was sober. The idea! What of it?"
"I was remembering an occasion at Cheynes Wotton, when Lord Ivor Cradley behaved toward me somewhat as Mr. Belknap Jackson did last night, and when my own deportment was quite all that could be wished. It occurs to me now that it was because his lordship was, how shall I say, quite far gone in liquor at the time, so that I could, without loss of dignity, pass it off as a mere prank. Indeed, he regarded it as such himself, performing the act with a good nature that I found quite irresistible, and I am certain that neither his lordship nor I have ever thought the less of each other because of it. I revert to this merely to show that I have not always acted in a ruffianly manner under these circumstances. It seems rather to depend upon how the thing is done, the mood of the performer, his mental state. Had Mr. Belknap Jackson been, pardon me, quite drunk, I feel that the outcome would have been happier for us all. So far as I have thought along these lines, it seems to me that if one is to be kicked at all, one must be kicked good-naturedly. I mean to say, with a certain camaraderie, a lightness, a gaiety, a genuine good-will that for the moment expresses itself uncouthly. An element, I regret to say, that was conspicuously lacking from the brief activities of Mr. Belknap Jackson."
"I never heard such crazy talk," responded Mrs. Effie. "And really, I never saw such a man as you are for wanting people to become disgustingly drunk. You made poor cousin Egbert and Jeff Tuttle act like beasts. And now nothing will satisfy you but that Charles should roll in the gutter. Such dissipated talk I never did hear, and poor Charles rarely taken anything but a single glass of wine. It upsets him so. Even our reception punch he finds too stimulating."
I mean to say, the woman had cleanly missed my point, for never have I advocated the use of fermented liquors to excess. But I saw it was no good trying to tell her this.
"And the worst of it," she went rapidly on, "cousin Egbert here is acting stranger than I ever knew him to act. He swears if he can't keep you, he'll never have another man, and you know yourself what that means in his case. And Mrs. Pettingill's saying she means to employ you herself if we let you go. Heaven knows what the poor woman can be thinking of. Oh, it's awful. And everything was going so beautifully. Of course, Charles would simply never be brought to accept an apology."
"I am only too anxious to make one," I submitted. "Here's the poor fellow now," said Cousin Egbert almost gleefully, and our host entered. He carried a patch over his right eye, and was not attired for sport on the lake, but in a dark morning suit of quietly beautiful lines that I thought showed a fine sense of the situation. He shot me one superior glance from his left eye and turned to Mrs. Effie.
"I see you still harbor the ruffian." "I've just given him a call down," said Mrs. Effie, plainly ill at ease. "And he says it was all because you were sober, that if you'd been in the state Lord Ivor Cradley was the time it happened at Cheynes Wotton, he wouldn't have done anything to you, probably."
"What's this? Lord Ivor Cradley? Cheynes Wotton?" The man seemed to be curiously interested by the mere names in spite of himself.
"His lordship was at Cheynes Wotton for the shooting, I suppose?"
This, most amazingly, to me. "A house party at Whitsuntide, sir," I explained.
"Ah, and you say his lordship was—"
"Oh, quite in his cups, sir. If I might explain, it was that, sir.
It's being done under circumstances and in a certain entirely genial spirit of irritation, to which I could take no offence, sir. His lordship is a very decent sort, sir. I've known him intimately for years." "Dear, dear," he replied, "too bad. And I dare say you thought me out of temper last night? Nothing of the sort. You should have taken it in quite the same spirit as you did from Lord Ivor-Cradley." "It seemed different, sir," I said firmly. "If I may take the liberty of putting it so, I felt quite offended by your manner. I missed from it at the most critical moment, as one might say, a certain urbanity that I found in his lordship, sir." "Well, well, well, it's too bad, really. I'm quite aware that I show a sort of briskness at times, but mind you, it's all on the surface. Had you known me as long as you've known his lordship, I dare say you'd have noticed the same rough urbanity in me as well. I rather fancy some of us over here don't do those things so very differently. A few of us, at least." "I'm glad indeed to hear it, sir. It's only necessary to understand that there is a certain mood in which one really cannot permit oneself to be— You perceive, I trust?" "Perfectly, perfectly," said he, "and I can only express my regret that you should have mistaken my own mood, which I am confident was exactly the thing his lordship might have felt." "I gladly accept your apology, sir," I returned quickly, as I should have accepted his lordship's had his manner permitted any misapprehension on my part. "And in return I wish to apologize most contritely for the phrase I applied to you just after it happened, sir. I rarely use strong language, but—" "I remember hearing none," said he. "I regret to say, sir, that I called you a blighted little mug." "You needn't have mentioned it," he replied with just a trace of sharpness. "And I trust that in future—" "I am sure, sir, that in future you will give me no occasion to misunderstand your intentions. No more than would his lordship," I added, as he raised his brows. Thus, in a manner wholly unexpected, was a frightful situation eased off. "I'm so glad it's settled," cried Mrs. Effie, who had listened almost breathlessly to our exchange. "I fancy I settled it as Cradley would have. Ruggles?" And the man actually smiled at me. "Entirely so, sir," said I. "If only it doesn't get out," said Mrs. Effie now. "We shouldn't want it known in Redgap. Think of the talk." "Certainly," rejoined Mr. Belknap Jackson jauntily. "We are all here above gossip about an affair of that sort, I am sure." He broke off and looked uneasily at Cousin Egbert, who coughed into his hand and looked out over the lake before he spoke. "What would I want to tell a thing like that for?" he demanded indignantly, as if an accusation had been made against him. But I saw his eyes glitter with an evil light. An hour later I chanced to be with him in our detached hut when the mixer entered. "What happened?" she demanded. "What do you reckon happened?" returned Cousin Egbert. "They get to talking about Lord Ivy-Craddles or some guy, and before we know it, Mr. Belknap-Jackson is apologizing to Bill here." "No!" bellowed the mixer. "Sure did he," affirmed Cousin Egbert. Here they grasped each other's arms and did a rude native dance about the room, nor did they desist when I sought to explain that the name was not at all Ivy-Craddles. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Ruggles of Redgap by Harry Leon Wilson.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Now once more, it seemed that for a time I might lead a sanely ordered existence. Not for long did I hope it. I think I had become resigned to the unending series of shocks that seemed to compose the daily life in North America. Few had been my peaceful hours since that fatal evening in Paris, and the shocks had become increasingly violent. When I tried to picture what the next might be, I found myself shuddering. For the present, like a stag that has eluded the hounds but hears their distant baying, I lay panting in momentary security, gathering breath for some new course. I mean to say, one couldn't tell what might happen next. Again and again I found myself coming all over frightened. Wholly restored I was now in the esteem of Mr. Belknap Jackson, who never tired of discussing with me our own life and people. Indeed, he was quite the most intelligent foreigner I had encountered. I may seem to exaggerate in the American fashion, but I doubt if a single one of the others could have named the counties of England, or the present Lord Mayor of London. Our host was not like that. Also, he early gave me to know that he felt quite as we do concerning the rebellion of our American colonies, holding it a matter for the deepest regret. And justly proud he was of the circumstance that at the time of that rebellion his own family had put all possible obstacles in the way of the traitorous Washington. To be sure, I dare say he may have boasted a bit on this. It was during the long journey across America which we now set out upon that I came to this sympathetic understanding of his character, and of the chagrin he constantly felt at being compelled to live among people with whom he could have as little sympathy as I myself had. This journey began pleasantly enough, and through the farming counties of Philadelphia, Ohio, and Chicago, and was not without interest. Beyond came an incredibly large region, much like the steppes of Siberia, I fancy, vast, uninhabited stretches of heath and down, with but here and there some rude settlement, about which the poor peasants would eagerly assemble as our train passed through. I could not wonder that our own travellers have always spoken so disparagingly of the American civilization. It is a country that would never do with us. Although we lived in this train a matter of nearly 4 days, I fancy not a single person dressed for dinner, as one would on shipboard. Even Belknap Jackson dined in a lounge suit, though he wore gloves constantly by day, which was more than I could get Cousin Egbert to do. As we went ever farther over these leagues of fen and fell and rolling veldt, I could but speculate unquietly as to what sort of place the Red Gap must be. A residential town for gentlemen and families, I had understood, with a little colony of people that really mattered, as I had gathered from Mrs. Effie. And yet I was unable to divine their object in going so far away to live. One goes to distant places for the winter sports, or for big game shooting, but this seemed rather grotesquely perverse. Little did I then dream of the spiritual agencies that were to ensure my gradual understanding of the town and its people. Unsuspectingly, I fronted a future so wildly improbable that no power could have made me credit it had it then been foretold by the most rarely endowed gypsy. It is always now with a sort of terror that I look back to those last moments, before my destiny had unfolded far enough to be actually alarming. I was as one floating in fancied security down the calm river, above their famous Niagara Falls, to be presently dashed without warning over the horrible verge. I mean to say, I never suspected. Our last day of travel arrived. We were now in a roughened and most untidy welter of mountain and jungle and glen, with violent tarns and bleak bits of moorland that had all too evidently never known the calming touch of the landscape gardener. A region, moreover, peopled by a much more lawless-appearing peasantry than I had observed back in the Chicago counties. People for the most part quite wretchedly gotten up, and distinctly of the lower or working classes. Late in the afternoon our train wound out of a narrow cutting and into a valley that broadened away on every hand to distant mountains. Beyond doubt this prospect could, in a loose way of speaking, be called scenery, but of too violent a character it was for cultivated tastes. Then, as my eye caught the vague outlines of a settlement or a village in the midst of this valley, Cousin Egbert, who also looked from the coach window, amazed me by crying out, "There she is, little old Red Gap, the fastest-growing town in the state, if anyone should ask you." "Yes, sir, I'll try to remember, sir," I said, wondering why I should be asked this. "Garden spot of the world," he added in a kind of ecstasy, to which I made no response, for this was too preposterous. Nearing the place, our train passed an immense hoarding erected by the roadway, a score of feet high, I should say, and at least a dozen times as long, upon which was emblazoned in mammoth red letters on a black ground, "Keep your eye on Red Gap." At either end of this lettering was painted a gigantic, staring human eye. Regarding this monstrosity with startled interest, I heard myself addressed by Belknap Jackson. "The sort of vulgarity I'm obliged to contend with," said he, with a contemptuous gesture toward the hoarding. Indeed, the thing lacked refinement in its diction, while the painted eyes were not art in any true sense of the word. "The work of our precious Chamber of Commerce," he added, "though I pleaded with them for days and days." "It's a sort of thing would never do with us, sir," I said. "It's what one has to expect from a commercialized bourgeoisie," he returned bitterly. "And even our association, the City Beautiful, of which I was president, helped to erect the thing. Of course, I resigned at once." "Naturally, sir. The colors are atrocious." "And the words a mere blatant boast." He groaned and left me, for we were now well into a suburb of detached villas, many of them of a squalid character, and presently we had halted at the station. About this bleak affair was the usual gathering of peasantry, and the common people, villagers, agricultural laborers, and the like, and these at once showed a tremendous interest in our party, many of them hailing various members of us with a quite offensive familiarity. Belknap Jackson, of course, bore himself through this with a proper aloofness, as did his wife and Mrs. Effie. But I heard the mixer booming salutations right and left. It was Cousin Egbert, however, who most embarrassed me by the freedom of his manner with these persons. He shook hands warmly with at least a dozen of them, and these hailed him with rude shouts, dealt him smart blows on the back, and forming a circle about him, escorted him to a carriage where Mrs. Effie and I awaited him. Here the driver, a loutish and familiar youth, also seized his hand, and with some crude effect of oratory shouted to the crowd, "What's the matter with Sourdough?" To this, with a flourish of their impossible hats, they quickly responded in unison, "He's all right," accenting the first word terrifically. Then, to the immense relief of Mrs. Effie and myself, he was released, and we were driven quickly off from the raffish set. Through their Regent and Bond streets we went, though I mean to say, they were on an unbelievably small or village scale, to an outlying region of detached villas that doubtless would be their St. John's Wood, but my efforts to observe closely were distracted by the extraordinary freedom with which our driver essayed to chat with us, saying he guessed we were glad to get back to God's country, and things of similar intimate nature. This was even more embarrassing to Mrs. Effie than it was to me, since she more than once felt obliged to answer the fellow with a feigned cordiality. Relieved I was when we drew up before the town-house of the Flouds. Set well back from the driveway, in a faded stretch of common, it was of rather a garbled architecture, with the Tudor, late Gothic, and French Renaissance, so intermixed that one was puzzled to separate the periods. Nor was the result so vast as this might sound. Hardly would the thing have made a wing of the manor-house at Cheynes Wotton. The common, or small park before it, was shielded from the main thoroughfare by a fence of iron palings, and back of this, on either side of a gravelled walk that led to the main entrance, were 2 life-sized stags, not badly sculptured, from metal. Once inside, I began to suspect that my position was going to be more than a bit dicky. I mean to say, it was not an establishment in our sense of the word, being staffed apparently by 2 China persons who performed the functions of cook, housemaids, footman, butler, and housekeeper. There was not even a billiard-room. During the ensuing hour, marked by the arrival of our luggage and the unpacking of boxes, I meditated profoundly over the difficulties of my situation. In a wilderness, beyond the confines of civilization, I would undoubtedly be compelled to endure the hardships of the pioneer. Yet for the present I resolved to let no inkling of my dismay escape. The evening meal over, dinner in but the barest technical sense, I sat alone in my own room, meditating thus darkly. Nor was I at all cheered by the voice of Cousin Egbert, who sang in his own room adjoining. I had found this to be a habit of his, and his songs are always dolorous to the last degree. Now, for example, while life seemed all too black to me, he sang a favourite of his, the pathetic ballad of 2 small children evidently begging in a business thoroughfare. Lone and weary through the streets we wander, for we have no place to lay our head. Not a friend is left on earth to shelter us, for both our parents now are dead. It was a fair crumpler in my then mood. It made me wish to be out of North America, made me long for London, London with a yellow fog and its greasy pavements, where one knew what to apprehend. I wanted him to stop, but still he atrociously sang in his high, cracked voice. Dear mother died when we were both young, and father built for us a home. But now he's killed by fallen timbers, and we are left here all alone. I dare say I should have rushed madly into the night, had there been another verse. But now he was still. A moment later, however, he entered my room, with the suggestion that I stroll about the village streets with him, he having a mission to perform for Mrs. Effie. I had already heard her confide this to him. He was to proceed to the office of their newspaper, and there leave with the press chap a notice of our arrival, from which day to day she had been composing on the train. I just got to leave this here piece for the recorder, he said. Then we can sashay up and down for a while and meet some of the boys. How profoundly may our whole destiny be affected by the mood of an idle moment, by some superficial indecision, mere fruit of a transient unrest. We lightly debate, we hesitate, we yawn, unconscious of the brink. We half-heartedly decline a suggested course, then lightly accept from sheer ennui. And life, as I have read in a quite meritorious poem, is never the same again. It was thus I now toyed there with my fate in my hands, as might a child have toyed with a bauble. I mean to say, I was looking for nothing thick. "She's wrote a very fancy piece for that newspaper," Cousin Egbert went on, handing me the sheets of manuscript. Idly I glanced down the pages. "Yesterday saw the return to Red Cap of Mrs. Senator James Knox Floud and Egbert G. Floud from their extensive European tour," it began. Further I caught vagrant lines, salient phrases. "The well-known social leader of our North Side set, planning a series of entertainments for the approaching social season that promise to eclipse all previous gaieties of Red Gap's smart set, holding the reins of social leadership with a firm grasp, distinguished for her social graces and tact as a hostess, their palatial home on Ophir Avenue, the scene of so much of the smart social life that has distinguished our beautiful city." It left me rather unmoved from my depression, even the concluding note. "The Flouds are accompanied by their English manservant, secured through the kind offices of the brother of his lordship, Earl of Brinstead, the well-known English peer, who will no doubt do much to impart to the coming functions that air of smartness which distinguishes the highest social circles of London, Paris, and other capitals of the great world of fashion." "Some mess of words, that," observed Cousin Egbert, and it did indeed seem to be rather intimately phrased. "Better come along with me," he again urged. There was a moment's fateful silence. Then, quite mechanically, I arose and prepared to accompany him. In the hall below I handed him his evening stick and gloves, which he absently took from me, and we presently traversed that street of houses, much in the fashion of the Flood House, and nearly all boasting some sculptured bit of wild life on their terraces. It was a calm night of late summer. All nature seemed at peace. I looked aloft and reflected that the same stars were shining upon the civilization I had left so far behind. As we walked, I lost myself in musing pensively upon this curious astronomical fact, and upon the further vicissitudes to which I would surely be exposed. I compared myself whimsically to an explorer chap who has ventured among a tribe of natives, and who must seem to adopt their weird manners and customs to save himself from their fanatic violence. From this I was aroused by Cousin Egbert, who, with sudden dismay regarding his stick and gloves, uttered a low cry of anguish and thrust them into my hands before I had divined his purpose. "You'll have to tote them there things," he swiftly explained. "I forgot where I was." I demurred sharply, but he would not listen. "I didn't mind it so much in Paris and Europe, where I ain't so very well known. But my good gosh, man, this is my hometown. You'll have to take them. People won't notice it in you so much, you being a foreigner, anyway." Without further objection, I wearily took them, finding a desperate drollery in being regarded as a foreigner, whereas I was simply alone among foreigners. But I knew that Cousin Egbert lacked the subtlety to grasp this point of view, and made no effort to lay it before him. It was clear to me then, I think, that he would forever remain socially impossible, though perhaps no bad sort from a mere human point of view. We continued our stroll, turning presently from this residential avenue to a street of small unlighted shops, and from this into a wider and brilliantly lighted thoroughfare of larger shops, where my companion presently began to greet native acquaintances. And now once more he affected that fashion of presenting me to his friends that I had so deplored in Paris. His own greeting made, he would call out heartily, "Shake hands with my friend Colonel Ruggles." Nor would he heed my protests at this, so that in sheer desperation I presently ceased making them, reflecting that after all we were encountering the street classes of the town. At a score of such casual meetings I was thus presented, for he seemed to know quite almost everyone, and at times there would be a group of natives about us on the pavement. Twice we went into saloons, as they rather pretentiously styled their public houses, where Cousin Egbert would stand the drinks for all present, not omitting each time to present me formally to the barman. In all these instances I was at once asked what I thought of their town, which was at first rather embarrassing, as I was confident that any frank disclosure of my opinion, being necessarily hurried, might easily be misunderstood. I at length devised a conventional formula of praise, which, although feeling a frightful fool, I delivered each time thereafter. Thus we progressed the length of their commercial centre, the incidents varying but little. "Hello, Sourdough, you old shellback. When did you come off the trail?" "Just got in. My lands, but it's good to be back. Billy, shake hands with my friend Colonel Ruggles." I mean to say, the persons were not all named Billy, that being used only by way of illustration. Sometimes they would be called Doc, or Hank, or Al, or Chris. Nor was my companion invariably called Shellback. Horned toad and stinging lizard were also epithets much in favour with his friends. At the end of this street we at length paused before the office, as I saw, of the Red Gap Recorder, daily and weekly. Cousin Egbert entered here, but came out almost at once. "Henshaw ain't there, and she said I got to be sure and give him this here piece personally. So come on, he's up to a lawn feat." "A social function, sir?" I asked. "No, just a lawn feat, up in Judge Ballard's front yard to raise money for new uniforms for the band. That's what the boy said in there." "But would it not be highly improper for me to appear there, sir?" I at once objected. "I fear it's not done, sir." "Shucks," he insisted. "Don't talk foolish that way. You're a peach of a little mixer, all right. Come on, everybody goes. They'll even let me in. I can give this here piece to Henshaw, and then we'll spend a little money to help the band boys along." My misgivings were by no means dispelled. Yet, as the affair seemed to be public rather than smart, I allowed myself to be led on. Into another street of residences we turned, and after a brisk walk I was able to identify the front yard of which my companion had spoken. The strains of an orchestra came to us, and from the trees and shrubbery gleamed the lights of paper lanterns. I could discern tents and marquees, a throng of people moving among them. Nearer, I observed a refreshment pavilion and a dancing platform. Reaching the gate, Cousin Egbert paid for us an entrance fee of 2 shillings to a young lady in gypsy costume, whom he greeted cordially as Beryl May, not omitting to present me to her as Colonel Ruggles. We moved into the thick of the crowd. There was much laughter and hearty speech, and it at once occurred to me that Cousin Egbert had been right. It would not be an assemblage of people that mattered, but rather of small tradesmen, artisans, tenant farmers, and the like, with whom I could properly mingle. My companion was greeted by several of the throng, to whom he in turn presented me, among them, after a bit, to a slight, reddish-bearded person, wearing thick nose-glasses, whom I understood to be the pressman we were in search of. Nervous of manner he was, and preoccupied with a notebook in which he frantically scribbled items from time to time. Yet no sooner was I presented to him than he began a quizzing sort of conversation with me that lasted near a half-hour, I should say. Very interested he seemed to hear of my previous life, having in full measure that naive curiosity about one which Americans take so little pains to hide. Like the other natives I had met that evening, he was especially concerned to know what I thought of Red Gap. The chat was not at all unpleasant, as he seemed to be a well-informed person, and it was not without regret that I noted the approach of Cousin Egbert in company with a pleasant-faced, middle-aged lady in oriental garb, carrying a tambourine. "Mrs. Ballard, allow me to make you acquainted with my friend Colonel Ruggles." Thus Cousin Egbert performed his ceremony. The lady grasped my hand with great cordiality. "You men have monopolized the Colonel long enough," She began with a large coquetry that I found not unpleasing, and firmly grasping my arm, she led me off in the direction of the refreshment pavilion, where I was playfully let to know that I should purchase her bits of refreshment, coffee, plum cake, and ice, things of that sort. Through it all she kept up a running fire of banter, from time to time presenting me to other women, young and old, who happened about us, all of whom betrayed an interest in my personality that was not unflattering, even from this commoner sort of the townspeople. Nor would my new friend release me when she had refreshed herself, but had it that I must dance with her. I had now to confess that I was unskilled in the native American folk dances which I had observed being performed, whereupon she briskly chided me for my backwardness, but commanded a valse from the musicians, and this we danced together. I may here say that I am not without a certain finesse on the dancing floor, and I rather enjoyed the momentary abandon with this village worthy. Indeed, I had rather enjoyed the whole affair, though I felt that my manner was gradually marking me out as one apart from the natives. Made conscious I was of a more finished, a suaver formality in myself, the Mrs. Ballard I had met came at length to be by way of tapping me coquettishly with her tambourine in our lighter moments. Also, my presence increasingly drew attention, more and more of the village belles and matrons demanding in their hearty way to be presented to me. Indeed, the society was vastly more enlivening, I reflected, than I had found it in a similar walk of life at home. Rather regretfully I left with Cousin Egbert, who found me at last in one of the tents, having my palm read by the gypsy young person who had taken our fees at the gate. Of course, I am aware that she was probably without any real gifts for this science, as so few are who undertake it at charity bazaars. Yet she told me not a few things that were significant, that my somewhat cold exterior and air of sternness were but a mask to shield a too impulsive nature, that I possessed great firmness of character, and was fond of nature. She added peculiarly at the last, "I see trouble ahead, but you are not to be downcast. The skies will brighten." It was at this point that Cousin Egbert found me, and after he had warned the young woman that I was some mixer, we departed. Not until we had reached the Floud home did he discover that he had quite forgotten to hand the press chap Mrs. Effie's manuscript. "Doggone the luck," said he in his quaint tone of exasperation. "Here I've went and forgot to give Miss Effie's piece to the editor." He sighed ruefully. "Oh, well, tomorrow's another day." And so the die was cast. Tomorrow was indeed another day. Yet I fell asleep on a memory of the evening that brought me a sort of shamed pleasure, that I had falsely borne the stick and gloves of Cousin Egbert. I knew they had given me rather an air. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Ruggles of Redgap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. I have never been able to recall the precise moment the next morning when I began to feel a strange disquietude, but the opening hours of the day were marked by a series of occurrences, slight in themselves, yet so cumulatively ominous that they seemed to lower above me like a cloud of menace. Looking from my window, shortly after the rising hour, I observed a paper boy pass through the street, whistling a popular melody as he ran up to toss folded journals into doorways. Something I cannot explain went through me even then, some premonition of disaster, slinking furtively under my casual reflection that even in this remote wild, the public press was not unknown. Half an hour later, the telephone rang in a lower room, and I heard Mrs. Effie speak in answer. An unusual note in her voice caused me to listen more attentively. I stepped outside my door. To someone she was expressing amazement, doubt, and quick impatience, which seemed to culminate, after she had again listened, in a piercing cry of consternation. The term is not too strong. Evidently, by the unknown speaker, she had been first puzzled, then startled, then horrified. And now, as her anguished cry still rang in my ears, that sneaky premonition of evil again writhed across my consciousness. Presently I heard the front door open and close. Peering into the hallway below, I saw that she had secured the newspaper I had seen dropped. Her own door now closed upon her. I waited, listening intently. Something told me that the incident was not closed. A brief interval elapsed, and she was again at the telephone, excitedly demanding to be put through to a number.
"Come at once!"
I heard her cry.
"It's unspeakable! There isn't a moment to lose. Come as you are."
Hereupon, banging the receiver into its place with frenzied roughness, she ran halfway up the stairs to shout,
"Egbert! Egbert Flood! You march right down here this minute, sir!"
From his room I heard an alarmed response, and a moment later knew that he had joined her. The door closed upon them, but high words reached me. Mostly the words of Mrs. Effie they were, though I could detect muffled retorts from the other. Wondering what this could portend, I noted from my window some 10 minutes later the hurried arrival of the C. Belknap Jacksons. The husband clenched a crumpled newspaper in one hand, and both he and his wife betrayed signs to the trained eye of having performed hasty toilets for this early call. As the door of the drawing-room closed upon them, there ensued a terrific outburst, carrying a rich general effect of astounded rage. Some moments the sinister chorus continued. Then a door sharply opened, and I heard my own name cried out by Mrs. Effie in a tone that caused me to shudder. Rapidly descending the stairs, I entered the room to face the excited group. Cousin Egbert crouched on a sofa in a far corner like a hunted beast, but the others were standing, and all glared at me furiously. The ladies addressed me simultaneously, one of them, I believe, asking me what I meant by it, and the other demanding how dared I, which had the sole effect of adding to my bewilderment, nor did the words of Cousin Egbert diminish this. "Hello, Bill," he called, adding with a sort of timid bravado, "Don't let 'em bluff you, not for a minute."
"Yes, and it was probably all that wretched Cousin Egbert's fault in the first place," snapped Mrs. Belknap Jackson almost tearfully.
"Say, listen here now. I don't see as how I've done anything wrong," he feebly protested. "Bill's human, ain't he? Answer me that." "One sees it all." This from Belknap Jackson in bitter and judicial tones. He flung out his hands at Cousin Egbert in a gesture of pitiless scorn. "I dare say," he continued, "that poor Ruggles was merely a tool in his hands, weak possibly, but not vicious. May I inquire—" I made bold to begin, but Mrs. Effie shut me off, brandishing the newspaper before me.
"Read it,"
she commanded in hoarse, tragic tones.
"There,"
she added, pointing at monstrous black headlines on the page as I weakly took it from her. And then I saw, there before them, divining how the enormity of what had come to pass, I controlled myself to master the following screed. Redgap's distinguished visitor, Colonel Marmaduke Ruggles of London and Paris, late of the British Army, bon vivant and man of the world, is in our midst for an indefinite stay, being at present the honored house guest of Senator and Mrs. James Knox Floud, who returned from foreign parts on the 5:16 flyer yesterday afternoon. Colonel Ruggles has long been intimately associated with the family of his lordship, the Earl of Brinstead, and especially with his lordship's brother, the Honourable George Augustus Vane Basingwell, with whom he has recently been sojourning in La Belle France. In a brief interview, which the colonel genially accorded ye scribe, he expressed himself as delighted with our thriving little city. "It's somewhat of a town, if I've caught your American slang," he said, with a merry twinkle in his eyes. "You have the garden spot of the West, if not of the civilized world, and your people display a charm that must be, I dare say, typically American. Altogether, I am enchanted with the wonders I have beheld since landing at your New York, particularly with the habit your best people have of roughing it in camps like that of Mr. C. Belknap Jackson among the mountains of New York, where I was most pleasantly entertained by himself and his delightful wife. The length of my stay among you is uncertain, though I have been pressed by the Flouds, with whom I am stopping, and by the C. Belknap Jacksons, to prolong it indefinitely, and in fact to identify myself to an extent with your social life. The colonel is a man of distinguished appearance, with the seasoned bearing of an old campaigner, and though at moments he displays that cool reserve so typical of the English gentleman, evidence was not lacking last evening that he can unbend on occasion. At the lawn fete held in the spacious grounds of Judge Ballard, where a myriad Japanese lanterns made the scene a veritable fairyland, he was quite the most sought-after notable present, and gaily tripped the light fantastic toe with the elite of Redgap's smart set there assembled. From his cordial manner of entering into the spirit of the affair, we predict that Colonel Ruggles will be a decided acquisition to our social life, and we understand that a series of recherche entertainments in his honor has already been planned by Mrs. County Judge Ballard, who took the distinguished guest under her wing the moment he appeared last evening. Welcome to our city, Colonel, and may the warm hearts of Redgap cause you to forget that European world of fashion of which you have long been so distinguished an ornament." In a sickening silence I finished the thing. As the absurd sheet fell from my nerveless fingers, Mrs. Effie cried in a voice hoarse with emotion, "Do you realize the dreadful thing you've done to us?" Speechless I was with humiliation, unequal even to protesting that I had said nothing of the sort to the press chap. I mean to say, he had wretchedly twisted my harmless words. "Have you nothing to say for yourself?" demanded Mrs. Belknap Jackson, also in a voice hoarse with emotion. I glanced at her husband. He, too, was pale with anger and trembling, so that I fancied he dared not trust himself to speak. "The wretched man," declared Mrs. Effie, addressing them all, "simply can't realize how disgraceful it is. Oh, we shall never be able to live it down. Imagine those flippant Spokane sheets dressing up the thing," hissed Belknap Jackson, speaking for the first time. "Imagine their blackguardly humour." "And that awful Cousin Egbert," broke in Mrs. Effie, pointing a desperate finger toward him. "Think of the laughing-stock he'll become. Why, he'll simply never be able to hold up his head again." "Say, you listen here," exclaimed Cousin Egbert with sudden heat. "Never you mind about my head. I always been able to hold up my head any time I felt like it." And again to me he threw out, "Don't you let 'em bluff you, Bill." "I gave him a notice for the paper," explained Mrs. Effie plaintively. "I'd written it all nicely out to save them time in the office, and that would have prevented this disgrace, but he never gave it in." "I clean forgot it," declared the offender. "What with one thing and another, and gassing back and forth with some of the boys, it kind of went out of my head." "Meeting our best people, actually dancing with them?" murmured Mrs. Belknap-Jackson in a voice vibrant with horror.
"My dear, I truly am so sorry for you. You people entertained him delightfully at your camp,"
murmured Mrs. Effie quickly in her turn, with a gesture toward the journal.
"Oh, we're both in it, I know. It's appalling. We'll never be able to live it down,"
said Mrs. Effie.
"We shall have to go away somewhere. Can't you imagine what Jan Ballard will say when she learns the truth?"
asked the other bitterly.
"Say we did it on purpose to humiliate her, and just as all our little scraps were being smoothed out so we could get together and put that bohemian set in its place. Oh, it's so dreadful."
On the verge of tears she seemed.
"And scarcely a word mentioned of our own return, when I'd taken such pains with the notice."
"Listen here," said Cousin Egbert brightly. "I'll take the piece down now, and he can print it in his paper for you tomorrow."
"You can't understand,"
she replied impatiently.
"I casually mentioned our having brought an English manservant. Print that now, and insult all our best people who received him."
"Pathetic! How little the poor chap understands," sighed Belknap-Jackson. "No sense at all of our plight, naturally."
"A series of entertainments being planned in his honor,"
quavered Mrs. Belknap-Jackson.
"The most sought-after notable present,"
echoed Mrs. Effie viciously. Again and again I had essayed to protest my innocence, only to provoke renewed outbursts. I could but stand there with what dignity I retained and let them savage me. Cousin Egbert now spoke again. "Shucks, what's all the fuss? Just because I took Bill out and give him a good time, didn't you say yourself in that there very piece that he'd impart to coming functions an air of smartiness like they have all over Europe? Didn't you write them very words? And ain't he already done it the very first night he gets here, right at that there lawn feet where I took him? What for do you jump on me then? I took him and he done it. He done it good. Bill's a born mixer. Why, he had all them North Side Society dames stung the minute I flashed him. After him, quicker than hell could scorch a feather. Run out from under their hats to get introduced to him. And now you all turn on me like a passel of starved wolves," he finished with a note of genuine irritation I had never heard in his voice.
"The poor creature's demented,"
remarked Mrs. Belknap-Jackson pityingly.
"Always been that way,"
said Mrs. Effie hopelessly. Belknap-Jackson contented himself with a mere clicking sound of commiseration. "All right, then, if you're so smart," continued Cousin Egbert. "Just the same, Bill here is the most popular thing in the whole Coolantch Valley this minute. So all I got to say is if you want to play this here society game, you better stick close by him. First thing you know, some of them other dames'll have him won from you. That Miss Ballard's going to invite him to supper or dinner or some other doings right away. I heard her say so." To my amazement, a curious and prolonged silence greeted this amazing tirade. The three, at length, were regarding each other almost furtively. Belknap-Jackson began to pace the floor in deep thought.
"After all, no one knows except ourselves,"
he said in curiously hushed tones at last.
"Of course, it's one way out of a dreadful mess,"
observed his wife.
"Colonel Marmaduke Ruggles of the British Army?"
said Mrs. Effie in a peculiar tone, as if she were trying over a song. "It may indeed be the best way out of an impossible situation," continued Belknap-Jackson musingly. "Otherwise we face a social upheaval that might leave us demoralized for years.
say nothing of making us a laughing-stock with the rabble. In fact, I see nothing else to be done."
"Cousin Egbert would be sure to spoil it all again," objected Mrs. Effie, glaring at him.
"No danger," returned the other with his superior smile. "Being quite unable to realize what has happened, he will be equally unable to realize what is going to happen. We may speak before him as before a babe in arms. The amenities of the situation are forever beyond him."
"I guess I was being able to hold up my head when I felt like it," put in Cousin Egbert, now again both sullen and puzzled. Once more he threw out his encouragement to me. "Don't let 'em run any bluffs, Bill. They can't touch you, and they know it."
"Touch him?"
murmured Mrs. Belknap-Jackson with an able sneer.
"My dear, what a trial he must have been to you. I never knew. He's as bad as the mater, actually."
"And such hopes I had of him in Paris," replied Mrs. Effie, "when he was taking up art and dressing for dinner and everything."
"I can be pushed just so far," muttered the offender darkly.
There was now a ring at the door, which I took the liberty of answering, and received 2 notes from a messenger. One bore the address of Mrs. Flood, and the other was quite astonishingly to myself. The name preceded by Colonel.
"That's Jen Ballard's stationery," cried Mrs. Belknap-Jackson. "Trust her not to lose 1 second in getting busy."
"But he mustn't answer the door that way," exclaimed her husband as I handed Mrs. Effie her note. They were indeed both from my acquaintance of the night before. Receiving permission to read my own, I found it to be a dinner invitation for the following Friday. Mrs. Effie looked up from hers.
"It's all too true," she announced grimly. "We're asked to dinner, and she earnestly hopes dear Colonel Ruggles will have made no other engagement. She also says, hasn't he the darlingest English accent? Oh, isn't it a mess?"
"You see how right I am," said Belknap-Jackson.
"I guess we've got to go through with it," conceded Mrs. Effie. "The pushing thing that Ballard woman is," observed her friend.
"Ruggles," exclaimed Belknap-Jackson, addressing me with sudden decision.
"Yes, sir." "Listen carefully. I'm quite serious. In future you will try to address me as if I were your equal. Rather, you will try to address me as if you were my equal. I dare say it will come to you easily after a bit of practice. Your employers will wish you to address them in the same manner. You will cultivate towards us a manner of easy friendliness. Remember, I'm entirely serious, quite as if you were one of us. You must try to be, in short, the Colonel Marmaduke Ruggles that wretched penny-a-liner has foisted upon these innocent people. We shall thus avert a most humiliating contretemps."
The thing fair staggered me. I fell weakly into the chair by which I had stood, for the first time in a not uneventful career, feeling that my savoir-faire had been overtaxed.
"Quite right," he went on. "Be seated as one of us."
And he amazingly proffered me his cigarette-case.
"Do take one, old chap," he insisted, as I weakly waved it away, and against my will I did so. "Dare say you'll fancy them. A non-throat cigarette, especially prescribed for me."
He now held a match, so that I was obliged to smoke. Never have I been in less humour for it.
"There, not so hard, is it? You see, we're getting on famously." "Ain't I always said Bill was a good mixer?"
called Cousin Egbert, but his gaucherie was pointedly ignored.
"Now, continued Belknap Jackson, suppose you tell us, in a chatty, friendly way, just what you think about this regrettable affair. All sat forward interestedly. But I met what I supposed were your villagers, I said. Your small tradesmen, your artisans, clerks, shop assistants, tenant farmers, and the like. I'd no idea in the world they were your county families. It seemed quite a bit too jolly for that. And your press chap. Preposterous, quite. He quizzed me, rather, I admit, but he made it vastly different. Your pressmen are remarkable. That thing is a fair crumpler. But surely, put in Mrs. Effie, you could see that Mrs. Judge Ballard must be one of our best people. I saw she was a goodish sort, I explained, but it never occurred to me one would meet her in your best houses, and when she spoke of entertaining me, I fancied I might stroll by her cottage some fair day and be asked into a slice from one of her own loaves and a dish of tea. There was that about her. Mercy! Exclaimed both ladies, Mrs. Belknap Jackson adding a bit maliciously, I thought, Oh, don't you awfully wish she could hear him say it just that way? As to the title, I continued, Mr. Egbert has from the first had a curious American tendency to present me to his many friends as Colonel. I am sure he means as little by it as when he calls me Bill, which I have often reminded him is not a name of mine. Oh, we understand the poor chap is a social incompetent, said Belknap Jackson with a despairing shrug. Say, look here, suddenly exclaimed Cousin Egbert, a new heat in his tone. What I call Bill ain't a marker to what I call you when I really get going. You ought to hear me some day when I'm feeling right. Really? Exclaimed the other with elaborate sarcasm. Yes, sir, surest thing you know. I could call you a lot of good things right now, if so many ladies wasn't around. You don't think I'd be afraid, do you? Why, Bill there had you licked with one wallop. But really, protested the other with a helpless shrug to the ladies, who were gasping with dismay. You ruffian! Cried his wife. Egbert Floud, said Mrs. Effie fiercely, you will apologize to Charles before you leave this room. The idea of forgetting yourself that way. Apologize at once. Oh, very well, he grumbled. I apologize like I'm made to. But he added quickly with even more irritation, only don't you get the idea it's because I'm afraid of you. Tush, said Belknap Jackson. No, sir, I apologize, but it ain't for 1 minute because I'm afraid of you. Your bare apology is ample. I'm bound to accept it, replied the other, a bit uneasily, I thought. Come right down to it, continued Cousin Egbert. I ain't afraid of hardly any person. I can be pushed just so far. Here he looked significantly at Mrs. Effie. After all I've tried to do for him, she moaned. I thought he had something in him. Darn it all, I like to be friendly with my friends, he bluntly persisted. I call a man anything that suits me, and I ain't ever apologized yet because I was afraid. I want all parties here to get that. Say no more, please. It's quite understood, said Belknap Jackson hastily. The other subsided into low mutterings. I trust you fully understand the situation, Ruggles, Colonel Ruggles, he continued to me. It's preposterous, but plain as a pillar box, I answered. I can only regret it as keenly as any right-minded person should. It's not at all what I've been accustomed to. Very well, then I suggest that you accompany me for a drive this afternoon. I'll call for you with the trap, say at 3. Perhaps,
suggested his wife. "It might be as well if Colonel Ruggles were to come to us as a guest." She was regarding me with a gaze that was frankly speculative. "Oh, not at all, not at all," retorted Mrs. Effie crisply. "Having been announced as our house guest, never in the world for him to go to you so soon. We must be careful in this. Later, perhaps, my dear." Briefly, the ladies measured each other with a glance. Could it be, I asked myself, that they were spotting for the possession of me? "Naturally, he will be asked about everywhere, and there'll be loads of entertaining to do in return." "Of course," returned Mrs. Effie, "and I'd never think of putting it off onto you, dear, when we're wholly to blame for the awful thing." "That's so thoughtful of you, dear," replied her friend coldly. "At 3, then," said Belknap Jackson as we arose. "I shall be delighted," I murmured. "I bet you won't," said Cousin Egbert sourly. "He wants to show you off." This, I could see, was ignored as a sheer indecency. "We shall have to get a reception in quick," said Mrs. Effie, her eyes narrowed in calculation. "I don't see what all the fuss was about," remarked Cousin Egbert again, as if to himself, "tearing me to pieces like a passel of wolves." The Belknap Jacksons left hastily, not deigning him a glance, and to do the poor soul justice, I believe he did not at all know what the fuss had been about. The niceties of the situation were beyond him, dear old sort though he had shown himself to be. I knew then I was never again to be harsh with him. Let him dress as he would. "Say," he asked, the moment we were alone, "you remember that thing you called him back there that night? Blighted little mug, was it?" "It's best forgotten, sir," I said. "Well, sir, some way it sounded just the thing to call him. It sounded bully. What does it mean?" So far was his darkened mind from comprehending that I, in a foreign land, among a weird people, must now have a go at being a gentleman, and that if I fluffed my catch, we should all be gossiped to rags. Alone in my room, I made a hasty inventory of my wardrobe, thanks to the circumstances that the Honourable George, despite my warning, had for several years refused to bant. It was rather well stocked. The evening clothes were irreproachable. So were the frock coat and a morning suit. Of waistcoats there were a number, showing but slight wear. The 3 lounge suits of tweed, though slightly demoded, would still be vogue in this remote spot. For sticks, gloves, cravats, and body linen, I saw that I should be compelled to levy on the store I had laid in for Cousin Egbert, and I happily discovered that his top hat set me quite effectively. Also, in a cask of trifles that had knocked about in my box, I had the good fortune to find the monocle that the Honourable George had discarded some years before on the ground that it was bally nonsense. I screwed the glass into my eye. The effect was tremendous. Rather a lark, I might have thought it, but for the false military title. That was rank deception, and I have always regarded any sort of wrongdoing as detestable. Perhaps if he had introduced me as a mere subaltern in a line regiment, but I was powerless. For the afternoon's drive I chose the smartest of the lounge suits, a Carlsbad hat, which Cousin Egbert had bitterly resented for himself, and for top-coat a light-weight, straight-hanging Chesterfield with velvet collar, which, although the cut studiously avoids a fitted effect, is yet a garment that intrigues the eye when carried with any distinction. So many top-coats are but mere wrappings. I had 2 gloves of a delicately contrasting tint. Altogether, I felt I had turned myself out well, and this I found to be the verdict of Mrs. Effie, who engaged me in the hall to say that I was to have anything in the way of equipment I liked to ask for. Belknap Jackson also, arriving now in a smart trap, to which he drove 2 cobs tandem, was at once impressed, and made me compliments upon my tanway. I was aware that I appeared not badly beside him. I mean to say, I felt that I was vogue in the finest sense of the word. Mrs. Effie waved us a farewell from the doorway, and I was conscious that from several houses on either side of the avenue we attracted more than a bit of attention. There were doors opened, blinds pushed aside, faces, that sort of thing. At a leisurely pace we progressed through the main thoroughfares. That we created a sensation, especially along the commercial streets, where my host halted at shops to order goods, cannot be denied. Furore is perhaps the word. I mean to say, almost quite everyone stared. Rather more like a parade it was than I could have wished, but I was again resolved to be a dead sportsman. Among those who saluted us from time to time were several of the lesser townsmen to whom Cousin Egbert had presented me the evening before, and I now perceived that most of these were truly persons I must not know in my present station. Hodmen, road-menders, grooms, delivery chaps, that sort. In responding to the often florid salutations of such, I instilled into my barely perceptible nod a certain frigidity that I trusted might be informing. I mean to say, having now a position to keep up, it would never do at all to chatter and pal about loosely as Cousin Egbert did. When we had done a fairish number of streets, both of shops and villas, we drove out a winding roadway along a tarn to the country club. The house was an unpretentious structure of native wood, fronting a couple of tennis courts and a golf links. But although it was tea-time, not a soul was present. Having unlocked the door, my host suggested refreshment, and I consented to partake of a glass of sherry and a biscuit. But these, it seemed, were not to be had, so, over pegs of ginger ale, found in an ice-chest, we sat for a time and chatted. "You will find us crude, Ruggles, as I warned you," my host observed. "Take this deserted clubhouse at this hour. It tells the story. Take again the matter of sherry and a biscuit. So simple, yet no one ever thinks of them. And what you mean by a biscuit is in this wretched hole, spoken of as a cracker." I thanked him for the item, resolving to add it to my list of curious Americanisms. Already I had begun a narrative of my adventures in this wild land, a thing I had tentatively entitled Alone in North America. "Though we have people in abundance of ample means," he went on, "you will regret to know that we have not achieved a leisured class. Barely once in a fortnight will you see this club patronized. After all the pains I took in its organization, they simply haven't evolved to the idea yet. Sometimes I have moments in which I despair of their ever doing so." As usual, he grew depressed when speaking of social Redgap, so that we did not tarry along in the silent place that should have been quite alive with people smartly having their tea. As we drove back, he touched briefly and with all delicacy on our changed relations. "What made me only too glad to consent to it," he said, "is the sodden depravity of that Floud chap. Really, he's a menace to the community. I saw from the degenerate leer on his face this morning that he will not be able to keep silent about that little affair of ours back there. Mark my words, he'll talk, and fancy how embarrassing had you continued in the office for which you were engaged. Fancy it being known I had been assaulted by you see what I mean. But now let him talk his vilest. What is it? A mere disagreement between two gentlemen, generous, hot-tempered chaps, followed by mutual apologies, a mere nothing." I was conscious of more than a little irritation at his manner of speaking of Cousin Egbert. But this, in my new character, I could hardly betray. When he set me down at the Floud House, "Thanks for the breeze out," I said. Then with an easy wave of the hand and in firm tones, "Good day, Jackson. See you again, old chap." I had nerved myself to it as to an icy tub, and was rewarded by a glow, such as had suffused me that morning in Paris, after the shameful proceedings with Cousin Egbert and the Indian Tuttle. I mean to say, I felt again that wonderful thrill of equality, quite as if my superiors were not all about me. Inside the house, Mrs. Effie addressed the last of a heap of invitations for an early reception. "To meet Colonel Marmaduke Ruggles," they read. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of the following fortnight, I find it difficult to write coherently. I found myself in a steady whirl of receptions, luncheons, dinners, teas, and assemblies of rather a pretentious character, at the greater number of which I was obliged to appear as the guest of honor. It began with the reception of Mrs. Flood, at which I may be said to have made my first formal bow to the smarter element of Redgap, followed by the dinner of the Misses Ballard, with whom I had formed acquaintance on that first memorable evening. I was during this time like a babe at blind play with a set of chessmen, not knowing king from pawn, nor one rule of the game. Senator Flood, who was but a member of their provincial assembly, I discovered, sought an early opportunity to felicitate me on my changed estate, though he seemed not a little amused by it. "Good work," he said. I was afraid our having an English valet would put me in bad with voters this fall. They're already saying I wear silk stockings since I've been abroad. My wife did buy me 6 pair, but I've never worn any. Shows how people talk, though, and even now they'll probably say I'm making up to the British Army. But it's better than having a valet in the house. The plain people would never stand my having a valet, and I know it. I thought this most remarkable, that his constituency should resent his having proper house service. American politics were then more debased than even we of England had dreamed. "Good work," he said again. "And say, take out your papers. Become one of us. Be a citizen. Nothing better than an American citizen on God's green earth. Read the Declaration of Independence. Here." From a bookcase at his hand he reached me a volume. "Read and reflect, my man. Become a citizen of a country where true worth has always its chance, and one may hope to climb to any heights whatsoever." Quite like an advertisement he talked, but I read their so-called declaration, finding it snarky in the extreme, and with no end of silly rot about equality. In no way at all did it solve the problems by which I had been so suddenly confronted. Social lines in the town seemed to have been drawn by no rule whatever. There were actually tradesmen who seemed to matter enormously. On the other hand, there were those of undoubted qualifications, like Mrs. Pettingill, for example, and Cousin Egbert, who deliberately chose not to matter, and mingled as freely with the Bohemian set as they did with the county families. Thus one could never be quite certain whom one was meeting. There was the Tuttle person, I had learned from Mrs. Effie in Paris that he was an Indian, accounting for much that was startling in his behavior there. Yet, despite his being an aborigine, I now learned that his was one of the county families, and he and his white American wife were guests at that first dinner. Throughout the meal, both Cousin Egbert and he winked atrociously at me whenever they could catch my eye. There was again an English person calling himself Hobbs, a baker, to whom Cousin Egbert presented me, full of delight at the idea that as compatriots we were bound to be congenial. Yet it needed only a glance and a moment's listening to the fellow's execrable Cockney dialect to perceive that he was distinctly low class, and I was immensely relieved, upon inquiry, to learn that he affiliated only with the Bohemian set. I felt a marked antagonism between us at that first meeting. The fellow eyed me with frank suspicion, and displayed a taste for low chaffing, which I felt bound to rebuke. He it was, I may now disclose, who later began a fashion of referring to me as Lord Algy, which I found in the worst possible taste. "Sets himself up for a gentleman, does he? He ain't no more a gentleman than what I be." This speech of his, reported to me, will show how impossible the creature was. He was simply a person one does not know, and I was not long in letting him see it. And there was the woman who was to play so active a part in my later history, of whom it will be well to speak at once. I had remarked her on the main street before I knew her identity. I am bound to say she stood out from the other woman of Redgap by reason of a certain dash, not to say beauty, rather above medium height, and of pleasingly full figure. Her face was piquantly alert, with long-lashed eyes of a peculiar green, a small nose, the least bit raised, a lifted chin, and an abundance of a yellowish hair. But it was the expertness of her gowning that really held my attention at that first view, and the fact that she knew what to put on her head. For the most part, the ladies I had met were well enough gotten up, yet looked curiously all wrong, lacking a genius for harmony of detail. This person, I repeat, displayed a taste that was faultless, a knowledge of the peculiar needs of her face and figure that was unimpeachable. Rather with regret it was I found her to be a Mrs. Kenner, the leader of the Bohemian set. And then came the further items that marked her as one that could not be taken up. Perhaps a summary of these may be conveyed when I say that she had long been known as Klondike Kate. She had some years before, it seemed, been a dancing person in the far Alaska North, and had there married the proprietor of one of the resorts, in which she disported herself, a man who had accumulated a very sizable fortune in his public house, and who was shot to death by one of his patrons who had alleged unfairness in a game of chance. The widow had then purchased a town-house in Redgap, and had quickly gathered about her what was known as the Bohemian set, the county families, of course, refusing to know her. After that first brief study of her, I could more easily account for the undercurrents of bitterness I had felt in Redgap society. She would be, I saw, a dangerous woman in any situation where she was opposed. There was that about her, a sort of daring, disregard of the established social order. I was not surprised to learn that the men of the community strongly favored her, especially the younger dancing set, who were not restrained by domestic considerations. Small wonder, then, that the women of the old noblesse, as I may call them, were outspokenly bitter in their comments upon her. This I discovered when I attended an afternoon meeting of the ladies' Onwards and Upwards Club, which I had been told would be devoted to a study of the English lake poets, and where, it having been discovered that I read rather well, I had consented to favor the assembly with some of the more significant bits from these bards. The meeting, I regret to say, after a formal enough opening, was diverted from its original purpose, the time being occupied in a quite heated discussion of a so-called Dutch supper the Klondike person had given the evening before, the same having been attended, it seemed, by the husbands of at least 3 of those present, who had gone incognito, as it were. At no time during the ensuing 2 hours was there a moment that seemed opportune for the introduction of some of our noblest verse, and so, by often painful stages, did my education progress. At the country club I played golf with Mr. Jackson. At social affairs I appeared with the Flouds. I played bridge. I danced the more dignified dances. And though there was no proper church in the town, only dissenting chapels, Methodist, Presbyterian, and such outlandish persuasions, I attended services each Sabbath, and more than once had tea with what at home would have been the vicar of the parish. It was now, when I had begun to feel a bit at ease in my queer foreign environment, that Mr. Belknap Jackson broached his ill-starred plan for amateur theatricals. At the first suggestion of this, I was immensely taken with the idea, suspecting that he would perhaps present Hamlet, a part to which I have devoted long and intelligent study, and to which I feel that I could bring something which has not yet been imparted to it by even the most skilled of our professional actors. But at my suggestion of this, Mr. Belknap Jackson informed me that he had already played Hamlet himself the year before, leaving nothing further to be done in that direction, and he wished now to attempt something more difficult, something, moreover, that would appeal to the little group of thinking people about us. He would have a little theatre of ideas, as he phrased it, and he had chosen for his first offering a play entitled Ghosts, by the foreign dramatist Ibsen. I suspected at first that this might be a farce, where a supposititious ghost brings about absurd predicaments in a country house. Having seen something along these lines, but a reading of the thing enlightened me as to its character, which, to put it bluntly, is rather thick. There is a strain of immorality running through it, which I believe cannot be too strongly condemned if the world is to be made better, and this is rendered the more repugnant to right-thinking people by the fact that the participants are middle-class persons, who converse in quite commonplace language, such as one may hear any day in the home. Wrongdoing is surely never so objectionable as when it is indulged in by common people and talked about in ordinary language. And the language of this play is not stage language at all. Immorality, such as one gets in Shakespeare, is of so elevated a character that one accepts it, the language having a grandeur incomparably above what any person was ever capable of in private life, being always elegant and unnatural. Though I felt this strongly, I was in no position to urge my objections, and at length consented to take a part in the production, reflecting that the people depicted were really foreigners, and the part I would play was that of a clergyman whose behaviour throughout is above reproach. For himself, Mr. Jackson had chosen the part of Oswald, a youth who goes quite dotty at the last, for reasons which are better not talked about. His wife was to play the part of a serving-maid, who was rather a baggage, while Mrs. Judge Ballard was to enact his mother. I may say in passing I have learned that the plays of this foreigner are largely concerned with people who have been queer at one time or another, so that one's parentage is often uncertain, though they always pay for it by going off in the head before the final curtain. I mean to say, there is too much neighbourhood scandal in them. There remained but one part to fill, that of the father of the serving-maid, an uncouth sort of drinking man, quite low class, who, in my opinion, should never have been allowed on the stage at all, since no moral lesson is taught by him. It was in the casting of this part that Mr. Jackson showed himself of a forgiving nature. He offered it to cousin Egbert, saying he was the true type, with his weak, dissolute face, and that types were all the rage in theatricals. At first the latter heatedly declined the honour, but after being urged and browbeaten for 3 days by Mrs. Effie, he somewhat sullenly consented, being shown that there were not many lines for him to learn. From the first, I think, he was rendered quite miserable by the ordeal before him, yet he submitted to the rehearsals with a rather pathetic desire to please, and for a time all seemed well. Many an hour found him mugging away at the book, earnestly striving to memorize the part, or, as he quaintly expressed it, that there piece they want me to speak. But as the day of our performance drew near, it became evident, to me at least, that he was in a desperately black state of mind. As best I could, I cheered him with words of praise, but his eye met mine blankly at such times, and I could see him shudder poignantly while waiting the moment of his entrance. And still all might have been well, I fancy, but for the extremely conscientious views of Mr. Jackson in the matter of our costuming and make-up. With his lines fairly learned, cousin Egbert, on the night of our dress rehearsal, was called upon first to don the garb of the foreign carpenter he was to enact, the same involving shorts and grey woolen hose to his knees, at which he protested violently. So far as I could gather, his modesty was affronted by this revelation of his lower legs. Being at length persuaded to this sacrifice, he next submitted his face to Mr. Jackson, who adjusted it to a labouring person's beard and eyebrows, crimsoning the cheeks and nose heavily with grease-paint, and crowning all with an unkempt wig. The result, I am bound to say, was artistic in the extreme. No one would have suspected the identity of cousin Egbert, and I had hopes that he would feel a new courage for his part when he beheld himself. Instead, however, after one quick glance into the glass, he emitted a gasp of horror that was most eloquent, and thereafter refused to be comforted, holding himself aloof and glaring hideously at all who approached him. Rather like a mad dog he was. Half an hour later, when all was ready for our first act, cousin Egbert was not to be found. I need not dwell upon the annoyance this occasioned, nor upon how a substitute, in the person of our hall's custodian or janitor, was impressed to read the part. Suffice it to tell briefly that cousin Egbert, costumed and bedizened as he was, had fled not only the theatre, but the town as well. Search for him on the morrow was unavailing. Not until the second day did it become known that he had been seen at daybreak
40 miles from Redgap, goading a spent horse into the wilds of the adjacent mountains. Our informant disclosed that one side of his face was still bearded, and that he kept glancing back over his shoulder at frequent intervals, as if fearful of pursuit. Something of his frantic state may also be gleaned from the circumstance that the horse he rode on was one he had found hitched in a side street near the hall, its ownership being unknown to him. For the rest, it may be said that our performance was given as scheduled, announcement being made of the sudden illness of Mr. Egbert Floud, and his part being read from the book in a rich and cultivated voice by the superintendent of the high school. Our efforts were received with respectful attention by a large audience, among whom I noted many of the Bohemian set, and this I took as an especial tribute to our merits. Mr. Belknap Jackson, however, to whom I mentioned the circumstance, was pessimistic. "I fear," said he, "we have not heard the last of it. I'm sure they came for no good purpose." "They were quite orderly in their behavior," I suggested. "Which is why I suspect them. That Kenner woman, Hobbs, the baker, the others of their set, they're not thinking people, I dare say. They never consider social problems seriously. And you may have noticed that they announce an amateur minstrel performance for a week hence. I'm quite convinced that they mean to be vulgar to the last extreme. There has been so much talk of the behavior of the wretched Floud, a fellow who really has no place in our modern civilization. He should be compelled to remain on his ranch." And, indeed, these suspicions proved to be only too well founded. That which followed was so atrociously personal that in any country but America we could have had an action against them. As Mr. Belknap Jackson so bitterly said when all was over, "Our boasted liberty has degenerated into license." It is best told in a few words. This affair of the minstrel performance, which I understood was to be an entertainment wherein the participants darkened themselves to resemble blackamoors. Naturally, I did not attend, it being agreed that the best people should signify their disapproval by staying away. But the disgraceful affair was recounted to me in all its details by more than one of the large audience that assembled. In the so-called grand first part, there seemed to have been little that was flagrantly insulting to us, although in their exchange of conundrums, which is a peculiar feature of this form of entertainment, certain names were bandied about, with a freedom that boded no good. It was in the afterpiece that the poltroons gave free play to their vilest fancies, our piece having been announced as Ghosts, a drama for thinking people. This part was entitled on their program, Gloats, a dram for drinking people, a transposition that should perhaps suffice to show the dreadful lengths to which they went. Yet I feel that the thing should be set down in full. The stage was set, as our own had been, but it would scarce be credited that the Kenner woman, in male attire, had made herself up in a curiously accurate resemblance to Belknap Jackson, as he had rendered the part of Oswald, copying not alone his wig, moustache, and fashion of speech, but appearing in a golfing suit which was recognized by those present as actually belonging to him. Nor was this the worst, for the fellow Hobbs had copied my own dress and make-up, and persisted in speaking in an exaggerated manner alleged to resemble mine. This, of course, was the most shocking bad taste, and while it was quite to have been expected of Hobbs,
I was indeed rather surprised that the entire assembly did not leave the auditorium in disgust the moment they perceived his base intention. But it was Cousin Egbert whom they had chosen to rag most unmercifully, and they were not long in displaying their clumsy attempts at humour. As the curtain went up, they were searching for him, affecting to be unconscious of the presence of their audience, and declaring that the play couldn't go on without him. "Have you tried all the saloons?" asked one, to which another responded, "Yes, and he's been in all of them, but now he has fled. The sheriff has put bloodhounds on his trail, and promises to have him here, dead or alive." "Then, while we are waiting," declared the character supposed to represent myself, "I will tell you Heloise." Whereupon both the female characters fell to their knees, shrieking, "Not that! My God, not that!" while Oswald sneered viciously and muttered, "Serves me right for leaving Boston." To show the infamy of the thing, I must here explain that at several social gatherings, in an effort which I still believe was praiseworthy, I had told an excellent wheeze, which runs, "Have you heard the story of the 3 holes in the ground?" I mean to say, I would ask this in an interested manner, as if I were about to relate the anecdote, and upon being answered "No," I would exclaim with mock seriousness, "Well, well, well." This had gone ripplingly, almost quite every time I had favoured a company with it, hardly any one of my hearers failing to get the joke at a second telling. I mean to say, the 3 holes in the ground being 3 wells uttered in rapid succession. Of course, if one doesn't see it at once, or finds it a bit subtle, it's quite silly to attempt to explain it, because logically there is no adequate explanation. It is merely a bit of nonsense, and that's quite all to it. But these boors now fell upon it with their coarse humour, the fellow Hobbs pretending to get it all wrong by asking if they had heard the story about the 3 wells, and the others replying, "No, tell us the whole thing," which made utter nonsense of it, whereupon they all began to cry, "Well, well, well," at each other, until interrupted by a terrific noise in the wings, which was followed by the entrance of the supposed Cousin Egbert, a part enacted by the cab-driver who had conveyed us from the station the day of our arrival. Dragged on he was by the sheriff and 2 of the town constables, the latter being armed with fowling-pieces, and the sheriff holding 2 large dogs in leash. The character himself was heavily manacled and madly rattled his chains, his face being disguised to resemble Cousin Egbert's after the beard had been adjusted. "Here he is," exclaimed the supposed sheriff. "The dogs ran him into the 3rd hole left by the well-diggers, and we lured him out by making a noise like sourdough." During this speech, I am told, the character snarled continuously and tried to bite his captors. At this the woman, who had so deplorably unsexed herself for the character of Mr. Belknap Jackson, as he had played Oswald, approached the prisoner and smartly drew forth a handful of his beard, which she stuffed into a pipe and proceeded to smoke, after which they pretended that the play went on. But no more than a few speeches had been uttered, when the supposed Cousin Egbert eluded his captors, and emitting a loud shriek of horror, leaped headlong through the window at the back of the stage, his disappearance being followed by the sounds of breaking glass, as he was supposed to fall to the street below. "How lovely!" exclaimed the mimic Oswald. "Perhaps he has broken both his legs, so he can't run off any more." At which the fellow Hobbs remarked in his affected tones, "That sort of thing would never do with us." This, I learned, aroused much laughter, the idea being that the remark had been one which I am supposed to make in private life, though I dare say I have never uttered anything remotely like it.
"The fellow is quite impossible," continued the spurious Oswald, with a doubtless rather clever imitation of Mr. Belknap Jackson's manner. "If he is killed, feed him to the goldfish, and let one of the dogs read his part. We must get along with this play. Now then, why did I ever leave Boston, where everyone is nice and proper?" To which his supposed mother replied with feigned emotion, "It was because of your father, my poor boy. What I had to endure through those years when he cursed and spoke disrespectfully of our city. Scissors and white aprons," he would cry out. "Why is Boston? But I bore it all for your sake, and now you too are smoking. You will go the same way." "But promise me, mother," returns Oswald, "promise me, if I ever get dusty in the garret, that Lord Algy here will tell me one of his funny wheezes and put me out of pain. You could not bear to hear me knocking Boston, as poor father did, and I feel it coming. Already my mother-in-law has bluffed me into admitting that Redgap has a right to be on the same map with Boston, if it's a big map."
And this was the coarsely wretched buffoonery that refined people were expected to sit through. Yet worse followed, for at their climax, the mimic Oswald having gone quite off his head, the Hobbs person, still with the preposterous affectation of taking me off in speech and manner, was persuaded by the stricken mother to sing. "Sing that dear old plantation melody from London," she cried, "so that my poor boy may know there are worse things than death." And all this witless piffle because of a quite natural misunderstanding of mine. I have before referred to what I supposed was an American plantation melody, which I had heard a black sing at Brighton, meaning one of the English blacks who colour themselves for the purpose. But on reciting the lines at an evening affair, when the American folk songs were under discussion, I was told that it could hardly have been written by an American at all, but doubtless by one of our own composers, who had taken too little trouble with his facts. I mean to say, the song as I had it betrayed misapprehensions, both of a geographical and faunal nature. But I am certain that no one thought the worse of me for having been deceived, and I had supposed the thing forgotten. Yet now, what did I hear but that a garbled version of this song had been supposedly sung by myself, the Hobbs person meantime mincing across the stage and gesturing with a monocle which he had somehow procured, the words being quite simply, "Away down south in Michigan, where I was a slave so happy and so gay, 'twas there I mowed the cotton and the cane. I used to hunt the elephants, the tigers and giraffes, and the alligators at the break of day. But the bloomin' Injuns prowled about my cabin every night, so I'd take down me banjo and I'd play, and I'd sing a little song, and I'd make them dance with glee on the banks of the Ohio far away." I mean to say, there was nothing to make a dust about, even if the song were not of a true American origin. Yet I was told that the creature who sang it received hearty applause, and even responded to an encore. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. I need hardly say that this public ridicule left me dazed. Desperately, I recalled our calm and orderly England, where such things would not be permitted. There we are born to our stations, and are not allowed to forget them. We matter from birth, or we do not matter, and that's all to it. Here there seemed to be no stations to which one was born. The effect was sheer anarchy, and one might ridicule anyone, whomsoever, as was actually said in that snarky manifesto drawn up by the rebel leaders at the time our colonies revolted. All men are created free and equal, than which absurdity could go no farther. Yet the lower middle classes seemed to behave quite as if it were true. And now, through no fault of my own, another awkward circumstance was threatening to call further attention to me, which was highly undesirable at this moment, when the cheap 1-6 Hobbes fellow had so pointedly singled me out for his loathsome buffoonery. Some 10 days before, walking alone at the edge of town, one calm afternoon, where I might commune with nature, of which I have always been fond, I noted a humble vine-clad cot, in the kitchen garden of which there toiled a youngish, neat-figured woman, whom I at once recognized as a person who did occasional charring for the Flouds, on the occasion of their dinners or receptions. As she had appeared to be cheerful and competent, of respectful manners, and a quite marked intelligence, I made nothing of stopping at her gate for a moment's chat, feeling a quite decided relief in the thought that here was one with whom I need make no pretense, her social position being sharply defined. We spoke of the day's heat, which was bland, of the vegetables which she watered with a lawn hose, particularly of the tomatoes, of which she was pardonably proud, and of the flowering vine which shielded her piazza from the sun. And when she presently, and with due courtesy, invited me to enter, I very affably did so, finding the atmosphere of the place reposeful, and her conversation of a character that I could approve. She was dressed in a blue print gown that suited her no end, the sleeves turned back over her capable arms, her brown hair was arranged with scrupulous neatness, her face was pleasantly flushed from her agricultural labors, and her blue eyes flashed a friendly welcome and a pleased acknowledgment of the compliments I made her on the garden. Altogether she was a person with whom I at once felt myself at ease, and a relief, I confess it was, after the strain of my high social endeavors. After a tour of the garden, I found myself in the cool twilight of her little parlor, where she begged me to be seated while she prepared me a dish of tea, which she did in the adjoining kitchen, to a cheerful accompaniment of song, quite with an honest, unpretentious good-heartedness. Glad I was for the moment to forget the social rancours of the town, the affronted dignities of the North Side set, and the pernicious activities of the Bohemians. For here all was of a simple humanity, such as I would have found in a farmer's cottage at home. As I rested in the parlor, I could not but approve its general air of comfort and good taste, its clean flowered wall-paper, the pair of stuffed birds on the mantel, the comfortable chairs, the neat carpet, the pictures, and on a slender-legged stand the globe of goldfish. These I noted with an especial pleasure, for I have always found an intense satisfaction in their silent companionship. Of the pictures I noted particularly a life-sized drawing in black and white in a large gold frame of a man whom I divined was the deceased husband of my hostess. There was also a spirited reproduction of The Stag at Bay, and some charming colored prints of villagers, children, and domestic animals in their lighter moments. Tea being presently ready, I genially insisted that it should be served in the kitchen where it had been prepared, though to this my hostess at first stoutly objected, declaring that the room was in no suitable state. But this was a mere womanish hypocrisy, as the place was spotless, orderly, and in fact quite meticulous in its neatness. The tea was astonishingly excellent, so few Americans I had observed having the faintest notion of the real meaning of tea, and I was offered with it bread and butter and a genuinely satisfying compote of plums, of which my hostess confessed herself the fabricator, having, as she quaintly phrased the thing, put it up. And so over this collation we chatted for quite all of an hour. The lady did, as I have intimated, a bit of charring, a bit of plain sewing, and also derived no small revenue from her vegetables and fruit, thus managing, as she owned the freehold of the premises, to make a decent living for herself and child. I have said that she was cheerful and competent, and these epithets kept returning to me as we talked. Her husband, she spoke of him as poor Judson, had been a carter and odd-job fellow, decent enough, I dare say, but hardly the man for her, I thought, after studying his portrait. There was a sort of foppish weakness in his face, and indeed his going seemed to have worked her no hardship, nor to have left any incurable sting of loss. 3 cups of the almost perfect tea I drank, as we talked of her own simple affairs and of the town at large, and at length of her child, who awakened noisily from slumber in an adjacent room and came voraciously to partake of food. It was a male child of some 2½ years, rather suggesting the generous good nature of the mother, but in the most shocking condition, a thing I should have spoken strongly to her about at once had I known her better. Queer it seemed to me that a woman of her apparently sound judgment should let her offspring reach this terrible state without some effort to alleviate it. The poor thing, to be blunt, was grossly corpulent, legs, arms, body, and face being wretchedly fat, and yet she now fed it a large slice of bread, thickly spread with butter, and loaded to overflowing with a fattening sweet. Banting of the strictest sort was, of course, what it needed. I have had but the slightest experience with children, but there could be no doubt of this. If its figure was to be maintained, its waistline was quite impossible, and its eyes, as it owlishly scrutinized me over its superfluous food, showed from a face already quite as puffy as the Honourable George's. I did indeed venture so far as suggesting that food at untimely hours made for a too rounded outline. But to my surprise the mother took this as a tribute to the creature's grace, crying, "Yes, he wasums, a fatty old thing," with an air of most fatuous pride, and followed this by announcing my name to it with concerned precision. "Ruggles!" it exclaimed promptly, getting the name all wrong, and staring at me with cold detachment. Then, "Ruggles," as if it were a game, but still stuffing itself meanwhile. There was a sort of horrid fascination in the sight, but I strove as well as I could to keep my gaze from it, and the mother and I again talked of matters at large. I come now to speak of an incident which made this quite harmless visit memorable, and entailed unforeseen consequences of an almost quite serious character. As we sat at tea, there stalked into the kitchen a nondescript sort of dog, a creature of fairish size, of a rambling structure, so to speak, colored a puzzling grayish-brown, with underlying hints of yellow, with vast drooping ears, and a long and most saturnine countenance. Quite a shock it gave me, when I looked up, to find the beast staring at me with what I took to be the most hearty disapproval. My hostess paused in silence as she noted my glance. The beast then approached me, sniffed at my boots inquiringly, then at my hands with increasing animation, and at last leaped into my lap and had licked my face before I could prevent it. I need hardly say that this attention was embarrassing and most distasteful, since I have never held with dogs. They are doubtless well enough in their place, but there is a vast deal of sentiment about them that is silly, and outside the hunting field the most finely bred of them are too apt to be noisy nuisances. When I say that the beast in question was quite an American dog, obviously of no breeding whatever, my dismay will be readily imagined. Rather impulsively, I confess, I threw him to the floor with a stern, "Begone, sir," whereat he merely crawled to my feet and whimpered, looking up into my eyes with a most horrid and sickening air of devotion. Hereupon, to my surprise, my hostess gaily called out, "Why, look at Mr. Barker. He's actually taken up with you right away, and him usually so suspicious of strangers. Only yesterday he bit an agent that was calling with silver polish to sell. Bit him in the leg, so I had to buy some from the poor fellow. And now see, he's as friendly with you as you could wish. They do say that dogs know when people are all right. Look at him trying to get into your lap again." And indeed the beast was again fawning upon me in the most abject manner, licking my hands and seeming to express from me some hideous admiration. Seeing that I repulsed his advances none too gently, his owner called to him, "Down, Mr. Barker, down, sir. Get out, get out," she continued, seeing that he paid her no attention, and then she thoughtfully seized him by the collar and dragged him to a safe distance where she held him, he nevertheless continuing to regard me with the most servile affection. "Ruggles, Ruggles, Ruggles!" exploded the child at this, excitedly waving the crust of its bread. "Behave, Mr. Barker," called his owner again. "The gentleman probably doesn't want you climbing all over him." The remainder of my visit was somewhat marred by the determination of Mr. Barker, as he was indeed quite seriously called, to force his monstrous affections upon me, and by the well-meant but often careless efforts of his mistress to restrain him. She indeed appeared to believe that I would feel immensely pleased at these tokens of his liking. As I took my leave after sincere expressions of my pleasure in the call, the child, with its face one fearful smear of jam, again waved its crust and shouted, "Ruggles!" while the dog was plainly bent on departing with me. Not until he had been secured by a rope to one of the porch stanchions could I safely leave, and as I went he howled dismally, after violent efforts to chew the detaining rope apart. I finished my stroll with the greatest satisfaction, for during the entire hour I had been enabled to forget the manifold cares of my position. Again it seemed to me that the portrait in the little parlor was not that of a man who had been entirely suited to this worthy and energetic young woman. Highly deserving she seemed, and when I knew her better, as I made no doubt I should, I resolved to instruct her in the matter of a more suitable diet for her offspring, the present one, as I have said, carrying quite too large a preponderance of animal fats. Also, I mused upon the extraordinary tolerance she accorded to the sad-faced but too demonstrative Mr. Barker. He had been named, I fancied, by someone with a primitive sense of humor. I mean to say, he might have been facetiously called Barker, because he actually barked a bit, though adding the Mr. to it seemed to be rather forcing the poor drollery. At any rate, I was glad to believe I should see little of him in his free state. And yet it was precisely the curious fondness of this brute for myself that now added to my embarrassments. On 2 succeeding days I paused briefly at Mrs. Judson's in my afternoon strolls, finding the lady as wholesomely reposeful as ever in her effect upon my nature, but finding the unspeakable dog each time more lavish of his disgusting affection for me. Then one day, when I had made back to the town and was in fact traversing the main commercial thoroughfare in a dignified manner, I was made aware that the brute had broken away to follow me. Close at my heels he skulked. Strong words hissed under my breath would not repulse him, and to blows I durst not proceed, for I suddenly divined that his juxtaposition to me was exciting amused comment among certain of the natives who observed us. The fellow Hobbs, in the doorway of his bake-shop, was especially offensive, bursting into a shout of boorish laughter, and directing to me the attention of a nearby group of loungers, who likewise professed to become entertained. So situated, I was of course obliged to affect unconsciousness of the awful beast, and he was presently running joyously at my side as if secure in my approval. Or perhaps his brute intelligence divined that for the moment I durst not turn upon him with blows. Nor did the true perversity of the situation at once occur to me. Not until we had gained one of the residence avenues did I realize the significance of the ill-concealed merriment we had aroused. It was not that I had been followed by a random cur, but by one known to be the dog of the lady I had called upon. I mean to say, the creature had advertised my acquaintance with his owner in a way that would lead base minds to misconstrue its extent. Thoroughly maddened by this thought, and being now safely beyond close observers, I turned upon the animal to give it a hearty drubbing with my stick. But it drew quickly off, as if divining my intention, and when I hurled the stick at it, retrieved it and brought it to me, quite as if it forgave my hostility. Discovering at length that this method not only availed nothing, but was bringing faces to neighboring windows, and that it did not the slightest good to speak strongly to the beast, I had perforce to accompany it to its home, where I had the satisfaction of seeing its owner once more secure it firmly with the rope. Thus far a trivial annoyance, one might say. But when the next day the creature bounded up to me as I escorted homeward 2 ladies from the Onwards and Upwards Club, leaping upon me with extravagant manifestations of delight, and trailing a length of gnawed rope, it will be seen that the thing was little short of serious. "It's Mr. Barker!" exclaimed one of the ladies, regarding me brightly. At a cutlery shop I then bought a stout chain, escorted the brute to his home, and saw him tethered. The thing was rather getting on me. The following morning he waited for me at the flowed door, and was beside himself with rapture when I appeared. He had slipped his collar, and once more I saw him moored. Each time I had apologized to Mrs. Judson for seeming to attract her pet from home, for I could not bring myself to say that the beast was highly repugnant to me, and least of all could I intimate that his public devotion to me would be seized upon by the coarser village wits to her disadvantage. "I never saw him so fascinated with anyone before," explained the lady as she once more adjusted his leash. But that afternoon, as I waited in the trap for Mr. Jackson before the post office, the beast seemed to appear from out the earth to leap into the trap beside me. After a rather undignified struggle, I ejected him, whereupon he followed the trap madly to the country club, and made a farce of my golf game by retrieving the ball after every drive. This time, I learned, the child had released him. It is enough to add that for those remaining days until the present, the unspeakable creature's mad infatuation for me had made my life well nigh a torment, to say nothing of its being a matter of low public jesting. Hardly did I dare show myself in the business centres, for as surely as I did, the animal found me and crawled to fawn upon me, effecting his release each day in some novel manner. Each morning I looked abroad from my window on arising, more than likely detecting his outstretched form on the walk below, patiently awaiting my appearance. And each night I was liable to dreams of his coming upon me, a monstrous creature, sad-faced, but eager, tireless, resolute, determined to have me for his own. Musing desperately over this impossible state of affairs, I was now surprised to receive a letter from the wretched cousin Egbert, sent by the hand of the Tuttle person. It was written in pencil, on ruled sheets, apparently torn from a cheap notebook, quite as if proper pens and decent stationery were not to be had, and ran as follows. Dear friend Bill, well, Bill, I know God hates a quitter, but I guess I got a streak of yellow in me, wider than the Comstock lode. I was kicking at my stirrups even before I seen that bunch of whiskers, and when I took a flash of them and seen he was intending I should go out before folks without any regular pants on, I says, I can be pushed just so far. Well, Bill, I beat it like a bat out of hell, as I guess you know by this time, and I would like to seen them catch me as I had a good bronc. If you know whose bronc it was, tell him I will make it all okay. The bronc will be all right when he rests up some. Well, Bill, I'm here on the ranch, where everything is nice, and I would never come back unless certain parties agree to do what is right. I would not speak pieces that way for the President of the U.S. if he asked me to on his bended knees. Well, Bill, I wish you would come out here yourself, where everything is nice. You can't tell what that bunch of crazies would be wanting you to do next thing, with false whiskers and no right pants. I would tell them, I can be pushed just so far, and now I will go out to the ranch with sourdough for some time, where things are nice. Well, Bill, if you will come out, Jeff Tuttle will bring you Wednesday when he comes with more grub, and you will find everything nice. I have told Jeff to bring you, so no more at present. With kind regards, and hoping to see you here soon, your true friend, E. G. Floud. P.S. Mrs. Effie said she would broaden me out. Maybe she did, because I felt pretty flat. Ha ha. Truth to tell, this wild suggestion at once appealed to me. I had an impulse to withdraw for a season from the social whirl, to seek repose among the glens and gorges of this cattle plantation, and there try to adjust myself more intelligently to my strange new environment. In the meantime, I hoped something might happen to the dog of Mrs. Judson, or he might, perhaps, in my absence, outlive his curious mania for me. Mrs. Effie, whom I now consulted, after reading the letter of Cousin Egbert, proved to be in favor of my going to him to make one last appeal to his higher nature. If only he'd stick out there in the brush where he belongs, I'd let him stay, she explained. But he won't stick. He gets tired after a while and drops in perhaps on the very night when we're entertaining some of the best people at dinner. And of course we're obliged to have him, though he's dropped whatever manners I've taught him and picked up his old rough talk, and he eats until you wonder how he can. It's awful. Sometimes I've wondered if it couldn't be adenoids. There's a lot of talk about those just now. Some very select people have them, and perhaps they're what kept him back and made him so hopelessly low in his tastes.
but I just know he'd never go to a doctor about them. For heaven's sake, use what influence you have to get him back here and to take his rightful place in society."
I had a profound conviction that he would never take his rightful place in society, be it the fault of adenoids or whatever. That low passion of his for being pally with all sorts made it seem that his sense of values must have been at fault from birth, and yet I could not bring myself to abandon him utterly, for, as I have intimated, something in the fellow's nature appealed to me. I accordingly murmured my sympathy discreetly, and set about preparations for my journey. Feeling instinctively that Cousin Egbert would not now be dressing for dinner, I omitted evening clothes from my box, including only a morning suit and one of form-fitting tweeds, which I fancied would do me well enough. But no sooner was my box packed than the Tuttle person informed me that I could take no box whatever. It appeared that all luggage would be strapped to the backs of animals and thus transported. Even so, when I had reduced myself to one park riding suit and a small bundle of necessary adjuncts, I was told that the golf sticks must be left behind. It appeared there would be no golf. And so, quite early one morning, I started on this curious pilgrimage from what was called a feed corral in a low part of the town. Here the Tuttle person had assembled a goods train of a half-dozen animals, the luggage being adjusted to their backs by himself and 2 assistants, all using language of the most disgraceful character throughout the process. The Tuttle person I had half expected to appear garbed in his native dress. Mrs. Effie had once more referred to "that Indian, Jeff Tuttle," but he wore instead, as did his 2 assistants, the outing or lounge suit of the Western desperado. Nor, though I listened closely, could I hear him exclaim, "Ugh, ugh," in moments of emotional stress, as my reading had informed me that the Indian frequently does. The 2 assistants, solemn-faced, ill-groomed fellows, bore the curious American names of Hank and Buck, and furiously chewed the tobacco plant at all times. After betraying a momentary interest in my smart riding suit, they paid me little attention, at which I was well pleased, for their manners were often repellent, and their abrupt, direct fashion of speech quite disconcerting. The Tuttle person welcomed me heartily, and himself adjusted the saddle to my mount, expressing the hope that I would "get my fill of scenery," and volunteering the information that my destination was 1 sleep away. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Although fond of rural surroundings and always interested in nature, the adventure in which I had become involved is not one I can recommend to a person of refined tastes. I found it little enough to my own taste, even during the first 2 hours of travel when we kept to the beaten thoroughfare, for the sun was hot, the dust stifling, and the language with which the goods animals were berated coarse in the extreme. Yet from this plain roadway and a country of rolling down and heather, which was at least not terrifying, our leader, the Tuttle person, swerved all at once into an untried jungle, in what at the moment I supposed to be a fit of absent-mindedness, following a narrow path that led up a fearsomely slanted incline, among trees and boulders of granite thrown about in the greatest disorder. He was followed, however, by the goods animals and by the 2 cow persons, so that I soon saw the new course must be intended. The mountains were now literally quite everywhere, some higher than others, but all of a rough appearance, and uninviting in the extreme. The narrow path, moreover, became more and more difficult, and seemed altogether quite insane with its twistings and fearsome declivities. One's first thought was that at least a bit of road metal might have been put upon it. But there was no sign of this throughout our toilsome day, nor did I once observe a rustic seat along the way, although I saw an abundance of suitable nooks for these. Need I say, in all England there is not an estate so poorly kept up. There being no halt made for luncheon, I began to look forward to tea-time, but what was my dismay to observe that this hour also passed unnoted. Not until night was drawing upon us did our caravan halt beside a tarn, and here I learned that we would sup and sleep, although it was distressing to observe how remote we were from proper surroundings. There was no shelter, and no modern conveniences, not even a wash-hand stand or a water-jug. There was, of course, no central heating and no electricity for one's smoothing iron, so that one's clothing must become quite disreputable for want of pressing. Also, the informal manner of cooking and eating was not what I had been accustomed to, and the idea of sleeping publicly on the bare ground was repugnant in the extreme. I mean to say, there was no vie intime. Truly it was a coarser type of wilderness than that which I had encountered near New York City. The animals, being unladen, were fitted with a species of leather bracelet about their forefeet and allowed to stray at their will. A fire was built and coarse food made ready. It is hardly a thing to speak of, but their manner of preparing tea was utterly depraved, the leaves being flung into a tin of boiling water and allowed to stew. The result was something that I imagine etchers might use in making lines upon their metal plates. But for my day's fast, I should have been unequal to this, or to the crude output of their frying pans. Yet I was indeed glad that no sign of my dismay had escaped me, for the cow-persons, Hank and Buck, as I discovered, had given unusual care to the repast on my account, and I should not have liked to seem unappreciative. Quite by accident I overheard the honest fellows quarrelling about an oversight. They had, it seemed, left the finger bowls behind. Each was bitterly blaming the other for this, seeming to feel that the meal could not go forward. I had not to be told that they would not ordinarily carry finger bowls for their own use, and that the forgotten utensils must have been meant solely for my comfort. Accordingly, when the quarrel was at its highest, I broke in upon it, protesting that the oversight was of no consequence, and that I was quite prepared to roughen it with them in the best of good fellowship. They were unable to conceal their chagrin at my having overheard them, and slunk off abashed to the cooking fire. It was plain that under their repellent exteriors they concealed veins of the finest chivalry, and I took pains during the remainder of the evening to put them at their ease, asking them many questions about their wild life. Of the dangers of the jungle by which we were surrounded, the most formidable, it seemed, was not the grizzly bear, of which I had read, but an animal quaintly called the high behind, which lurks about camping-places such as ours, and is often known to attack men in its search for tinned milk, of which it is inordinately fond. The spoor of one of these beasts had been detected near our campfire by the cow-person called Buck, and he now told us of it, though having at first resolved to be silent rather than alarm us. As we carried a supply of the animal's favourite food, I was given 2 of the tins, with instructions to hurl them quickly at any high behind that might approach during the night, my companions arming themselves in a similar manner. It appears that the beast has tushes, similar in shape to tin openers, with which it deftly bites into any tins of milk that may be thrown at it. The person called Hank had once escaped with his life, only by means of a tin of milk which had caught on the sabre-like tushes of the animal pursuing him, thus rendering him harmless and easy of capture. Needless to say, I was greatly interested in this animal of the quaint name, and resolved to remain on watch during the night in the hope of seeing one. But at this juncture we were rejoined by the Tuttle person, who proceeded to recount to Hank and Buck a highly colored version of my regrettable encounter with Mr. C. Belknap Jackson back in the New York wilderness, whereat they both lost interest in the high-behind, and greatly embarrassed me with their congratulations upon this lesser matter. Cousin Egbert, it seemed, had most indiscreetly talked of the thing, which was now a matter of common gossip in Redgap. Thereafter I could get from them no further information about the habits of the high-behind, nor did I remain awake to watch for one as I had resolved to, the fatigues of the day proving too much for me. But doubtless none approached during the night, as the 2 tins of milk with which I was armed were untouched when I awoke at dawn. Again we set off after a barbarous breakfast, driving our laden animals ever deeper into the mountain fastness, until it seemed that none of us could ever emerge, for I had ascertained that there was not a compass in the party. There was now a certain new friendliness in the manner of the 2 cow-persons toward me, born, it would seem, of their knowledge of my assault upon Belknap Jackson, and I was somewhat at a loss to know how to receive this, well-intentioned though it was. I mean to say, they were undoubtedly of the servant class, and of course one must remember one's own position, but I at length decided to be quite friendly and American with them. The truth must be told that I was now feeling in quite a bit of funk, and should have welcomed any friendship offered me. I even found myself remembering with rather a pensive tolerance the attentions of Mr. Barker, though doubtless back in Redgap I should have found them as loathsome as ever. My hump was due, I made no doubt, first to my precarious position in the wilderness, but more than that to my anomalous social position, for it seemed to me now that I was neither fish nor fowl. I was no longer a gentleman's man. The familiar boundaries of that office had been swept away. On the other hand, I was most emphatically not the gentleman I had set myself up to be, and I was weary of the pretense. The friendliness of these uncouth companions, then, proved doubly welcome, for with them I could conduct myself in a natural manner, happily forgetting my former limitations and my present quite fictitious dignities. I even found myself talking to them of cricket as we rode, telling them I had once hit an 8. Fully run out it was, and not an overthrow, though I dare say it meant little to them. I also took pains to describe to them the correct method of brewing tea, which they promised thereafter to observe, though this, I fear, they did from mere politeness. Our way continued adventurously upward until mid-afternoon, when we began an equally adventurous descent through a jungle of pine trees, not a few of which would have done credit to one of our own parks, though there were, of course, too many of them here to be at all effective. Indeed, it may be said that from a scenic standpoint, everything through which we had passed was overdone. Mountains, rocks, streams, trees, all sounding a characteristic American note of exaggeration. Then at last we came to the wilderness abode of Cousin Egbert. A rude hut of native logs it was, set in this highland glen beside a tarn. From afar we descried its smoke, and presently in the doorway observed Cousin Egbert himself, who waved cheerfully at us. His appearance gave me a shock. Quite aware of his inclination to laxness, I was yet unprepared for his present state. Never, indeed, have I seen a man so badly turned out. Too evidently unshaven since his disappearance. He was gotten up in a faded flannel shirt, open at the neck and without the sign of cravat, a pair of overalls also faded and quite wretchedly spotty, and boots of the most shocking description. Yet in spite of this dreadful tenue, he greeted me without embarrassment, and indeed with a kind of artless pleasure. Truly the man was impossible. And when I observed the placard he had allowed to remain on the waistband of his overalls, boastfully alleging their indestructibility, my sympathies flew back to Mrs. Effie. There was a cartoon emblazoned on this placard, depicting the futile efforts of 2 teams of stout horses, each attached to a leg of the garment, to wrench it in twain. I mean to say, one might be reduced to overalls, but this blatant emblem was not a thing any gentleman need have retained. And again, observing his foot-gear, I was glad to recall that I had included a plentiful supply of boot cream in my scanty luggage. 3 of the goods animals were now unladen, their burden of provisions being piled beside the door, while Cousin Egbert chatted gaily with the cow-persons and the Indian Tuttle, after which these 3 took their leave, being madly bent, it appeared, upon penetrating still farther into the wilderness to another cattle farm. Then, left alone with Cousin Egbert, I was not long in discovering that, strictly speaking, he had no establishment. Not only were there no servants, but there were no drains, no water taps, no ice machine, no scullery, no central heating, no electric wiring. His hut consisted of but a single room, and this without a floor other than the packed earth, while the appointments were such as in any civilized country would have indicated the direst poverty. 2 beds of the rudest description stood in opposite corners, and one end of the room was almost wholly occupied by a stone fireplace of primitive construction, over which the owner now hovered in certain feats of cookery. Thanks to my famished state, I was in no mood to criticize his efforts, which he presently set forth upon the rough deal table in a hearty but quite inelegant manner. The meal, I am bound to say, was more than welcome to my now indiscriminating palate, though at a less urgent moment I should doubtless have found the bread soggy, and the beans a pernicious mass. There was a stew of venison, however, which only the most skilful hands could have bettered, though how the man had obtained a deer was beyond me, since it was evident he possessed no shooting or deer-stalking costume. As to the tea, I made bold to speak my mind, and succeeded in brewing some for myself. Throughout the repast, Cousin Egbert was constantly attentive to my needs, and was more cheerful of demeanour than I had ever seen him. The hunted look about his eyes, which had heretofore always distinguished him, was now gone, and he bore himself like a free man. "Yes, sir," he said, as we smoked over the remains of the meal. "You stay with me, and I'll give you one swell little time. I'll do the cooking, and between whiles we can sit right here and play cribbage day in and day out. You can get a taste of real life without moving." I saw then, if never before, that his deeper nature would not be aroused. Doubtless my passing success with him in Paris had marked the very highest stage of his spiritual development. I did not need to be told now that he had left off sock-suspenders forever, nor did I waste words in trying to recall him to his better self. Indeed, for the moment I was too overwhelmed by fatigue even to remonstrate about his wretched lounge suit, and I early fell asleep on one of the beds, while he was still engaged in washing the metal dishes upon which we had eaten, singing the while the doleful ballad of Rosalie the Prairie Flower. It seemed but a moment later that I awoke, for Cousin Egbert was again busy among the dishes. But I saw that another day had come, and his song had changed to one equally sad but quite different. "In the hazel dell my Nelly's sleeping," he sang, though in a low voice and quite cheerfully. Indeed, his entire repertoire of ballads was confined to the saddest themes, chiefly of desirable maidens taken off untimely, either by disease or accident. Besides Rosalie the Prairie Flower, there was lovely Annie Lyle, over whom the willows waved, and earthly music could not waken. Another named Sweet Alice Ben Bolt, lying in the churchyard, and still another, Lily Dale, who was pictured 'neath the trees in the flowery vale, with the wild rose blossoming o'er the little green grave. His face was indeed sad as he rendered these woeful ballads, and yet his voice and manner were of the cheeriest, and I dare say he sang without reference to their real tragedy. It was a school of American balladry quite at variance with the cheerful optimism of those I had heard from the Belknap-Jackson phonograph, where the persons are not dead at all, but are gaily calling upon one another to come on and do a folk dance, or hear a band, or crawl under, things of that sort. As Cousin Egbert bent over a frying pan in which ham was cooking, he crooned softly, "In the hazel dell my Nelly's sleeping, Nelly loved so long, while my lonely, lonely watch I'm keeping, Nelly lost and gone." I could attribute his choice only to that natural perversity which prompted him always to do the wrong thing, for surely this affecting verse was not meant to be sung at such a moment. Attempting to arise, I became aware that the 2 days' journey had left me sadly lame and wayworn, also that my face was burned from the sun, and that I had been awakened too soon. Fortunately, I had with me a shilling jar of Ridley's Society Complexion Food, the all-weather wonder, which I applied to my face with cooling results, and I then felt able to partake of a bit of the breakfast which Cousin Egbert now brought to my bedside. The ham was, of course, not cooked correctly, and the tea was again a mere corrosive, but so anxious was my host to please me that I refrained from any criticism, though at another time I should have told him straight what I thought of such cookery. When we had both eaten, I slept again, to the accompaniment of another sad song, and the muted rattle of the pans as Cousin Egbert did the scullery work, and it was long past the luncheon hour when I awoke, still lame from the saddle, but greatly refreshed. It was now that another blow befell me, for upon arising and searching through my kit, I discovered that my razors had been left behind. By any thinking man, the effect of this oversight will be instantly perceived. Already low in spirits, the prospect of going unshaven could but aggravate my funk. I surrendered to the wave of homesickness that swept over me. I wanted London again, London with its yellow fog and greasy pavements. I wished to buy cockles off a barrow. I longed for toasted crumpets. And most of all I longed for my old rightful station, longed to turn out a gentleman, longed for the Honourable George and our peaceful, if sometimes precarious existence, among people of the right sort. The continued shocks since that fateful night of the cards had told upon me. I knew now that I had not been meant for adventure. Yet here I had turned up in the most savage of lands, after leading a life of dishonest pretense, in a station to which I had not been born, and for I knew not how many days I should not be able to shave my face. But here again a ferment stirred in my blood, some electric thrill of anarchy which had come from association with these Americans, a strange lawless impulse toward their quite absurd ideals of equality, a monstrous ambition to be in myself someone that mattered, instead of that pretended Colonel Ruggles, who, I now recalled, was today promised to bridge at the home of Mrs. Judge Ballard, where he would talk of hunting in the shires, of the royal enclosure at Ascot, of Hurlingham and Ranelagh, of Cowes in June, of the excellence of the coverts at Shane's Wotton. No doubt it was a sort of madness now seized me, consequent upon the lack of shaving utensils. I wondered desperately if there was a true place for me in this life. I had tasted their equality that day of debauch in Paris, but obviously the sensation could not permanently be maintained upon spirits. Perhaps I might obtain a post in a bank. I might become a shop assistant, bagman, even a pressman. These moody and unwholesome thoughts were clouding my mind as I surveyed myself in the wrinkled mirror, which seemed to suffice the uncritical Cousin Egbert for his toilet. It hung between the portrait of a champion middleweight crouching in position, and the calendar advertisement of a brewery, which, as I could not fancy Cousin Egbert being in the least concerned about the day of the month, had too evidently been hung on his wall because of the coloured lithograph of a blonde creature in theatrical undress, who smirked most immorally. Studying the curiously wavy effect this glass produced upon my face, I chanced to observe in a corner of the frame a printed card with the heading, "Take Courage." To my surprise, the thing, when I had read it, capped my black musings upon my position in a rather uncanny way. Briefly, it recited the humble beginnings of a score or more of the world's notable figures. Demosthenes was the son of a cutler, it began. Horace was the son of a shopkeeper. Virgil's father was a porter. Cardinal Wolsey was the son of a butcher. Shakespeare the son of a wool stapler. Followed the obscure parentage of such well-known persons as Milton, Napoleon, Columbus, Cromwell. Even Mohammed was noted as a shepherd and camel-driver, though it seemed rather questionable taste to include in the list one whose religion as to family life was rather scandalous. More to the point was the citation of various Americans who had sprung from humble beginnings: Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Garfield, Edison. It is true that there was not, apparently, a gentleman's servant among them. They were rail-splitters, boatmen, tailors, artisans of sorts. But the combined effect was rather overwhelming. From the first moment of my encountering the American social system, it seemed I had been by way of becoming a rabid anarchist. That is, one feeling that he might become a gentleman regardless of his birth. And here were the disconcerting facts concerning a score of notables to confirm me in my heresy. It was not a thing to be spoken lightly of in loose discussion, but there can be no doubt that at this moment I coldly questioned the soundness of our British system, the vital marrow of which is to teach that there is a difference between men and men. To be sure, it will have been seen that I was not myself, having for a quarter year been subjected to a series of nervous shocks, and having had my mind contaminated, moreover, by being brought into daily contact with this unthinking American equality in the person of Cousin Egbert, who, I make bold to assert, had never for one instant since his doubtless obscure birth considered himself the superior of any human being whatsoever. This much I advance for myself in extenuation of my lawless imaginings. But of them I can abate no jot. It was all at once clear to me, monstrous as it may seem, that nature and the British Empire were at variance in their decrees, and that somehow a system was base which taught that one man is necessarily inferior to another. I dare say it was a sort of poisonous intoxication, that I should all at once declare, His Lordship 10th Earl of Brinstead and Marmaduke Ruggles are two men. One has made an acceptable peer, and one an acceptable valet, yet the twain are equal, and the system which has made one inferior socially to the other is false and bad, and cannot endure. For a moment, I repeat, I saw myself a gentleman in the making, a clear fairway without bunkers from tee to green, meeting my equals with a friendly eye, and then the illuminating shock, for I unconsciously added to myself, regarding my inferiors with a kindly tolerance. It was there I caught myself. So much a part of the system was I, that although I could readily conceive a society in which I had no superiors, I could not picture one in which I had not inferiors. The same poison that ran in the veins of their lordships ran also in the veins of their servants. I was indeed, it appeared, hopelessly inoculated, Again I read the card. Horace was the son of a shopkeeper, but I made no doubt that after he became a popular and successful writer of Latin verse, he looked down upon his own father. Only could it have been otherwise, I thought, had he been born in this fermenting America, to no station whatever, and left to achieve his rightful one. So I mused thus licentiously, until one clear conviction possessed me, that I would no longer pretend to the social superiority of one Colonel Marmaduke Ruggles. I could concede no inferiority in myself, but I would not again, before Redgap's county families, vaunt myself as other than I was. That this was more than a vagrant fancy on my part will be seen when I aver that suddenly, strangely, alarmingly, I no longer cared that I was unshaven, and must remain so for an untold number of days. I welcomed the unhandsome stubble that now projected itself upon my face. I curiously wished all at once to be as badly gotten up as Cousin Egbert, with as little thought for my station in life. I would no longer refrain from doing things because they were not done. My own taste would be the law. It was at this moment that Cousin Egbert appeared in the doorway with 4 trout from the stream near by, though how he had managed to snare them I could not think, since he possessed no correct equipment for angling. I fancy I rather overwhelmed him by exclaiming, "Hello, Sourdough!" since never before had I addressed him in any save a formal fashion, and it is certain I embarrassed him by my next proceeding, which was to grasp his hand and shake it heartily, an action that I could explain no more than he, except that the violence of my self-communion was still upon me, and required an outlet. He grinned amiably, then regarded me with a shrewd eye, and demanded if I had been drinking. "This," I said, "I am drunk with this," and held the card up to him. But when he took it interestedly, he merely read the obverse side, which I had not observed until now. "Go to Epstein's for everything you wear," it said in large type, and added, "the square deal Mammoth store." "They carry a nice stock," he said, still a bit puzzled by my tone, "though I generally trade at the Red Front." I turned the card over for him, and he studied the list of humble-born notables, though from a point of view peculiarly his own. "I don't see," he began, "what right they got to rake up all that stuff about people that's dead and gone. Who cares what their folks was?" And he added, "Horace was the son of a shopkeeper? Horace who?" Plainly the matter did not excite him, and I saw it would be useless to try to convey to him what the items had meant to me. "I mean to say, I'm glad to be here with you," I said. "I knew you'd like it," he answered. "Everything is nice here." "America is some country," I said. She is," he answered. "And now you can bile up a pot of tea in your own way while I clean these here fish for supper." I made the tea. I regret to say that there was not a tea-cozy in the place. Indeed, the linen, silver, and general table equipment were sadly deficient. But in my reckless mood I made no comment. "Your tea smells good, but it ain't got no kick to it," he observed over his first cup. "When I drench my insides with tea, I sort of want it to take a hold." And still I made no effort to set him right. I now saw that in all true essentials he did not need me to set him right. For so uncouth a person, he was strangely commendable and worthy. As we sipped our tea in companionable silence, I busy with my new and disturbing thoughts, a long shout came to us from the outer distance. Cousin Egbert brightened. "I'm darned if that ain't Ma Pettingill," he exclaimed. "She's rid over from the Arrowhead." We rushed to the door, and in the distance, riding down upon us at terrific speed, I indeed beheld the mixer. A moment later she reined in her horse before us and hoarsely rumbled her greetings. I had last seen her at a formal dinner where she was rather formidably done out in black velvet and diamonds. Now she appeared in a startling tenue of khaki riding breeches and flannel shirt, with one of the wide-brimmed cow-person's hats. Even at the moment of greeting her, I could not but reflect how shocked our dear Queen would be at the sight of this riding habit. She dismounted with hearty explanations of how she had left her round-up and ridden over to visit, having heard from the Tuttle person that we were here. Cousin Egbert took her horse, and she entered the hut, where, to my utter amazement, she at once did a feminine thing. Though from her garb one at a little distance might have thought her a man, a portly, florid, carelessly attired man, she made at once for the wrinkled mirror, where, after anxiously scanning her burned face for an instant, she produced powder and puff from a pocket of her shirt and daintily powdered her generous blob of a nose. Having achieved this to her apparent satisfaction, she unrolled a bundle she had carried at her saddle and donned a riding skirt, buttoning it about the waist and smoothing down its folds before I could retire. "There now," she boomed, as if some satisfying finality had been brought about. Such was the mixer. That sort of thing would never do with us. And yet I suddenly saw that she, like Cousin Egbert, was strangely commendable and worthy. I mean to say, I no longer felt it was my part to set her right in any of the social niceties. Some curious change had come upon me. I knew then that I should no longer resist America. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. With a curious, friendly glow upon me, I set about helping Cousin Egbert in the preparation of our evening meal, a work from which, owing to the number and apparent difficulty of my suggestions, he presently withdrew, leaving me in entire charge. It is quite true that I have pronounced views as to the preparation and serving of food, and I dare say I embarrassed the worthy fellow without at all meaning to do so, for too many of his culinary efforts betray the fumbling touch of the amateur. And as I worked over the open fire, doing the trout to a turn, stirring the beans, and perfecting the stew with deft touches of seasoning, I worded to myself for the first time a most severe indictment against the North American cookery, based upon my observations across the continent and my experience as a diner out in Red Gap. I saw that it would never do with us, and that it ought, as a matter of fact, to be uplifted. Even then, while our guest chattered gossip of the town over her brown paper cigarettes, I felt the stirring of an impulse to teach Americans how to do themselves better at table. For the moment, of course, I was hampered by lack of equipment. There was not even a fish slice in the establishment. But even so, I brewed proper tea, and was able to impart to the simple viands a touch of distinction which they had lacked under Cousin Egbert's all too careless manipulation. As I served the repast, Cousin Egbert produced a bottle of the brown American whiskey, at which we pegged a bit before sitting to table. "3 rows and cheers," said he, and the mixer responded with "Happy days." As on that former occasion, the draught of spirits flooded my being with a vast consciousness of personal worth and of good feeling toward my companions. With a true insight, I suddenly perceived that one might belong to the great lower middle class in America and still matter in the truest, correctest sense of the term. As we fell hungrily to the food, the mixer did not fail to praise my cooking of the trout, and she and Cousin Egbert were presently lamenting the difficulty of obtaining a well-cooked meal in Red Gap.
At this I boldly spoke up, declaring that American cookery lacked constructive imagination, making only the barest use of its magnificent opportunities, following certain beaten and all too familiar roads with a slavish stupidity. "We nearly had a good restaurant," said the mixer. "A Frenchman came and showed us a little flash of form, but he only lasted a month because he got homesick. He had half the people in town going there for dinner, too, to get away from their Chinamen, and after I spent a lot of money fixing the place up for him, too." I recalled the establishment on the main street, though I had not known that our guest was its owner. Vacant it was now, and looking quite as if the bailiffs had been in. "He couldn't cook ham and eggs proper," suggested Cousin Egbert. "I tried him 3 times, and every time he'd done something French to 'em that nobody had ought to do to ham and eggs." Hereupon I ventured to assert that a too intense nationalism would prove the ruin of any chef outside his own country. There must be a certain breadth of treatment, a blending of the best features of different schools. One must know English and French methods, and yet be a slave to neither. One must even know American cookery, and be prepared to adapt its half-dozen or so undoubted excellencies. From this I ventured further into a general criticism of the dinners I had eaten at Redgap's smartest houses. Too profuse they were, I said, and too little satisfying in any one feature. Too many courses, constructed, as I had observed, after photographs printed in the back pages of women's magazines. Doubtless they possessed a certain artistic value as sights for the eye, but considered as food, they were devoid of any meaning. "Bill's right," said Cousin Egbert warmly. "Mrs. Effie, she gets up about 9 of them pictures, with nuts and grated eggs and scrambled tomatoes all over 'em, and nobody knowing what's what, and even when you strike one that tastes good, there's only a dab of it, and you mustn't ask for any more. When I go out to dinner, what I want is to have 'em say, 'Pass up your plate, Mr. Floud, for another piece of the steak and some potatoes, and have some more squash, and help yourself to the quince jelly.' That's how it had ought to be. But I keep eating these here little plates of cut-up things, and waiting for the real stuff. And first thing I know I get a spoonful of coffee, in something like you put eye medicine into, and I know it's all over. Last time I was out, I hid up a dish of these here salted almonds under a fern, and ate the whole lot from time to time, kind of absent-like. It helped some, but it wasn't dinner." "Same here," put in the mixer, saturating half a slice of bread in the sauce of the stew. "I can't afford to act otherwise than like I am a lady at one of them dinners, but the minute I'm home I beat it for the ice-box. I suppose it's all right to be socially elegant, but we hadn't ought to let it contaminate our food none. And even at that New York hotel this summer, you had to make trouble to get fed proper. I wanted strawberry shortcake, and what do you reckon they dealt me? A thing looking like a marble palace, sponge cake and whipped cream, with a few red spots in between. Well, long as we're friends here together, I may say that I raised hell until I had the chef himself up and told him exactly what to do. Biscuit dough baked and prized apart and buttered, strawberries with sugar on 'em in between and on top, and plenty of regular cream. Well, after 3 days trying, he finally managed to get simple. He just couldn't believe I meant it at first, and kept building on the whipped cream. And the thing cost $8. But you can bet he had me even then. The bonehead smarty had sweetened the cream and grated nutmeg into it. I give up. And if you can't get right food in New York, how can you expect to here? And Jackson, the idiot, has just fired the only real cook in Red Gap. Yes, sir, he's let the coons go. It come out that Waterman had sneaked out that suit of his golf clothes that Kate Kenner wore in the minstrel show. So he fired them both, and now I got to support 'em because, as long as we're friends here, I don't mind telling you I egged the coon on to do it." I saw that she was referring to the black and his wife whom I had met at the New York camp, though it seemed quaint to me that they should be called coons, which is, I take it, diminutive for raccoon, a species of ground game to be found in America. Truth to tell, I enjoyed myself immensely at this simple but satisfying meal, feeling myself one with these homely people, and I was sorry when we had finished. "That was some little dinner itself," said the mixer, as she rolled a cigarette. "And now you boys set still while I do up the dishes." Nor would she allow either of us to assist her in this work. When she had done, Cousin Egbert proceeded to mix hot toddies from the whiskey, and we gathered about the table before the open fire. "Now we'll have a nice home evening," said the mixer, and to my great embarrassment she began at once to speak of myself. "A strong man like him has got no business becoming a social butterfly," she remarked to Cousin Egbert. "Oh, Bill's all right," insisted the latter, as he had done so many times before. "He's all right so far, but let him go on for a year or so, and he won't be a darn bit better than what Jackson is, mark my words. Just a social butterfly, wearing funny clothes and attending afternoon affairs." "Well, I don't say you ain't right," said Cousin Egbert thoughtfully. "That's one reason I got him out here, where everything is nice. What with speaking pieces like an actor, I was afraid they'd have him making more kinds of a fool of himself than what Jackson does, him being a foreigner, and his mind kind of running on what clothes a man had ought to wear." Hereupon, so flushed was I with the good feeling of the occasion, I told them straight that I had resolved to quit being Colonel Ruggles of the British Army, and associate of the nobility, that I had determined to forget all class distinctions, and to become one of themselves, plain, simple, and unpretentious. It is true that I had consumed 2 of the hot grogs, but my mind was clear enough, and both my companions applauded this resolution. "If he can just get his mind off clothes for a bit, he might amount to something," said Cousin Egbert, and it will scarcely be credited, but at the moment I felt actually grateful to him for this admission. "We'll think about his case," said the mixer, taking her own second toddy. Whereupon the two fell to talking of other things, chiefly of their cattle plantations and the price of beef-stock, which then seemed to be 6 1/2, though what this meant I had no notion. Also I gathered that the mixer at her own cattle farm had been watching her calves marked with her monogram, though I would never have credited her with so much sentiment. When the retiring hour came, Cousin Egbert and I prepared to take our blankets outside to sleep, but the mixer would have none of this. "The last time I slept in here," she remarked, "mice was crawling over me all night. So you keep your shack and I'll bed down outside. I ain't afraid of mice, understand, but I don't like to feel their feet on my face." And to my great dismay, though Cousin Egbert took it calmly enough, she took a roll of blankets and made a crude pallet on the ground outside under a spreading pine tree. I take it she was that sort. The least I could do was to secure 2 tins of milk from our larder and place them near her cot, in case of some lurking high behind, though I said nothing of this, not wishing to alarm her needlessly. Inside the hut Cousin Egbert and I partook of a final toddy before retiring. He was unusually thoughtful, and I had difficulty in persuading him to any conversation. Thus, having noted a bear skin before my bed, I asked him if he had killed the animal. "No," said he shortly, "I wouldn't lie for a bear as small as that." As he was again silent, I made no further approaches to him. From my first sleep I was awakened by a long booming yell from our guest outside. Cousin Egbert and I reached the door at the same time. "I've got it!" bellowed the mixer, and we went out to her in the chill night. She sat up with the blankets muffled about her. "We start, Bill, in that restaurant," she began. "It came to me in a flash. I judge he's got the right ideas, and Waterman and his wife can cook for him." "Bully!" exclaimed Cousin Egbert. "I was thinking he ought to have a gents' furnishing store, on account of his mind running to dress. But you got the best idea." "I'll stake him to the rent," she put in. "And I'll stake him to the rest," exclaimed Cousin Egbert delightedly, and strange as it may seem, I suddenly saw myself a licensed victualler. "I'll call it the United States Grill," I said suddenly, as if by inspiration. "Three rousing cheers for the U.S. Grill!" shouted Cousin Egbert to the surrounding hills, and repairing to the hut, he brought out hot toddies, with which we drank success to the new enterprise. For a half hour, I dare say, we discussed details there in the cold night, not seeing that it was quite preposterously bizarre. Returning to the hut at last, Cousin Egbert declared himself so chilled that he must have another toddy before retiring, and although I was already feeling myself the equal of any American, I consented to join him. Just before retiring again, my attention centered a second time upon the bearskin before my bed, and forgetting that I had already inquired about it, I demanded of him if he had killed the animal. "Sure," said he, "killed it with one shot, just as it was going to claw me. It was an awful big one." Morning found the three of us engrossed with the new plan, and by the time our guest rode away after luncheon, the thing was well forward, and I had the mixer's order upon her estate agent at Red Gap for admission to the vacant premises. During the remainder of the day, between games of cribbage, Cousin Egbert and I discussed the venture, and it was now that I began to foresee a certain difficulty. How, I asked myself, would the going into trade of Colonel Marmaduke Ruggles be regarded by those who had been his social sponsors in Red Gap? I mean to say, would not Mrs. Effie and the Belknap Jacksons feel that I had played them false? Had I not given them the right to believe that I should continue, during my stay in their town, to be one whom their county families would consider rather a personage? It was idle indeed for me to deny that my personality, as well as my assumed origin and social position abroad, had conferred a sort of prestige upon my sponsors; that on my account, in short, the North Side set had been newly armed in its battle with the Bohemian set, and they relied upon my continued influence. How, then, could I face them with the declaration that I meant to become a tradesman? Should I be doing a caddish thing, I wondered. Putting the difficulty to Cousin Egbert, he dismissed it impatiently by saying, "Oh, shucks!" In truth, I do not believe he comprehended it in the least. But then it was that I fell upon my inspiration. I might take Colonel Marmaduke Ruggles from the North Side set, but I would give them another and bigger notable in his place. This should be none other than the Honourable George, whom I would now summon. A fortnight before I had received a rather snarky letter from him, demanding to know how long I meant to remain in North America, and disclosing that he was in a wretched state for want of someone to look after him. And he had even hinted that in the event of my continued absence, he might himself come out to America and fetch me back. His quarter's allowance would, I knew, be due in a fortnight, and my letter would reach him, therefore, before some adventurer had sold him a system for beating the French games of chance. And my letter would be compelling. I would make it a summons he could not resist. Thus, when I met the reproachful gaze of the C. Belknap Jacksons and of Mrs. Effie, I should be able to tell them, "I go from you. but I leave you a better man in my place. With the Honourable George Augustus Vane Basingwell, next Earl of Brinstead, as their house guest, I made no doubt that the North Side set would at once prevail as it never had done before, the Bohemian set losing at once such of its members as really mattered, who would of course be sensible of the tremendous social importance of the Honourable George. Yet there came moments in which I would again find myself in no end of a funk, foreseeing difficulties of an unsurmountable character. At such times cousin Egbert strove to cheer me with all sorts of assurances, and to divert my mind he took me upon excursions of the roughest sort into the surrounding jungle, in search either of fish or ground game. After 3 days of this my park suit became almost a total ruin, particularly as to the trousers, so that I was glad to borrow a pair of overalls such as cousin Egbert wore. They were a tidy fit, but having resolved not to resist America any longer, I donned them without even removing the advertising placard. With my ever-lengthening stubble of beard, it will be understood that I now appeared as one of their hearty Western Americans of the roughest type, which was almost quite a little odd, considering my former principles. Cousin Egbert, I need hardly say, was immensely pleased with my changed appearance, and remarked that I was "sure a live wire." He also heartened me in the matter of the possible disapproval of C. Belknap Jackson, which he had divined was the essential rabbit in my moodiness. "I admit the guy uses beautiful language," he conceded, "and probably he's top-notched in education. But just the same he ain't the whole 7 pillars of the House of Wisdom, not by a long shot. If he gets fancy with you, sock him again. You done it once." So far was the worthy fellow from divining the intimate niceties involved in my giving up a social career for trade, nor could he properly estimate the importance of my plan to summon the Honourable George to Red Gap, merely remarking that the judge was all right and a good mixer, and that the boys would give him a swell time. Our return journey to Red Gap was made in company with the Indian Tuttle and the 2 cow persons, Hank and Buck, all of whom professed themselves glad to meet me again, and they too were wildly enthusiastic at hearing from cousin Egbert of my proposed business venture. Needless to say, they were of a class that would bother itself little with any question of social propriety involved in my entering trade, and they were loud in their promises of a future patronage. At this I again felt some misgiving, for I meant the United States Grill to possess an atmosphere of quiet refinement, calculated to appeal to particular people that really mattered, and yet it was plain that, keeping a public house, I must be prepared to entertain agricultural labourers and members of the lower or working classes. For a time I debated having an ordinary for such as these, where they could be shut away from my selecter patrons, but eventually decided upon a tariff that would be prohibitive to all but desirable people, the rougher or Bohemian element, being required to spring an extra shilling, would doubtless seek other places. For 2 days we again filed through mountain gorges of a most awkward character, reaching Red Gap at dusk. For this I was rather grateful, not only because of my beard and the overalls, but on account of a hat of the most shocking description, which cousin Egbert had pressed upon me when my own deerstalker was lost in a glen. I was willing to roughen it in all good fellowship with these worthy Americans, but I knew that to those who had remarked my careful taste in dress, my present appearance would seem almost a little singular. I would rather I did not shock them to this extent. Yet when our animals had been left in their corral, or rude enclosure, I found it would be ungracious to decline the hospitality of my new friends, who wished to drink to the success of the U.S. Grill, and so I accompanied them to several public houses, although with the shocking hat pulled well down over my face. Also, as the dinner hour passed, I consented to dine with them at the establishment of a Chinese, where we sat on high stools at a counter, and were served ham and eggs and some of the simpler American foods. The meal being over, I knew that we ought to cut off home directly, but Cousin Egbert again insisted upon visiting drinking places, and I had no mind to leave him, particularly as he was growing more and more bitter in my behalf against Mr. Belknap Jackson. I had a doubtless absurd fear that he would seek the gentleman out and do him a mischief, though for the moment he was merely urging me to do this. It would, he asserted, vastly entertain the Indian Tuttle and the Cowpersons if I were to come upon Mr. Belknap Jackson and savage him without warning, or at least with only a paltry excuse, which he seemed proud of having devised. "You go up to the guy," he insisted, "very polite, you understand, and ask him what day this is. If he says it's Tuesday, sock him." "But it is Tuesday," I said. "Sure," he replied. "That's where the joke comes in." Of course, this was the crudest sort of American humor, and not to be given a moment's serious thought. So I redoubled my efforts to detach him from our honest but noisy friends, and presently had the satisfaction of doing so by pleading that I must be up early on the morrow, and would also require his assistance. At parting, to my embarrassment, he insisted on leading the group in a cheer. "What's the matter with Ruggles?" they loudly demanded in unison, following the query swiftly with, "He's all right," the he being eloquently emphasized. But at last we were away from them and off into the darker avenue, to my great relief, remembering my garb. I might be a living wire, as Cousin Egbert had said, but I was keenly aware that his overalls and hat would rather convey the impression that I was what they call in the States a bad person from a bitter creek. To my further relief, the Floud house was quite dark as we approached and let ourselves in. Cousin Egbert, however, would enter the drawing-room, flood it with light, and seat himself in an easy-chair with his feet lifted to a sofa. He then raised his voice in a ballad of an infant that had perished, rendering it most tearfully, the refrain being, "Empty is the cradle, baby's gone." Apprehensive at this, I stole softly up the stairs, and had but reached the door of my own room when I heard Mrs. Effie below. I could fancy the chilling gaze which she fastened upon the singer, and I heard her coldly demand, "Where are your feet?" Whereupon the plaintive voice of Cousin Egbert arose to me, "Just below my legs." I mean to say, he had taken the thing as a quiz in anatomy, rather than as the rebuke it was meant to be. As I closed my door, I heard him add that he could be pushed just so far. End of chapter 12.